Part One, Section One of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. Part One, Ktaadn, Section One. On the 31st of August, 1846, I left Concord in Massachusetts for Bangor in the backwoods of Maine, by way of the railroad and steamboat, intending to accompany a relative of mine engaged in the lumber trade in Bangor, as far as a dam on the west branch of the Penobscot, in which property he was interested. From this place, which is about 100 miles by the river above Bangor, 30 miles from the Holton military road, and 5 miles beyond the last log hut, I proposed to make excursions to Mount Ktaadn, the second highest mountain in New England, about 30 miles distant, and to some of the lakes of the Penobscot, either alone or with such company as I might pick up there. It is unusual to find a camp so far in the woods at that season, when lumbering operations have ceased, and I was glad to avail myself of the circumstance of a gang of men being employed there at that time in repairing the injuries caused by the great freshet in the spring. The mountain may be approached more easily and directly on horseback and on foot from the northeast side, by the Aroostook road and the Passataquoyak River, but in that case you see much less of the wilderness, none of the glorious river and lake scenery, and have no experience of the batteau and the boatman's life. I was fortunate also in the season of the year, for in the summer myriads of black flies, mosquitoes, and midges, or, as the Indians call them, no-see-ums, make traveling in the woods almost impossible. But now their reign is nearly over. Ktaadn, whose name is an Indian word signifying highest land, was first ascended by white men in 1804. It was visited by Professor J. W. Bailey of West Point in 1836, by Dr. Charles T. Jackson, the state geologist, in 1837, and by 2 young men from Boston in 1845. All these have given accounts of their expeditions. Since I was there, 2 or 3 other parties have made the excursion and told their stories. Besides these, very few, even among backwoodsmen and hunters, have ever climbed it, and it will be a long time before the tide of fashionable travel sets that way. The mountainous region of the state of Maine stretches from near the White Mountains, northeasterly 160 miles to the head of the Aroostook River, and is about 60 miles wide. The wild or unsettled portion is far more extensive, so that some hours only of travel in this direction will carry the curious to the verge of a primitive forest more interesting, perhaps, on all accounts, than they would reach by going 1,000 miles westward. The next forenoon, Tuesday, September 1st, I started with my companion in a buggy from Bangor for up river, expecting to be overtaken the next day night at Mattawamkeag Point, some 60 miles off, by 2 more Bangorians, who had decided to join us in a trip to the mountain. We had each a knapsack or bag filled with such clothing and articles as were indispensable, and my companion carried his gun. Within a dozen miles of Bangor we passed through the villages of Stillwater and Oldtown, built at the falls of the Penobscot, which furnish the principal power by which the Maine woods are converted into lumber. The mills are built directly over and across the river. Here is a close jam, a hard rub at all seasons, and then the once green tree, long since white, I need not say as the driven snow, but as a driven log, becomes lumber merely. Here your inch, your 2, and your 3-inch stuff begin to be, and Mr. Sawyer marks off those spaces which decide the destiny of so many prostrate forests. Through this steel riddle, more or less coarse, is the arrowy Maine forest, from Ktaadn and Chesuncook and the headwaters of the St. John, relentlessly sifted, till it comes out boards, clapboards, laths, and shingles, such as the wind can take, still, perchance, to be slit and slit again, till men get a size that will suit. Think how stood the white pine tree on the shore of Chesuncook, its branches soughing with the 4 winds, and every individual needle trembling in the sunlight. Think how it stands with it now, sold perchance to the New England Friction Match Company. There were in 1837, as I read, 250 sawmills on the Penobscot and its tributaries above Bangor, the greater part of them in this immediate neighborhood, and they sawed 200 millions of feet of boards annually. To this is to be added the lumber of the Kennebec, Androscoggin, Saco, Passamaquoddy, and other streams. No wonder that we hear so often of vessels which are becalmed off our coast being surrounded a week at a time by floating lumber from the Maine woods. The mission of men there seems to be like so many busy demons to drive the forest all out of the country, from every solitary beaver swamp and mountain side, as soon as possible. At Oldtown we walked into a batteau manufactory. The making of batteaux is quite a business here for the supply of the Penobscot River. We examined some on the stocks. They are light and shapely vessels, calculated for rapid and rocky streams, and to be carried over long portages on men's shoulders, from 20 to 30 feet long, and only 4 or 5½ wide, sharp at both ends like a canoe, though broadest forward on the bottom, and reaching 7 or 8 feet over the water, in order that they may slip over rocks as gently as possible. They are made very slight, only 2 boards to a side, commonly secured to a few light maple or other hardwood knees, but inward are of the clearest and widest white pine stuff, of which there is a great waste on account of their form, for the bottom is left perfectly flat, not only from side to side, but from end to end. Sometimes they become hogging, even after long use, and the boatmen then turn them over and straighten them by a weight at each end. They told us that one wore out in 2 years, or often in a single trip on the rocks, and sold for from $14 to $16. There was something refreshing and wildly musical to my ears in the very name of the white man's canoe, reminding me of Charlevoix and Canadian voyageurs. The batteau is a sort of mongrel between the canoe and the boat, a fur trader's boat. The ferry here took us past the Indian island. As we left the shore, I observed a short, shabby, washerwoman-looking Indian, they commonly have the woebegone look of the girl that cried for spilt milk, just from up river, land on the Oldtown side near a grocery, and drawing up his canoe, take out a bundle of skins in one hand and an empty keg or half barrel in the other, and scramble up the bank with them. This picture will do to put before the Indian's history, that is, the history of his extinction. In 1837 there were 362 souls left of this tribe. The island seemed deserted to day, yet I observed some new houses among the weather-stained ones, as if the tribe had still a design upon life, but generally they have a very shabby, forlorn, and cheerless look, being all backside and woodshed, not homesteads, even Indian homesteads, but instead of home or abroadsteads, for their life is domi aut militiae, at home or at war, or now rather venatus, that is, a hunting, and most of the latter. The church is the only trim-looking building, but that is not Abenaki, that was Rome's doings. Good Canadian, it may be, but it is poor Indian. These were once a powerful tribe. Politics are all the rage with them now. I even thought that a row of wigwams, with a dance of powwows, and a prisoner tortured at the stake, would be more respectable than this. We landed at Milford and rowed along on the east side of the Penobscot, having a more or less constant view of the river, and the Indian islands in it, for they retain all the islands as far up as Nicketow at the mouth of the East Branch. They are generally well timbered, and are said to be better soil than the neighboring shores. The river seemed shallow and rocky, and interrupted by rapids, rippling and gleaming in the sun. We paused a moment to see a fish hawk dive for a fish down straight as an arrow from a great height, but he missed his prey this time. It was the Holton Road on which we were now traveling, over which some troops were marched once towards Mars Hill, though not to Mars Field, as it proved. It is the main, almost the only road in these parts, as straight and well made, and kept in as good repair as almost any you will find anywhere. Everywhere we saw signs of the great freshet, this house standing awry, and that where it was not founded, but where it was found, at any rate the next day, and that other with a water-logged look, as if it were still airing and drying its basement, and logs with everybody's marks upon them, and sometimes the marks of their having served as bridges strewn along the road. We crossed the Sunkaza, a summery Indian name, the Olemon, the Passadumkeag, and other streams, which made a greater show on the map than they now did on the road. At Passadumkeag we found anything but what the name implies, earnest politicians, to wit, white ones, I mean, on the alert to know how the election was likely to go, men who talked rapidly, with subdued voice, and a sort of factitious earnestness you could not help believing, hardly waiting for an introduction, one on each side of your buggy, endeavoring to say much in little, for they see you hold the whip impatiently, but always saying little in much. Caucuses they have had, it seems, and caucuses they are to have again, victory and defeat. Somebody may be elected, somebody may not. One man, a total stranger, who stood by our carriage in the dusk, actually frightened the horse with his asseverations, growing more solemnly positive as there was less in him to be positive about. So Passadumkeag did not look on the map. At sundown, leaving the river road a while for shortness, we went by way of Enfield, where we stopped for the night. This, like most of the localities bearing names on this road, was a place to name which, in the midst of the unnamed and unincorporated wilderness, was to make a distinction without a difference, it seemed to me. Here, however, I noticed quite an orchard of healthy and well-grown apple trees in a bearing state, it being the oldest settler's house in this region, but all natural fruit and comparatively worthless for want of a grafter. And so it is generally lower down the river. It would be a good speculation, as well as a favor conferred on the settlers, for a Massachusetts boy to go down there with a trunk full of choice scions and his grafting apparatus in the spring. The next morning we drove along through a high and hilly country, in view of Coldstream Pond, a beautiful lake 4 or 5 miles long, and came into the Holton Road again, here called the Military Road, at Lincoln, 45 miles from Bangor, where there is quite a village for this country, the principal one above Oldtown. Learning that there were several wigwams here, on one of the Indian islands, we left our horse and wagon and walked through the forest half a mile to the river, to procure a guide to the mountain. It was not till after considerable search that we discovered their habitations, small huts in a retired place where the scenery was unusually soft and beautiful, and the shore skirted with pleasant meadows and graceful elms. We paddled ourselves across to the island side in a canoe, which we found on the shore. Near where we landed sat an Indian girl, 10 or 12 years old, on a rock in the water, in the sun, washing, and humming or moaning a song meanwhile. It was an aboriginal strain. A salmon spear, made wholly of wood, lay on the shore, such as they might have used before white men came. It had an elastic piece of wood fastened to one side of its point, which slipped over and closed upon the fish, somewhat like the contrivance for holding a bucket at the end of a well pole. As we walked up to the nearest house, we were met by a sally of a dozen wolfish-looking dogs, which may have been lineal descendants from the ancient Indian dogs, which the first voyageurs describe as their wolves. I suppose they were. The occupant soon appeared with a long pole in his hand, with which he beat off the dogs while he parleyed with us, a stalwart but dull and greasy-looking fellow, who told us in his sluggish way, in answer to our questions, as if it were the first serious business he had to do that day, that there were Indians going up river, he and one other to day before noon. And who was the other? Louis Neptune, who lives in the next house. Well, let us go over and see Louis together. The same doggish reception, and Louis Neptune makes his appearance, a small, wiry man with puckered and wrinkled face, yet he seemed the chief man of the two, the same as I remembered who had accompanied Jackson to the mountain in '37. The same questions were put to Louis, and the same information obtained while the other Indians stood by. It appeared that they were going to start by noon with 2 canoes to go up to Chesuncook to hunt moose, to be gone a month. Well, Louis, suppose you get to the Point, to the 5 Islands, just below Mattawamkeag, to camp. We walk on up the West Branch to morrow, 4 of us, and wait for you at the dam, or this side. You overtake us to morrow or next day, and take us into your canoes. We stop for you, you stop for us. We pay you for your trouble." "Yes," replied Louis, "maybe you carry some provision for all, some pork, some bread, and so pay." He said, "Me sure get some moose," and when I asked if he thought Pomola would let us go up, he answered that we must plant 1 bottle of rum on the top. He had planted good many, and when he looked again, the rum was all gone. He had been up 2 or 3 times. He had planted letter, English, German, French, etc. These men were slightly clad in shirt and pantaloons, like laborers with us in warm weather. They did not invite us into their houses, but met us outside. So we left the Indians, thinking ourselves lucky to have secured such guides and companions. There were very few houses along the road, yet they did not altogether fail, as if the law by which men are dispersed over the globe were a very stringent one, and not to be resisted with impunity or for slight reasons. There were even the germs of 1 or 2 villages just beginning to expand. The beauty of the road itself was remarkable. The various evergreens, many of which are rare with us, delicate and beautiful specimens of the larch, arbor vitae, ball spruce, and fir balsam, from a few inches to many feet in height, lined its sides, in some places like a long front yard, springing up from the smooth grass plots which uninterruptedly border it, and are made fertile by its wash, while it was but a step on either hand to the grim, untrodden wilderness, whose tangled labyrinth of living, fallen, and decaying trees only the deer and moose, the bear and wolf can easily penetrate. More perfect specimens than any front yard plot can show grew there to grace the passage of the Houlton teams. End of Part 1, Section 1, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Section 2 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Ktaadn, Section 2. About noon we reached the Mattawamkeag, 56 miles from Bangor by the way we had come, and put up at a frequented house still on the Houlton road, where the Houlton stage stops. Here was a substantial covered bridge over the Mattawamkeag, built, I think they said, some 17 years before. We had dinner, where, by the way, and even at breakfast, as well as supper, at the public houses on this road, the front rank is composed by various kinds of sweet cakes, in a continuous line from one end of the table to the other. I think I may safely say that there was a row of 10 or a dozen plates of this kind set before us 2 here. To account for which, they say that, when the lumberers come out of the woods, they have a craving for cakes and pies, and such sweet things, which there are almost unknown, and this is the supply to satisfy that demand. The supply is always equal to the demand, and these hungry men think a good deal of getting their money's worth. No doubt the balance of victuals is restored by the time they reach Bangor. Mattawamkeag takes off the raw edge. Well, over this front rank, I say, you, coming from the sweet cake side, with a cheap philosophic indifference though it may be, have to assault what there is behind, which I do not by any means mean to insinuate is insufficient in quantity or quality to supply that other demand of men, not from the woods but from the towns, for venison and strong country fare. After dinner we strolled down to the point, formed by the junction of the 2 rivers, which is said to be the scene of an ancient battle between the Eastern Indians and the Mohawks, and searched there carefully for relics, though the men at the bar room had never heard of such things. But we found only some flakes of arrowhead stone, some points of arrowheads, 1 small leaden bullet, and some colored beads, the last to be referred perhaps to early fur trader days. The Mattawamkeag, though wide, was a mere river's bed, full of rocks and shallows at this time, so that you could cross it almost dry shod in boots, and I could hardly believe my companion when he told me that he had been 50 or 60 miles up it in a batteau, through distant and still uncut forests. A batteau could hardly find a harbor now at its mouth. Deer and caribou, or reindeer, are taken here in the winter in sight of the house. Before our companions arrived, we rode on up the Houlton road 7 miles to Molunkus, where the Aroostook road comes into it, and where there is a spacious public house in the woods, called the Molunkus House, kept by one Libby, which looked as if it had its hall for dancing and for military drills. There was no other evidence of man but this huge shingle palace in this part of the world, but sometimes even this is filled with travelers. I looked off the piazza round the corner of the house up the Aroostook road, on which there was no clearing in sight. There was a man just adventuring upon it this evening in a rude, original, what you may call Aroostook wagon, a mere seat, with a wagon swung under it, a few bags on it, and a dog asleep to watch them. He offered to carry a message for us to anybody in that country, cheerfully. I suspect that, if you should go to the end of the world, you would find somebody there going farther, as if just starting for home at sundown and having a last word before he drove off. Here, too, was a small trader, whom I did not see at first, who kept a store, but no great store, certainly, in a small box over the way behind the Molunkus sign-post. It looked like the balance box of a patent hay scales. As for his house, we could only conjecture where that was. He may have been a boarder in the Molunkus house. I saw him standing in his shop door. His shop was so small that if a traveler should make demonstration of entering in, he would have to go out by the back way and confer with his customer through a window about his goods in the cellar, or, more probably, be spoken and yet on the way. I should have gone in, for I felt a real impulse to trade, if I had not stopped to consider what would become of him. The day before, we had walked into a shop over against an inn where we stopped, the puny beginning of trade, which would grow at last into a firm co-partnership in the future town or city. Indeed, it was already Somebody and Co., I forget who. The woman came forward from the penetralia of the attached house, for Somebody and Company was in the burning, and she sold us percussion caps, canales and smooth, and knew their prices and qualities, and which the hunters preferred. Here was a little of everything in a small compass to satisfy the wants and the ambition of the woods, a stock selected with what pains and care, and brought home in the wagon box, or a corner of the Houlton team. But there seemed to me, as usual, a preponderance of children's toys, dogs to bark and cats to mew and trumpets to blow, where natives there hardly are yet. As if a child born into the Maine woods, among the pine cones and cedar berries, could not do without such a sugar man or skipping jack as the young Rothschild has. I think that there was not more than one house on the road to Molunkus, or for 7 miles. At that place we got over the fence into a new field, planted with potatoes, where the logs were still burning between the hills, and, pulling up the vines, found good-sized potatoes nearly ripe, growing like weeds, and turnips mixed with them. The mode of clearing and planting is to fell the trees, and burn once what will burn, then cut them up into suitable lengths, roll into heaps, and burn again. Then, with a hoe, plant potatoes where you can come at the ground between the stumps and charred logs. For a first crop, the ashes sufficing for manure, and no hoeing being necessary the first year. In the fall, cut, roll, and burn again, and so on, till the land is cleared, and soon it is ready for grain and to be laid down. Let those talk of poverty and hard times who will in the towns and cities; cannot the emigrant who can pay his fare to New York or Boston pay $5 more to get here? I paid 3, all told, for my passage from Boston to Bangor, 250 miles, and be as rich as he pleases, where land virtually costs nothing, and houses only the labor of building, and he may begin life as Adam did. If he will still remember the distinction of poor and rich, let him bespeak him a narrower house forthwith. When we returned to the Mattawamkeag, the Houlton stage had already put up there, and a Province man was betraying his greenness to the Yankees by his questions. Why Province money won't pass here at par, when States money is good at Fredericton, though this, perhaps, was sensible enough. From what I saw then, it appears that the Province man was now the only real Jonathan, or raw country bumpkin, left so far behind by his enterprising neighbors that he didn't know enough to put a question to them. No people can long continue provincial in character who have the propensity for politics and whittling, and rapid traveling, which the Yankees have, and who are leaving the mother country behind in the variety of their notions and inventions. The possession and exercise of practical talent merely are a sure and rapid means of intellectual culture and independence. The last edition of Greenleaf's map of Maine hung on the wall here, and as we had no pocket map, we resolved to trace a map of the lake country. So, dipping a wad of tow into the lamp, we oiled a sheet of paper on the oiled tablecloth, and, in good faith, traced what we afterwards ascertained to be a labyrinth of errors, carefully following the outlines of the imaginary lakes which the map contains. The map of the public lands of Maine and Massachusetts is the only one I have seen that at all deserves the name. It was while we were engaged in this operation that our companions arrived. They had seen the Indians fire on the 5 islands, and so we concluded that all was right. Early the next morning we had mounted our packs, and prepared for a tramp up the West Branch, my companion having turned his horse out to pasture for a week or 10 days, thinking that a bite of fresh grass and a taste of running water would do him as much good as backwoods fare and new country influences his master. Leaping over a fence, we began to follow an obscure trail up the northern bank of the Penobscot. There was now no road further, the river being the only highway, and but a half dozen log huts confined to its banks to be met with for 30 miles. On either hand and beyond was a wholly uninhabited wilderness stretching to Canada. Neither horse nor cow nor vehicle of any kind had ever passed over this ground, the cattle and the few bulky articles which the loggers use being got up in the winter on the ice, and down again before it breaks up. The evergreen woods had a decidedly sweet and bracing fragrance. The air was a sort of diet drink, and we walked on buoyantly in Indian file, stretching our legs. Occasionally there was a small opening on the bank, made for the purpose of log rolling, where we got a sight of the river, always a rocky and rippling stream. The roar of the rapids, the note of a whistler duck on the river, of the jay and chickadee around us, and of the pigeon woodpecker in the openings, were the sounds that we heard. This was what you might call a brand new country. The only roads were of nature's making, and the few houses were camps. Here, then, one could no longer accuse institutions and society, but must front the true source of evil. There are 3 classes of inhabitants who either frequent or inhabit the country which we had now entered. First, the loggers, who for a part of the year, the winter and spring, are far the most numerous, but in the summer, except a few explorers for timber, completely desert it. Second, the few settlers I have named, the only permanent inhabitants, who live on the verge of it, and help raise supplies for the former. Third, the hunters, mostly Indian, who range over it in their season. At the end of 3 miles we came to the Mattaseunk stream and mill, where there was even a rude wooden railroad running down to the Penobscot, the last railroad we were to see. We crossed one tract on the bank of the river, of more than 100 acres of heavy timber, which had just been felled and burnt over and was still smoking. Our trail lay through the midst of it and was well nigh blotted out. The trees lay at full length, 4 or 5 feet deep, and crossing each other in all directions, all black as charcoal, but perfectly sound within, still good for fuel or for timber. Soon they would be cut into lengths and burnt again. Here were thousands of cords, enough to keep the poor of Boston and New York amply warm for a winter, which only cumbered the ground and were in the settlers' way. And the whole of that solid and interminable forest is doomed to be gradually devoured thus by fire, like shavings, and no man to be warmed by it. At Crocker's log hut at the mouth of Salmon River, 7 miles from the point, one of the party commenced distributing a store of small cent picture books among the children, to teach them to read, and also newspapers, more or less recent, among the parents, than which nothing can be more acceptable to a backwoods people. It was really an important item in our outfit, and at times the only currency that would circulate. I walked through Salmon River with my shoes on, it being low water, but not without wetting my feet. A few miles farther we came to Marm Howard's, at the end of an extensive clearing, where there were 2 or 3 log huts in sight at once, one on the opposite side of the river, and a few graves even, surrounded by a wooden paling, where already the rude forefathers of a hamlet lie, and 1,000 years hence, perchance, some poet will write his elegy in a country churchyard. The village Hampdens, the mute, inglorious Miltons and Cromwells, guiltless of their country's blood, were yet unborn. Perchance in this wild spot there will be laid some heart once pregnant with celestial fire, hands that the rod of empire might have swayed, or waked to ecstasy the living lyre. The next house was Fisk's, 10 miles from the Point at the mouth of the East Branch, opposite to the island Nicketow, or the Forks, the last of the Indian islands. I am particular to give the names of the settlers and the distances, since every log hut in these woods is a public house, and such information is of no little consequence to those who may have occasion to travel this way. Our course here crossed the Penobscot and followed the southern bank. One of the party, who entered the house in search of some one to set us over, reported a very neat dwelling, with plenty of books and a new wife, just imported from Boston, wholly new to the woods. We found the East Branch, a large and rapid stream at its mouth, and much deeper than it appeared. Having with some difficulty discovered the trail again, we kept up the south side of the West Branch, or Maine River, passing by some rapids called Rock Ebeam, the roar of which we heard through the woods, and, shortly after, in the thickest of the woods, some empty loggers' camps, still new, which were occupied the previous winter. Though we saw a few more afterward, I will make one account serve for all. These were such houses as the lumberers of Maine spend the winter in the wilderness. There were the camps and the hovels for the cattle, hardly distinguishable, except that the latter had no chimney. These camps were about 20 feet long by 15 wide, built of logs, hemlock, cedar, spruce, or yellow birch, one kind alone, or all together, with the bark on. 2 or 3 large ones first, one directly above another, and notched together at the ends, to the height of 3 or 4 feet, then of smaller logs resting upon transverse ones at the end, each of the last successively shorter than the other, to form the roof. The chimney was an oblong square hole in the middle, 3 or 4 feet in diameter, with a fence of logs as high as the ridge. The interstices were filled with moss, and the roof was shingled with long and handsome splints of cedar, or spruce, or pine, rifted with a sledge and cleaver. The fireplace, the most important place of all, was in shape and size like the chimney, and directly under it, defined by a log fence or fender on the ground, and a heap of ashes, a foot or 2 deep within, with solid benches of split logs running round it. Here the fire usually melts the snow and dries the rain before it can descend to quench it. The faded beds of arbor vitæ leaves extended under the eaves on either hand. There was the place for the water pail, pork barrel, and wash basin, and generally a dingy pack of cards left on a log. Usually a good deal of whittling was expended on the latch, which was made of wood, in the form of an iron one. These houses are made comfortable by the huge fires which can be afforded night and day. Usually the scenery about them is drear and savage enough, and the loggers' camp is as completely in the woods as a fungus at the foot of a pine in a swamp. No outlook but to the sky overhead, no more clearing than is made by cutting down the trees of which it is built, and those which are necessary for fuel. If only it be well sheltered and convenient to his work, and near a spring, he wastes no thought on the prospect. They are very proper forest houses, the stems of the trees collected together and piled up around a man to keep out wind and rain, made of living green logs, hanging with moss and lichen, and with the curls and fringes of the yellow birch bark, and dripping with rosin, fresh and moist, and redolent of swampy odors, with that sort of vigor and perennialness even about them that toadstools suggest. The loggers' fare consists of tea, molasses, flour, pork, sometimes beef, and beans. A great proportion of the beans raised in Massachusetts find their market here. On expeditions it is only hard bread and pork, often raw, slice upon slice, with tea or water, as the case may be. End of Part One, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Section 3 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Ktaadn, Section 3. The primitive wood is always and everywhere damp and mossy, so that I traveled constantly with the impression that I was in a swamp; and only when it was remarked that this or that tract, judging by the quality of the timber on it, would make a profitable clearing, was I reminded that if the sun were let in it would make a dry field like the few I had seen at once. The best shod, for the most part, travelled with wet feet. If the ground was so wet and spongy at this, the driest part of a dry season, what must it be in the spring? The woods hereabouts abounded in beech and yellow birch, of which last there were some very large specimens; also spruce, cedar, fir, and hemlock. But we saw only the stumps of the white pine here, some of them of great size, these having been already culled out, being the only tree much sought after, even as low down as this. Only a little spruce and hemlock beside had been logged here. The eastern wood, which is sold for fuel in Massachusetts, all comes from below Bangor. It was the pine alone, chiefly the white pine, that had tempted any but the hunter to precede us on this route. Waite's farm, 13 miles from the Point, is an extensive and elevated clearing, from which we got a fine view of the river, rippling and gleaming far beneath us. My companions had formerly had a good view of Ktaadn and the other mountains here, but to day it was so smoky that we could see nothing of them. We could overlook an immense country of uninterrupted forest, stretching away up the East Branch toward Canada on the north and northwest, and toward the Aroostook Valley on the northeast, and imagine what wild life was stirring in its midst. Here was quite a field of corn for this region, whose peculiar dry scent we perceived a third of a mile off before we saw it. 18 miles from the Point brought us in sight of McCausland's, or Uncle George's, as he was familiarly called by my companions, to whom he was well known, where we intended to break our long fast. His house was in the midst of an extensive clearing, or intervale, at the mouth of the little Schoodic River, on the opposite or north bank of the Penobscot. So we collected on a point of the shore that we might be seen, and fired our gun as a signal, which brought out his dogs forthwith, and thereafter their master, who in due time took us across to his batteau. This clearing was bounded abruptly, on all sides but the river, by the naked stems of the forest, as if you were to cut only a few feet square in the midst of 1,000 acres of mowing, and set down a thimble therein. He had a whole heaven and horizon to himself, and the sun seemed to be journeying over his clearing only the livelong day. Here we concluded to spend the night, and wait for the Indians, as there was no stopping place so convenient above. He had seen no Indians pass, and this did not often happen without his knowledge. He thought that his dogs sometimes gave notice of the approach of Indians half an hour before they arrived. McCausland was a Kennebec man, of Scotch descent, who had been a waterman 22 years, and had driven on the lakes and headwaters of the Penobscot 5 or 6 springs in succession, but was now settled here to raise supplies for the lumberers and for himself. He entertained us a day or two with true Scotch hospitality, and would accept no recompense for it. A man of a dry wit and shrewdness, and a general intelligence which I had not looked for in the backwoods. In fact, the deeper you penetrate into the woods, the more intelligent and, in one sense, less countrified do you find the inhabitants. For always the pioneer has been a traveller, and, to some extent, a man of the world; and as the distances with which he is familiar are greater, so is his information more general and far reaching than the villagers'. If I were to look for a narrow, uninformed, and countrified mind, as opposed to the intelligence and refinement which are thought to emanate from cities, it would be among the rusty inhabitants of an old settled country, on farms all run out and gone to seed with life everlasting, even on the high road in Concord, and not in the backwoods of Maine. Supper was got before our eyes in the ample kitchen, by a fire which would have roasted an ox. Many whole logs, 4 feet long, were consumed to boil our tea kettle. birch or beech or maple, the same summer and winter; and the dishes were soon smoking on the table, late the armchair against the wall, from which one of the party was expelled. The arms of the chair formed the frame on which the table rested, and, when the round top was turned up against the wall, it formed the back of the chair, and was no more in the way than the wall itself. This, we noticed, was the prevailing fashion in these log houses, in order to economize in room. There were piping hot wheaten cakes, the flour having been brought up the river in bateaux, no Indian bread, for the upper part of Maine, it will be remembered, is a wheat country; and ham, eggs, and potatoes, and milk and cheese, the produce of the farm; and also shad and salmon, tea sweetened with molasses, and sweet cakes, in contradistinction to the hot cakes not sweetened, the one white, the other yellow till wind up with. Such, we found, was the prevailing fare, ordinary and extraordinary, along this river. Mountain cranberries (Vaccinium vitis idea), stewed and sweetened, were the common dessert. Everything here was in profusion, and the best of its kind. Butter was in such plenty that it was commonly used, before it was salted, to grease boots with. In the night we were entertained by the sound of raindrops on the cedar splints which covered the roof, and awaked the next morning with a drop or two in our eyes. It had set in for a storm, and we made up our minds not to forsake such comfortable quarters with this prospect, but wait for Indians and fair weather. It rained and drizzled and gleamed by turns the livelong day. What we did there, how we killed the time, would perhaps be idle to tell. How many times we buttered our boots, and how often a drowsy one was seen to sidle off to the bedroom. When it held up, I strolled up and down the bank and gathered the harebell and cedar berries which grew there, or else we tried by turns the long handled axe on the logs before the door. The axe helves here were made to chop standing on the log, a primitive log, of course, and were therefore nearly a foot longer than with us. One while we walked over the farm and visited his well filled barns with McCauslin. There were one other man and two women only here. He kept horses, cows, oxen, and sheep. I think he said that he was the first to bring a plough and a cow so far, and he might have added the last, with only two exceptions. The potato rot had found him out here, too, the previous year, and got half or two-thirds of his crop, though the seed was of his own raising. Oats, grass, and potatoes were his staples, but he raised also a few carrots and turnips, and a little corn for the hens, for this was all that he dared risk for fear that it would not ripen. Melons, squashes, sweet corn, beans, tomatoes, and many other vegetables could not be ripened there. The very few settlers along this stream were obviously tempted by the cheapness of the land mainly. When I asked McCauslin why more settlers did not come in, he answered that one reason was, they could not buy the land. It belonged to individuals or companies who were afraid that their wild lands would be settled, and so incorporated into towns, and they be taxed for them. But to settling on the State's land there was no such hindrance. For his own part, he wanted no neighbors. He didn't wish to see any road by his house. Neighbors, even the best, were a trouble and expense, especially on the score of cattle and fences. They might live across the river, perhaps, but not on the same side. The chickens here were protected by the dogs. As McCauslin said, the old one took it up first, and she taught the pup, and now they had got it into their heads that it wouldn't do to have anything of the bird kind on the premises. A hawk hovering over was not allowed to alight, but barked off by the dogs circling underneath, and a pigeon, or a yellowhammer, as they called the pigeon woodpecker, on a dead limb or stump, was instantly expelled. It was the main business of their day, and kept them constantly coming and going. One would rush out of the house on the least alarm given by the other. When it rained hardest, we returned to the house, and took down a tract from the shelf. There was the Wandering Jew, cheap edition, in fine print, the Criminal Calendar, and Parish's Geography, and flash novels, two or three. Under the pressure of circumstances we read a little in these. With such aid the press is not so feeble an engine after all. This house, which was a fair specimen of those on this river, was built of huge logs, which peeped out everywhere, and were chinked with clay and moss. It contained 4 or 5 rooms. There were no sawed boards or shingles or clapboards about it, and scarcely any tool but the axe had been used in its construction. The partitions were made of long clapboard-like splints of spruce or cedar, turned to a delicate salmon color by the smoke. The roof and sides were covered with the same, instead of shingles and clapboards, and some of a much thicker and larger size were used for the floor. These were all so straight and smooth that they answered the purpose admirably, and a careless observer would not have suspected that they were not sawed and planed. The chimney and hearth were of vast size, and made of stone. The broom was a few twigs of arbor vitæ tied to a stick, and a pole was suspended over the hearth close to the ceiling to dry stockings and clothes on. I noticed that the floor was full of small dingy holes, as if made with a gimlet, but which were, in fact, made by the spikes, nearly an inch long, which the lumberers wear in their boots to prevent their slipping on wet logs. Just above McCauslin's there is a rocky rapid where logs jam in the spring, and many drivers are there collected, who frequent his house for supplies. These were their tracks which I saw. At sundown McCauslin pointed away over the forest across the river to signs of fair weather amid the clouds. Some evening redness there. For even there the points of compass held, and there was a quarter of the heavens appropriated to sunrise and another to sunset. The next morning, the weather proving fair enough for our purpose, we prepared to start, and, the Indians having failed us, persuaded McCauslin, who was not unwilling to revisit the scenes of his driving, to accompany us in their stead, intending to engage one other boatman on the way. A strip of cotton cloth for a tent, a couple of blankets, which would suffice for the whole party, 15 pounds of hard bread, 10 pounds of clear pork, and a little tea, made up Uncle George's pack. The last three articles were calculated to be provision enough for 6 men for a week, with what we might pick up. A tea kettle, a frying pan, and an axe, to be obtained at the last house, would complete our outfit. We were soon out of McCauslin's clearing, and in the evergreen woods again. The obscure trail made by the two settlers above, which even the woodman is sometimes puzzled to discern, ere long crossed a narrow, open strip in the woods overrun with weeds, called the Burnt Land, where a fire had raged formerly, stretching northward 9 or 10 miles to Millinocket Lake. At the end of 3 miles we reached Shad Pond, or Noliseemack, an expansion of the river. Hodge, the assistant state geologist, who passed through this on the 25th of June, 1837, says, "We pushed our boat through an acre or more of buck beans, which had taken root at the bottom, and bloomed above the surface in the greatest profusion and beauty." Thomas Fowler's house is 4 miles from McCauslin's, on the shore of the pond at the mouth of the Millinocket River, and 8 miles from the lake of the same name on the latter stream. This lake affords a more direct course to Ktaadn, but we preferred to follow the Penobscot and the Pamadumcook lakes. Fowler was just completing a new log hut, and was sawing out a window through the logs nearly 2 feet thick when we arrived. He had begun to paper his house with spruce bark, turned inside out, which had a good effect, and was in keeping with the circumstances. Instead of water, we got here a draught of beer, which, it was allowed, would be better, clear and thin, but strong and stringent as the cedar sap. It was as if we sucked at the very teats of Nature's pine-clad bosom in these parts, the sap of all Millinocket botany commingled, the topmost, most fantastic and spiciest sprays of the primitive wood, and whatever invigorating and stringent gum or essence it afforded steeped and dissolved in it. A lumberer's drink, which would acclimatize and naturalize a man at once, which would make him see green, and if he slept, dream that he heard the wind sough among the pines. Here was a fife, praying to be played on, through which we breathed a few tuneful strains, brought hither to tame wild beasts. As we stood upon the pile of chips by the door, fish hawks were sailing overhead, and here, over Shad Pond, might daily be witnessed the tyranny of the bald eagle over that bird. Tom pointed away over the lake to a bald eagle's nest, which was plainly visible more than a mile off on a pine, high above the surrounding forest, and was frequented from year to year by the same pair, and held sacred by him. There were these two houses only there, his low hut, and the eagle's airy cartload of faggots. Thomas Fowler, too, was persuaded to join us, for 2 men were necessary to manage the batteau, which was soon to be our carriage, and these men needed to be cool and skilful for the navigation of the Penobscot. Tom's pack was soon made, for he had not far to look for his waterman's boots and a red flannel shirt. This is the favorite color with lumbermen, and red flannel is reputed to possess some mysterious virtues, to be most healthful and convenient in respect to perspiration. In every gang there will be a large proportion of red birds. We took here a poor and leaky batteau, and began to pole up the Millinocket 2 miles to the Elder Fowler's, in order to avoid the Grand Falls of the Penobscot, intending to exchange our batteau there for a better. The Millinocket is a small, shallow, and sandy stream, full of what I took to be lamprey eels or suckers' nests, and lined with musquash cabins, but free from rapids, according to Fowler, excepting at its outlet from the lake. He was at this time engaged in cutting the native grass, rush grass and meadow clover, as he called it, on the meadows and small, low islands of this stream. We noticed flattened places in the grass on either side, where, he said, a moose had laid down the night before, adding that there were thousands in these meadows. End of Part One, Section 3, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Section 4 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Ktaadn, Section 4. Old Fowler's on the Millinocket, 6 miles from McCausland's and 24 from the Point, is the last house. Gibson's on the Sowadnehunk is the only clearing above, but that had proved a failure and was long since deserted. Fowler is the oldest inhabitant of these woods. He formerly lived a few miles from here, on the south side of the West Branch, where he built his house 16 years ago, the first house built above the Five Islands. Here our new batteau was to be carried over the first portage of 2 miles, round the Grand Falls of the Penobscot, on a horse sled made of saplings, to jump the numerous rocks in the way. But we had to wait a couple of hours for them to catch the horses, which were pastured at a distance, amid the stumps, and had wandered still farther off. The last of the salmon for the season had just been caught, and were still fresh in pickle, from which enough was extracted to fill our empty kettle, and so graduate our introduction to simpler forest fare. The week before they had lost 9 sheep here out of their first flock, by the wolves. The surviving sheep came round the house and seemed frightened, which induced them to go and look for the rest, when they found 7 dead and lacerated, and 2 still alive. These last they carried to the house, and, as Mrs. Fowler said, they were merely scratched in the throat, and had no more visible wound than would be produced by the prick of a pin. She sheared off the wool from their throats and washed them, and put on some salve and turned them out; but in a few moments they were missing, and had not been found since. In fact, they were all poisoned, and those that were found swelled up at once, so that they saved neither skin nor wool. This realized the old fables of the wolves and the sheep, and convinced me that that ancient hostility still existed. Verily, the shepherd boy did not need to sound a false alarm this time. There were steel traps by the door, of various sizes, for wolves, otter, and bears, with large claws instead of teeth to catch in their sinews. Wolves are frequently killed with poisoned bait. At length, after we had dined here on the usual backwoods fare, the horses arrived, and we hauled our batteau out of the water, and lashed it to its wicker carriage, and throwing in our packs, walked on before, leaving the boatman and driver, who was Tom's brother, to manage the concern. The route, which led through the wild pasture where the sheep were killed, was in some places the roughest ever traveled by horses, over rocky hills, where the sled bounced and slid along, like a vessel pitching in a storm, and one man was as necessary to stand at the stern, to prevent the boat from being wrecked, as a helmsman in the roughest sea. The philosophy of our progress was something like this: when the runners struck a rock 3 or 4 feet high, the sled bounced back and upwards at the same time; but, as the horses never ceased pulling, it came down on the top of the rock, and so we got over. This portage probably followed the trail of an ancient Indian carry round these falls. By 2 o'clock we, who had walked on before, reached the river above the falls, not far from the outlet of Quakish Lake, and waited for the batteau to come up. We had been here but a short time, when a thunder shower was seen coming up from the west, over the still invisible lakes, and that pleasant wilderness which we were so eager to become acquainted with, and soon the heavy drops began to patter on the leaves around us. I had just selected the prostrate trunk of a huge pine, 5 or 6 feet in diameter, and was crawling under it, when luckily the boat arrived. It would have amused a sheltered man to witness the manner in which it was unlashed and whirled over, while the first waterspout burst upon us. It was no sooner in the hands of the eager company than it was abandoned to the first revolutionary impulse, and to gravity to adjust it; and they might have been seen all stooping to its shelter, and wriggling under it like so many eels, before it was fairly deposited on the ground. When all were under, we propped up the lee side, and busied ourselves there whittling thole pins for rowing when we should reach the lakes, and made the woods ring, between the claps of thunder, with such boat songs as we could remember. The horses stood sleek and shining with the rain, all drooping and crestfallen, while deluge after deluge washed over us. But the bottom of a boat may be relied on for a tight roof. At length, after 2 days' delay at this place, a streak of fair weather appeared in the northwest, whither our course now lay, promising a serene evening for our voyage; and the driver returned with his horses, while we made haste to launch our boat, and commence our voyage in good earnest. There were 6 of us, including the 2 boatmen. With our packs heaped up near the bows, and ourselves disposed as baggage to trim the boat, with instructions not to move in case we should strike a rock, more than so many barrels of pork, we pushed out into the first rapid, a slight specimen of the stream we had to navigate. With Uncle George in the stern and Tom in the bows, each using a spruce pole about 12 feet long, pointed with iron, and poling on the same side, we shot up the rapids like a salmon, the water rushing and roaring around, so that only a practised eye could distinguish a safe course, or tell what was deep water and what rocks, frequently grazing the latter on one or both sides, with 100 as narrow escapes as ever the Argo had in passing through the Symplegades. I, who had had some experience in boating, had never experienced any half so exhilarating before. We were lucky to have exchanged our Indians, whom we did not know, for these men, who, together with Tom's brother, were reputed the best boatmen on the river, and were at once indispensable pilots and pleasant companions. The canoe is smaller, more easily upset, and sooner worn out; and the Indian is said not to be so skilful in the management of the batteau. He is, for the most part, less to be relied on, and more disposed to sulks and whims. The utmost familiarity with dead streams, or with the ocean, would not prepare a man for this peculiar navigation; and the most skilful boatman anywhere else would here be obliged to take out his boat and carry round 100 times, still with great risk as well as delay, where the practised batteau man pulls up with comparative ease and safety. The hardy voyageur pushes with incredible perseverance and success quite up to the foot of the falls, and then only carries round some perpendicular ledge, and launches again in the torrent's smoothness ere it dash below, to struggle with the boiling rapids above. The Indians say that the river once ran both ways, one half up and the other down, but that, since the white man came, it all runs down; and now they must laboriously pole their canoes against the stream, and carry them over numerous portages. In the summer all stores, the grindstone and the plow of the pioneer, flour, pork, and utensils for the explorer, must be conveyed up the river in batteau, and many a cargo and many a boatman is lost in these waters. In the winter, however, which is very equable and long, the ice is the great highway, and the logger's team penetrates to Chesuncook Lake, and still higher up, even 200 miles above Bangor. Imagine the solitary sled track running far up into the snowy and evergreen wilderness, hemmed in closely for 100 miles by the forest, and again stretching straight across the broad surfaces of concealed lakes. We were soon in the smooth water of the Quakish Lake, and took our turns at rowing and paddling across it. It is a small, irregular, but handsome lake, shut in on all sides by the forest, and showing no traces of man but some low boom in a distant cove, reserved for spring use. The spruce and cedar on its shores, hung with gray lichens, looked at a distance like the ghosts of trees. Ducks were sailing here and there on its surface, and a solitary loon, like a more living wave, a vital spot on the lake's surface, laughed and frolicked, and showed its straight leg for our amusement. Joe Merry Mountain appeared in the northwest, as if it were looking down on this lake especially, and we had our first, but a partial view of Ktaadn, its summit veiled in clouds, like a dark isthmus in that quarter, connecting the heavens with the earth. After 2 miles of smooth rowing across this lake, we found ourselves in the river again, which was a continuous rapid for 1 mile to the dam, requiring all the strength and skill of our boatmen to pole up it. This dam is a quite important and expensive work for this country, whither cattle and horses cannot penetrate in the summer, raising the whole river 10 feet, and flooding, as they said, some 60 square miles by means of the innumerable lakes with which the river connects. It is a lofty and solid structure with sloping piers, some distance above, made of frames of logs filled with stones to break the ice. Here every log pays toll as it passes through the sluices. We filed into the rude loggers' camp at this place, such as I have described, without ceremony, and the cook, at that moment the sole occupant, at once set about preparing tea for his visitors. His fireplace, which the rain had converted into a mud puddle, was soon blazing again, and we sat down on the log benches around it to dry us. On the well flattened and somewhat faded beds of arbor vitæ leaves, which stretched on either hand under the eaves behind us, lay an old leaf of the Bible, some genealogical chapter out of the Old Testament, and, half buried by the leaves, we found Emerson's address on West India emancipation, which had been left here formerly by one of our company, and had made 2 converts to the Liberty Party. Here, as I was told, also an odd number of the Westminster Review for 1834, and a pamphlet entitled "History of the Erection of the Monument on the Grave of Myron Holley." This was the readable or reading matter in a lumberer's camp in the Maine woods, 30 miles from a road, which would be given up to the bears in a fortnight. These things were well thumbed and soiled. This gang was headed by one John Morrison, a good specimen of a Yankee, and was necessarily composed of men not bred to the business of dam building, but who were jacks at all trades, handy with the axe and other simple implements, and well skilled in wood and watercraft. We had hot cakes for our supper even here, white as snowballs, but without butter, and the never failing sweet cakes with which we filled our pockets, foreseeing that we should not soon meet with the like again. Such delicate puff balls seemed a singular diet for backwoodsmen. There was also tea without milk, sweetened with molasses; and so, exchanging a word with John Morrison and his gang, when we had returned to the shore, and also exchanging our batteau for a better still, we made haste to improve the little daylight that remained. This camp, exactly 29 miles from Mattawamkeag Point by the way we had come, and about 100 from Bangor by the river, was the last human habitation of any kind in this direction. Beyond there was no trail, and the river and lakes, by batteaux and canoes, was considered the only practicable route. We were about 30 miles by the river from the summit of Ktaadn, which was in sight, though not more than 20 perhaps, in a straight line. It being about the full of the moon, and a warm and pleasant evening, we decided to row 5 miles by moonlight to the head of the North Twin Lake, lest the wind should rise on the morrow. After 1 mile of river, or what the boatmen call thoroughfare, for the river becomes at length only the connecting link between the lakes, and some slight rapid which had been mostly made smooth water by the dam, we entered the North Twin Lake just after sundown, and steered across for the river thoroughfare, 4 miles distant. This is a noble sheet of water, where one may get the impression which a new country and a lake of the woods are fitted to create. There was the smoke of no log hut nor camp of any kind to greet us; still less was any lover of nature or musing traveler watching our batteau from the distant hills. Not even the Indian hunter was there, for he rarely climbs them, but hugs the river like ourselves. No face welcomed us but the fine, fantastic sprays of free and happy evergreen trees, waving one above another in their ancient home. At first the red clouds hung over the western shore as gorgeously as if over a city, and the lake lay open to the light with even a civilized aspect, as if expecting trade and commerce and towns and villas. We could distinguish the inlet to the South Twin, which is said to be the larger, where the shore was misty and blue; and it was worth the while to look thus through a narrow opening across the entire expanse of a concealed lake to its own yet more dim and distant shore. The shores rose gently to ranges of low hills covered with forests; and though in fact the most valuable white pine timber, even about this lake, had been culled out, this would never have been suspected by the voyager. The impression, which indeed corresponded with the fact, was as if we were upon a high tableland between the States and Canada, the northern side of which is drained by the St. John and Chaudiere, the southern by the Penobscot and Kennebec. There was no bold, mountainous shore, as we might have expected, but only isolated hills and mountains rising here and there from the plateau. The country is an archipelago of lakes, the lake country of New England. Their levels vary but a few feet, and the boatmen, by short portages, or by none at all, pass easily from one to another. They say that at very high water the Penobscot and the Kennebec flow into each other, or at any rate that you may lie with your face in the one and your toes in the other. Even the Penobscot and St. John have been connected by a canal, so that the lumber of the Allegash, instead of going down the St. John, comes down the Penobscot; and the Indian's tradition that the Penobscot once ran both ways for his convenience is in one sense partially realized today. None of our party but McCauslin had been above this lake, so we trusted to him to pilot us, and we could not but confess the importance of a pilot on these waters. While it is river, you will not easily forget which way is upstream; but when you enter a lake, the river is completely lost, and you scan the distant shores in vain to find where it comes in. A stranger is, for the time at least, lost, and must set about a voyage of discovery first of all to find the river. To follow the windings of the shore when the lake is 10 miles, or even more in length, and of an irregularity which will not soon be mapped, is a wearisome voyage, and will spend his time and his provisions. They tell a story of a gang of experienced woodmen sent to a location on this stream, who were thus lost in the wilderness of lakes. They cut their way through thickets, and carried their baggage and their boats over from lake to lake, sometimes several miles. They carried into Millinocket Lake, which is on another stream, and is 10 miles square, and contains 100 islands. They explored its shores thoroughly, and then carried into another and another, and it was a week of toil and anxiety before they found the Penobscot River again, and then their provisions were exhausted, and they were obliged to return. End of Part 1, Section 4, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Section 5 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Ktaadn. Section 5. While Uncle George steered for a small island near the head of the lake, now just visible, like a speck on the water, we rowed by turns swiftly over its surface, singing such boat songs as we could remember. The shores seemed at an infinite distance in the moonlight. Occasionally we paused in our singing, and rested on our oars while we listened to hear if the wolves howled, for this is a common serenade, and my companions affirmed that it was the most dismal and unearthly of sounds, but we heard none this time. If we did not hear, however, we did listen, not without a reasonable expectation, that at least I have to tell. Only some utterly uncivilized, big-throated owl hooted loud and dismally in the drear and boughy wilderness, plainly not nervous about his solitary life, nor afraid to hear the echoes of his voice there. We remembered also that possibly moose were silently watching us from the distant coves, or some surly bear or timid caribou had been startled by our singing. It was with new emphasis that we sang there the Canadian boat song, "Row, brothers, row, the stream runs fast, the rapids are near, and the daylight's past." which describes precisely our own adventure, and was inspired by the experience of a similar kind of life; for the rapids were ever near, and the daylight long past, the woods on shore looked dim, and many an utawas tide here emptied into the lake. Why should we yet our sail unfurl? There's not a breath the blue wave to curl, But when the wind blows off the shore, Oh, sweetly will rest our weary oar. Utawas tide, this trembling moon, Shall see us float o'er thy surges soon. At last we glided past the green isle, which had been our landmark, all joining in the chorus, as if by the watery links of rivers and of lakes we were about to float over unmeasured zones of earth, bound on unimaginable adventures. Saint of this green isle, hear our prayers. O grant us cool heavens and favoring airs. About 9 o'clock we reached the river, and ran our boat into a natural haven between some rocks, and drew her out on the sand. This camping ground McCauslin had been familiar with in his lumbering days, and he now struck it unerringly in the moonlight, and we heard the sound of the rill which would supply us with cool water emptying into the lake. The first business was to make a fire, an operation which was a little delayed by the wetness of the fuel and the ground, owing to the heavy showers of the afternoon. The fire is the main comfort of the camp, whether in summer or winter, and is about as ample at one season as at another. It is as well for cheerfulness as for warmth and dryness. It forms one side of the camp, one bright side at any rate. Some were dispersed to fetch in dead trees and boughs, while Uncle George felled the birches and beeches which stood convenient. And soon we had a fire some 10 feet long by 3 or 4 high, which rapidly dried the sand before it. This was calculated to burn all night. We next proceeded to pitch our tent, which operation was performed by sticking our 2 spike poles into the ground in a slanting direction, about 10 feet apart for rafters, and then drawing our cotton cloth over them and tying it down at the ends, leaving it open in front, shed fashion. But this evening the wind carried the sparks onto the tent and burned it. So we hastily drew up the batteau just within the edge of the woods before the fire, and propping up one side 3 or 4 feet high, spread the tent on the ground to lie on, and with the corner of a blanket, or what more or less we could get to put over us, lay down with our heads and bodies under the boat, and our feet and legs on the sand toward the fire. At first we lay awake, talking of our course, and finding ourselves in so convenient a posture for studying the heavens, with the moon and stars shining in our faces, our conversation naturally turned upon astronomy, and we recounted by turns the most interesting discoveries in that science. But at length we composed ourselves seriously to sleep. It was interesting, when awakened at midnight, to watch the grotesque and fiend-like forms and motions of some one of the party, who, not being able to sleep, had got up silently to arouse the fire and add fresh fuel for a change, now stealthily lugging a dead tree from out the dark and heaving it on, now stirring up the embers with his fork, or tiptoeing about to observe the stars, watched perchance by half the prostrate party in breathless silence, so much the more intense because they were awake, while each supposed his neighbor sound asleep. Thus aroused, I, too, brought fresh fuel to the fire, and then rambled along the sandy shore in the moonlight, hoping to meet a moose come down to drink, or else a wolf. The little rill tinkled the louder, and peopled all the wilderness for me, and the glassy smoothness of the sleeping lake, laving the shores of a new world, with the dark, fantastic rocks rising here and there from its surface, made a scene not easily described. It has left such an impression of stern yet gentle wildness on my memory as will not soon be effaced. Not far from midnight we were one after another awakened by rain falling on our extremities, and as each was made aware of the fact by cold or wet, he drew a long sigh and then drew up his legs, until gradually we had all sidled round from lying at right angles with the boat, till our bodies formed an acute angle with it, and were wholly protected. When next we awoke, the moon and stars were shining again, and there were signs of dawn in the east. I have been thus particular in order to convey some idea of a night in the woods. We had soon launched and loaded our boat, and leaving our fire blazing, were off again before breakfast. The lumberers rarely trouble themselves to put out their fires, such is the dampness of the primitive forest; and this is one cause, no doubt, of the frequent fires in Maine, of which we hear so much on smoky days in Massachusetts. The forests are held cheap after the white pine has been culled out, and the explorers and hunters pray for rain only to clear the atmosphere of smoke. The woods were so wet to day, however, that there was no danger of our fire spreading. After poling up half a mile of river or thoroughfare, we rode a mile across the foot of Pamadumcook Lake, which is the name given on the map to this whole chain of lakes as if there were but one, though they are, in each instance, distinctly separated by a reach of the river, with its narrow and rocky channel and its rapids. This lake, which is one of the largest, stretched northward 10 miles, to hills and mountains in the distance. McCausland pointed to some distant and as yet inaccessible forests of white pine on the sides of a mountain in that direction. The Joe Mary Lakes, which lay between us and Moosehead on the west, were recently, if they are not still, surrounded by some of the best timbered land in the State. By another thoroughfare we passed into Deep Cove, a part of the same lake, which makes up 2 miles toward the northeast, and rowing 2 miles across this, by another short thoroughfare, entered Ambejijis Lake. At the entrance to a lake we sometimes observe what is technically called fencing stuff, or the unhewn timbers of which booms are formed, either secured together in the water, or laid up on the rocks and lashed to trees for spring use. But it was always startling to discover so plain a trail of civilized man there. I remember that I was strangely affected, when we were returning, by the sight of a ring bolt well drilled into a rock, and fastened with lead at the head of this solitary Ambejijis Lake. It was easy to see that driving logs must be an exciting as well as an arduous and dangerous business. All winter long the logger goes on piling up the trees which he has trimmed and hauled in some dry ravine at the head of a stream, and then in the spring he stands on the bank and whistles for rain and thaw, ready to wring the perspiration out of his shirt to swell the tide, till suddenly, with a whoop and halloo from him, shutting his eyes, as if to bid farewell to the existing state of things, a fair proportion of his winter's work goes scrambling down the country, followed by his faithful dogs, Thaw and Rain and Freshet and Wind, the whole pack in full cry toward the Orono Mills. Every log is marked with the owner's name, cut in the sapwood with an axe or bored with an auger, so deep as not to be worn off in the driving, and yet not so as to injure the timber; and it requires considerable ingenuity to invent new and simple marks where there are so many owners. They have quite an alphabet of their own, which only the practiced can read. One of my companions read off from his memorandum book some marks of his own logs, among which there were crosses, belts, crow's feet, girdles, etc., as Y, girdle, crowfoot, and various other devices. When the logs have run the gauntlet of innumerable rapids and falls, each on its own account, with more or less jamming and bruising, those bearing various owners' marks being mixed up together, since all must take advantage of the same freshet, they are collected together at the heads of the lakes, and surrounded by a boom fence of floating logs, to prevent their being dispersed by the wind, and are thus towed all together, like a flock of sheep across the lake, where there is no current, by a windlass, or boom head, such as we sometimes saw standing on an island or headland, and, if circumstances permit, with the aid of sails and oars. Sometimes, notwithstanding, the logs are dispersed over many miles of lake surface in a few hours, by winds and freshets, and thrown up on distant shores, where the driver can pick up only one or two at a time, and return with them to the thoroughfare. And before he gets his flock well through Ambejijis or Pamadumcook, he makes many a wet and uncomfortable camp on the shore. He must be able to navigate a log as if it were a canoe, and be as indifferent to cold and wet as a muskrat. He uses a few efficient tools, a lever commonly of rock maple, 6 or 7 feet long, with a stout spike in it, strongly ferruled on, and a long spike pole, with a screw at the end of the spike to make it hold. The boys along shore learn to walk on floating logs as city boys on sidewalks. Sometimes the logs are thrown up on rocks in such positions as to be irrecoverable but by another freshet as high, or they jam together at rapids and falls, and accumulate in vast piles, which the driver must start at the risk of his life. Such is the lumber business, which depends on many accidents, as the early freezing of the rivers, that the team may get up in season, a sufficient freshet in the spring to fetch the logs down, and many others. I quote Michaud on lumbering on the Kennebec, then the source of the best white pine lumber carried to England. The persons engaged in this branch of industry are generally emigrants from New Hampshire. In the summer they unite in small companies, and traverse these vast solitudes in every direction to ascertain the places in which the pines abound. After cutting the grass and converting it into hay for the nourishment of the cattle to be employed in their labor, they return home. In the beginning of the winter they enter the forests again, establish themselves in huts covered with the bark of the canoe birch or the arbor vitæ, and though the cold is so intense that the mercury sometimes remains for several weeks, from 40° to 50° Fahrenheit, below the point of congelation, they persevere with unabated courage in their work. According to Springer, the company consists of choppers, swampers, who make roads, barker and loader, teamster, and cook. When the trees are felled, they cut them into logs from 14 to 18 feet long, and, by means of their cattle, which they employ with great dexterity, drag them to the river, and, after stamping on them a mark of property, roll them onto its frozen bosom. At the breaking of the ice in the spring they float down with the current. The logs that are not drawn the first year, adds Michaud, are attacked by large worms, which form holes about 2 lines in diameter in every direction; but, if stripped of their bark, they will remain uninjured for 30 years. Ambejijis, this quiet Sunday morning, struck me as the most beautiful lake we had seen. It is said to be one of the deepest. We had the fairest view of Joe Mary, Double Top, and Ktaadn from its surface. The summit of the latter had a singularly flat, tableland appearance, like a short highway, where a demigod might be let down to take a turn or two in an afternoon to settle his dinner. We rode 1.5 miles to near the head of the lake, and, pushing through a field of lily pads, landed, to cook our breakfast by the side of a large rock known to McCausland. Our breakfast consisted of tea, with hard bread and pork, and fried salmon, which we ate with forks neatly whittled from alder twigs, which grew there, off strips of birch bark for plates. The tea was black tea, without milk to color or sugar to sweeten it, and 2 tin dippers were our teacups. This beverage is as indispensable to the loggers as to any gossiping old women in the land, and they, no doubt, derive great comfort from it. Here was the site of an old loggers' camp, remembered by McCausland, now overgrown with weeds and bushes. In the midst of a dense underwood we noticed a whole brick on a rock in a small run, clean and red and square as in a brickyard, which had been brought thus far formerly for tamping. Some of us afterward regretted that we had not carried this on with us to the top of the mountain, to be left there for our mark. It would certainly have been a simple evidence of civilized man. McCausland said that large wooden crosses, made of oak, still sound, were sometimes found standing in this wilderness, which were set up by the first Catholic missionaries who came through to the Kennebec. In the next 9 miles, which were the extent of our voyage, and which it took us the rest of the day to get over, we rowed across several small lakes, poled up numerous rapids and thoroughfares, and carried over 4 portages. I will give the names and distances for the benefit of future tourists. First, after leaving Ambejijis Lake, we had 1/4 mile of rapids to the portage, or carry of 90 rods around Ambejijis Falls, then 1.5 miles through Passamagamet Lake, which is narrow and river-like, to the falls of the same name, Ambejijis Stream coming in on the right; then 2 miles through Katapsconnegan Lake to the portage of 90 rods around Katapsconnegan Falls, which name signifies carrying place, Passamagamet Stream coming in on the left; then 3 miles through Pockwockomus Lake, a slight expansion of the river, to the portage of 40 rods around the falls of the same, Katapsconnegan Stream coming in on the left; then 3/4 mile through Aboljacarmegus Lake, similar to the last, to the portage of 40 rods around the falls of the same name; then 1/2 mile of rapid water to the Sawadnehunk Deadwater, and the Aboljacknagazit stream. This is generally the order of names as you ascend the river. First, the lake, or if there is no expansion, the deadwater, then the falls, then the stream emptying into the lake, or river above, all of the same name. First we came to Passamagomet Lake, then to Passamagomet Falls, then to Passamagomet Stream, emptying in. This order and identity of names, it will be perceived, is quite philosophical, since the deadwater or lake is always at least partially produced by the stream emptying in above, and the first fall below, which is the outlet of that lake, and where that tributary water makes its first plunge, also naturally bears the same name. End of Part 1, Section 5, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 6 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Ktaadn, Section 6. At the portage around Ambejijis Falls I observed a pork barrel on the shore, with a hole 8 or 9 inches square cut in one side, which was set against an upright rock. But the bears, without turning or upsetting the barrel, had gnawed a hole in the opposite side, which looked exactly like an enormous rat hole, big enough to put their heads in, and at the bottom of the barrel were still left a few mangled and slabbered slices of pork. It is usual for the lumberers to leave such supplies as they cannot conveniently carry along with them at carries or camps, to which the next comers do not scruple to help themselves, they being the property, commonly, not of an individual, but a company, who can afford to deal liberally. I will describe particularly how we got over some of these portages and rapids, in order that the reader may get an idea of the boatman's life. At Ambejijis Falls, for instance, there was the roughest path imaginable cut through the woods, at first uphill at an angle of nearly 45° over rocks and logs without end. This was the manner of the portage. We first carried over our baggage, and deposited it on the shore at the other end. Then, returning to the batteau, we dragged it up the hill by the painter, and onward with frequent pauses over half the portage. But this was a bungling way, and would soon have worn out the boat. Commonly 3 men walk over with a batteau weighing from 3 to 5 or 600 pounds on their heads and shoulders, the tallest standing under the middle of the boat, which is turned over, and 1 at each end, or else there are 2 at the bows. More cannot well take hold at once. But this requires some practice as well as strength, and is in any case extremely laborious and wearing to the constitution to follow. We were, on the whole, rather an invalid party, and could render our boatmen but little assistance. Our 2 men at length took the batteau upon their shoulders, and, while 2 of us steadied it, to prevent it from rocking and wearing into their shoulders, on which they placed their hats folded, walked bravely over the remaining distance with 2 or 3 pauses. In the same manner they accomplished the other portages. With this crushing weight they must climb and stumble along over fallen trees and slippery rocks of all sizes, where those who walked by the sides were continually brushed off, such was the narrowness of the path. But we were fortunate not to have to cut our path in the first place. Before we launched our boat we scraped the bottom smooth again with our knives where it had rubbed on the rocks, to save friction. To avoid the difficulties of the portage, our men determined to warp up the Passamagomet Falls. So while the rest walked over the portage with the baggage, I remained in the batteau to assist in warping up. We were soon in the midst of the rapids, which were more swift and tumultuous than any we had poled up, and had turned to the side of the stream for the purpose of warping, when the boatmen, who felt some pride in their skill, and were ambitious to do something more than usual for my benefit, as I surmised, took one more view of the rapids, or rather the falls, and, in answer to our question whether we couldn't get up there, the other answered that he guessed he'd try it. So we pushed again into the midst of the stream, and began to struggle with the current. I sat in the middle of the boat to trim it, moving slightly to the right or left as it grazed a rock. With an uncertain and wavering motion we wound and bolted our way up, until the bow was actually raised 2 feet above the stern at the steepest pitch. and then, when everything depended upon his exertions, the bowman's pole snapped in two; but before he had time to take the spare one, which I reached him, he had saved himself with the fragment upon a rock, and so we got up by a hair's breadth, and Uncle George exclaimed that that was never done before, and he had not tried it if he had not known whom he had got in the bow, nor he in the bow if he had not known him in the stern. At this place there was a regular portage cut through the woods, and our boatmen had never known a batteau to ascend the falls. As near as I can remember, there was a perpendicular fall here, at the worst place of the whole Penobscot River, 2 or 3 feet at least. I could not sufficiently admire the skill and coolness with which they performed this feat, never speaking to each other. The bowman, not looking behind, but knowing exactly what the other is about, works as if he worked alone, now sounding in vain for a bottom in 15 feet of water, while the boat falls back several rods, held straight only with the greatest skill and exertion; or, while the sternman obstinately holds his ground like a turtle, the bowman springs from side to side with wonderful suppleness and dexterity, scanning the rapids and the rocks with 1,000 eyes. And now, having got a bite at last, with a lusty shove, which makes his pole bend and quiver, and the whole boat tremble, he gains a few feet upon the river. To add to the danger, the poles are liable at any time to be caught between the rocks and wrenched out of their hands, leaving them at the mercy of the rapids, the rocks, as it were, lying in wait, like so many alligators, to catch them in their teeth, and jerk them from your hands before you have stolen an effectual shove against their palates. The pole is set close to the boat, and the prow is made to overshoot and just turn the corners of the rocks in the very teeth of the rapids. Nothing but the length and lightness, and the slight draught of the batteau, enables them to make any headway. The bowman must quickly choose his course; there is no time to deliberate. Frequently the boat is shoved between rocks, where both sides touch, and the waters on either hand are a perfect maelstrom. Half a mile above this, two of us tried our hands at poling up a slight rapid, and we were just surmounting the last difficulty when an unlucky rock confounded our calculations; and while the batteau was sweeping round irrecoverably amid the whirlpool, we were obliged to resign the poles to more skilful hands. Katepskonegan is one of the shallowest and weediest of the lakes, and looked as if it might abound in pickerel. The falls of the same name, where we stopped to dine, are considerable and quite picturesque. Here Uncle George had seen trout caught by the barrelful, but they would not rise to our bait at this hour. Half way over this carry, thus far in the Maine wilderness on its way to the provinces, we noticed a large, flaming oak hall handbill, about 2 feet long, wrapped round the trunk of a pine, from which the bark had been stripped, and to which it was fast glued by the pitch. This should be recorded among the advantages of this mode of advertising, that so possibly even the bears and wolves, moose, deer, otter, and beaver, not to mention the Indian, may learn where they can fit themselves according to the latest fashion, or, at least, recover some of their own lost garments. We christened this the Oak Hall carry. The forenoon was as serene and placid on this wild stream in the woods as we are apt to imagine that Sunday in summer usually is in Massachusetts. We were occasionally startled by the scream of a bald eagle, sailing over the stream in front of our batteau, or of the fish hawks on whom he levies his contributions. There were, at intervals, small meadows of a few acres on the sides of the stream, waving with uncut grass, which attracted the attention of our boatmen, who regretted that they were not nearer to their clearings, and calculated how many stacks they might cut. 2 or 3 men sometimes spend the summer by themselves, cutting the grass in these meadows, to sell to the loggers in the winter, since it will fetch a higher price on the spot than in any market in the State. On a small isle, covered with this kind of rush or cut grass, on which we landed to consult about our further course, we noticed the recent track of a moose, a large roundish hole in the soft wet ground, evincing the great size and weight of the animal that made it. They are fond of the water, and visit all these island meadows, swimming as easily from island to island as they make their way through the thickets on land. Now and then we passed what McCauslin called a pokelogan, an Indian term for what the drivers might have reason to call a poke logs in, an inlet that leads nowhere. If you get in, you have to get out again the same way. These, and the frequent run rounds which come into the river again, would embarrass an inexperienced voyager not a little. The carry around Pockwockomus Falls was exceedingly rough and rocky, the batteau having to be lifted directly from the water up 4 or 5 feet on to a rock, and launched again down a similar bank. The rocks on this portage were covered with the dents made by the spikes in the lumberers' boots while staggering over under the weight of their batteau; and you could see where the surface of some large rocks on which they had rested their batteau was worn quite smooth with use. As it was, we had carried over but half the usual portage at this place for this stage of the water, and launched our boat in the smooth wave just curving to the fall, prepared to struggle with the most violent rapid we had to encounter. The rest of the party walked over the remainder of the portage, while I remained with the boatmen to assist in warping up. One had to hold the boat while the others got in, to prevent it from going over the falls. When we had pushed up the rapids as far as possible, keeping close to the shore, Tom seized the painter and leaped out upon a rock just visible in the water; but he lost his footing, notwithstanding his spiked boots, and was instantly amid the rapids; but recovering himself by good luck, and reaching another rock, he passed the painter to me, who had followed him, and took his place again in the bows. Leaping from rock to rock in the shoal water close to the shore, and now and then getting a bight with the rope round an upright one, I held the boat while one reset his pole, and then all three forced it upward against any rapid. This was warping up. When a part of us walked round at such a place, we generally took the precaution to take out the most valuable part of the baggage, for fear of being swamped. As we poled up a swift rapid for half a mile above Aboljacarmegus Falls, some of the party read their own marks on the huge logs which lay piled up, high and dry, on the rocks on either hand, the relics, probably, of a jam which had taken place here in the great freshet in the spring. Many of these would have to wait for another great freshet, perchance, if they lasted so long, before they could be got off. It was singular enough to meet with property of theirs which they had never seen, and where they had never been before, thus detained by freshets and rocks when on its way to them. Methinks that must be where all my property lies, cast up on the rocks on some distant and unexplored stream, and waiting for an unheard of freshet to fetch it down. Oh, make haste, ye gods, with your winds and rains, and start the jam before it rots. The last half mile carried us to the Sowadnehunk Deadwater, so called from the stream of the same name, signifying running between mountains, an important tributary which comes in a mile above. Here we decided to camp, about 20 miles from the dam, at the mouth of Murch Brook and the Aboljacknagesic mountain streams, broad off from Ktaadn, and about a dozen miles from its summit, having made 15 miles this day. We had been told by McCauslin that we should here find trout enough, so while some prepared the camp, the rest fell to fishing. Seizing the birch poles which some party of Indian or white hunters had left on the shore, and baiting our hooks with pork and with trout as soon as they were caught, we cast our lines into the mouth of the Aboljacknagesic, a clear, swift, shallow stream, which came in from Ktaadn. Instantly a shoal of white chivin, Leuciscus pulchellus, silvery roaches, cousin trout, or what not, large and small, prowling thereabouts, fell upon our bait, and one after another were landed amidst the bushes. Anon their cousins, the true trout, took their turn, and alternately the speckled trout and the silvery roaches swallowed the bait as fast as we could throw in; and the finest specimens of both that I have ever seen, the largest one weighing 3 pounds, were heaved upon the shore, though at first in vain, to wriggle down into the water again, for we stood in the boat. But soon we learned to remedy this evil; for one who had lost his hook stood on shore to catch them as they fell in a perfect shower around him, sometimes wet and slippery full in his face and bosom as his arms were outstretched to receive them. While yet alive, before their tints had faded, they glistened like the fairest flowers, the product of primitive rivers, and he could hardly trust his senses as he stood over them that these jewels should have swam away in that Aboljacknagesic water for so long, so many dark ages. These bright fluviatile flowers, seen of Indians only, made beautiful, the Lord only knows why, to swim there. I could understand better for this the truth of mythology, the fables of Proteus, and all those beautiful sea monsters. How all history, indeed, put to a terrestrial use, is mere history, but put to a celestial is mythology always. But there is the rough voice of Uncle George, who commands at the frying pan to "Send over what you've got, and then you may stay till morning." The pork sizzles and cries for fish. Luckily for the foolish race, and this particularly foolish generation of trout, the night shut down at last, not a little deepened by the dark side of Ktaadn, which, like a permanent shadow, reared itself from the eastern bank. Lescarbot, writing in 1609, tells us that the Sieur Champdoré, who with one of the people of the Sieur de Monts ascended some 50 leagues up the St. John in 1608, found the fish so plenty qu'en mettant la chaudière sur le feu, ils en avaient pris suffisamment pour un dîner avant que l'eau fût chaude. Their descendants here are no less numerous. So we accompanied Tom into the woods to cut cedar twigs for our bed. While he went ahead with the axe and lopped off the smallest twigs of the flat leaved cedar, the arbor vitae of the gardens, we gathered them up and returned with them to the boat until it was loaded. Our bed was made with as much care and skill as a roof is shingled. Beginning at the foot and laying the twig end of the cedar upward, we advanced to the head, a course at a time, thus successively covering the stub ends, and producing a soft and level bed. For us six it was about 10 feet long by 6 in breadth. This time we lay under our tent, having pitched it more prudently with reference to the wind and the flame, and the usual huge fire blazed in front. Supper was eaten off a large log, which some freshet had thrown up. This night we had a dish of arbor vitae or cedar tea, which the lumberer sometimes uses when other herbs fail. A quart of arbor vitae, to make him strong and mighty. But I had no wish to repeat the experiment. It had too medicinal a taste for my palate. There was the skeleton of a moose here, whose bones some Indian hunters had picked on this very spot. End of Part 1, Section 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Section 7 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Ktaadn, Section 7. In the night I dreamed of trout fishing, and when at length I awoke, it seemed a fable that this painted fish swam there so near my couch, and rose to our hooks the last evening, and I doubted if I had not dreamed it all. So I arose before dawn to test its truth, while my companions were still sleeping. There stood Ktaadn with distinct and cloudless outline in the moonlight, and the rippling of the rapids was the only sound to break the stillness. Standing on the shore, I once more cast my line into the stream, and found the dream to be real and the fable true. The speckled trout and silvery roach, like flying fish, sped swiftly through the moonlight air, describing bright arcs on the dark side of Ktaadn, until moonlight, now fading into daylight, brought satiety to my mind and the minds of my companions, who had joined me. By 6 o'clock, having mounted our packs and a good blanketful of trout ready dressed, and swung up such baggage and provision as we wished to leave behind upon the tops of saplings, to be out of the reach of bears, we started for the summit of the mountain, distant, as Uncle George said the boatman called it, about 4 miles; but as I judged, and as it proved, nearer 14. He had never been any nearer the mountain than this, and there was not the slightest trace of man to guide us farther in this direction. At first, pushing a few rods up the Applejack Nagasic, or open land stream, we fastened our batteau to a tree, and traveled up the north side through burnt lands, now partially overgrown with young aspens and other shrubbery. But soon, recrossing this stream, where it was about 50 or 60 feet wide, upon a jam of logs and rocks, and you could cross it by this means almost anywhere, we struck at once for the highest peak, over a mile or more of comparatively open land, still very gradually ascending the while. Here it fell to my lot, as the oldest mountain climber, to take the lead. So, scanning the woody side of the mountain, which lay still at an indefinite distance, stretched out some 7 or 8 miles in length before us, we determined to steer directly for the base of the highest peak, leaving a large slide, by which, as I have since learned, some of our predecessors ascended, on our left. This course would lead us parallel to a dark seam in the forest, which marked the bed of a torrent, and over a slight spur which extended southward from the main mountain, from whose bare summit we could get an outlook over the country, and climb directly up the peak, which would then be close at hand. Seen from this point, a bare ridge at the extremity of the open land, Ktaadn presented a different aspect from any mountain I have seen, there being a greater proportion of naked rock rising abruptly from the forest; and we looked up at this blue barrier as if it were some fragment of a wall which anciently bounded the earth in that direction. Setting the compass for a northeast course, which was the bearing of the southern base of the highest peak, we were soon buried in the woods. We soon began to meet with traces of bears and moose, and those of rabbits were everywhere visible. The tracks of moose, more or less recent, to speak literally, covered every square rod on the sides of the mountain, and these animals are probably more numerous there now than ever before, being driven into this wilderness from all sides by the settlements. The track of a full-grown moose is like that of a cow, or larger, and of the young like that of a calf. Sometimes we found ourselves traveling in faint paths which they had made, like cow paths in the woods, only far more indistinct, being rather openings, affording imperfect vistas through the dense underwood, than trodden paths; and everywhere the twigs had been browsed by them, clipped as smoothly as if by a knife. The bark of trees was stripped up by them to the height of 8 or 9 feet, in long, narrow strips, an inch wide, still showing the distinct marks of their teeth. We expected nothing less than to meet a herd of them every moment, and our Nimrod held his shooting iron in readiness. But we did not go out of our way to look for them, and though numerous, they are so wary that the unskilful hunter might range the forest a long time before he could get sight of one. They are sometimes dangerous to encounter, and will not turn out for the hunter, but furiously rush upon him and trample him to death, unless he is lucky enough to avoid them by dodging round a tree. The largest are nearly as large as a horse, and weigh sometimes 1,000 pounds; and it is said that they can step over a 5-foot gate in their ordinary walk. They are described as exceedingly awkward‐looking animals, with their long legs and short bodies, making a ludicrous figure when in full run, but making great headway nevertheless. It seemed a mystery to us how they could thread these woods, which required all our suppleness to accomplish, climbing, stooping, and winding alternately. They are said to drop their long and branching horns, which usually spread 5 or 6 feet, on their backs, and make their way easily by the weight of their bodies. Our boatmen said, but I know not with how much truth, that their horns are apt to be gnawed away by vermin while they sleep. Their flesh, which is more like beef than venison, is common in Bangor Market. We had proceeded on thus 7 or 8 miles till about noon, with frequent pauses to refresh the weary ones, crossing a considerable mountain stream, which we conjectured to be Murch Brook, at whose mouth we had camped all the time in woods, without having once seen the summit, and rising very gradually, when the boatmen beginning to despair a little, and fearing that we were leaving the mountain on one side of us, for they had not entire faith in the compass, McCauslin climbed a tree, from the top of which he could see the peak, when it appeared that we had not swerved from a right line, the compass down below still ranging with his arm, which pointed to the summit. By the side of a cool mountain rill amid the woods, where the water began to partake of the purity and transparency of the air, we stopped to cook some of our fishes, which we had brought thus far in order to save our hard bread and pork, in the use of which we had put ourselves on short allowance. We soon had a fire blazing, and stood around it under the damp and sombre forest of firs and birches, each with a sharpened stick, 3 or 4 feet in length, upon which he had spitted his trout or roach, previously well gashed and salted, our sticks radiating like the spokes of a wheel from one centre, and each crowding his particular fish into the most desirable exposure, not with the truest regard always to his neighbor's rights. Thus we regaled ourselves, drinking meanwhile at the spring, till one man's pack at least was considerably lightened, when we again took up our line of march. At length we reached an elevation sufficiently bare to afford a view of the summit, still distant and blue, almost as if retreating from us. A torrent, which proved to be the same we had crossed, was seen tumbling down in front, literally from out of the clouds. But this glimpse at our whereabouts was soon lost, and we were buried in the woods again. The wood was chiefly yellow birch, spruce, fir, mountain ash, or round wood, as the Maine people call it, and moose wood. It was the worst kind of traveling, sometimes like the densest scrub oak patches with us. The cornel or bunchberries were very abundant, as well as Solomon's seal and mooseberries. Blueberries were distributed along our whole route, and in one place the bushes were drooping with the weight of the fruit, still as fresh as ever. It was the 7th of September. Such patches afforded a grateful repast, and served to bait the tired party forward. When any lagged behind, the cry of blueberries was most effectual to bring them up. Even at this elevation we passed through a moose yard, formed by a large flat rock, 4 or 5 rods square, where they tread down the snow in winter. At length, fearing that if we held the direct course to the summit we should not find any water near our camping ground, we gradually swerved to the west, till at 4 o'clock we struck again the torrent which I have mentioned, and here, in view of the summit, the weary party decided to camp that night. While my companions were seeking a suitable spot for this purpose, I improved the little daylight that was left in climbing the mountain alone. We were in a deep and narrow ravine, sloping up to the clouds, at an angle of nearly 45 degrees, and hemmed in by walls of rock, which were at first covered with low trees, then with impenetrable thickets of scraggy birches and spruce trees, and with moss, but at last bare of all vegetation but lichens, and almost continually draped in clouds. Following up the course of the torrent which occupied this, and I mean to lay some emphasis on this word up, pulling myself up by the side of perpendicular falls of 20 or 30 feet, by the roots of firs and birches, and then, perhaps, walking a level rod or two in the thin stream, for it took up the whole road, ascending by huge steps, as it were, a giant's stairway, down which a river flowed, I had soon cleared the trees, and paused on the successive shelves to look back over the country. The torrent was from 15 to 30 feet wide, without a tributary, and seemingly not diminishing in breadth as I advanced, but still it came rushing and roaring down with a copious tide, over and amidst masses of bare rock from the very clouds, as though a waterspout had just burst over the mountain. Leaving this at last, I began to work my way, scarcely less arduous than Satan's anciently through chaos, up the nearest, though not the highest peak. At first, scrambling on all fours over the tops of ancient black spruce trees, old as the flood, from 2 to 10 or 12 feet in height, their tops flat and spreading, and their foliage blue, and nipped with cold, as if for centuries they had ceased growing upward against the bleak sky, the solid cold. I walked some good rods erect upon the tops of these trees, which were overgrown with moss and mountain cranberries. It seemed that in the course of time they had filled up the intervals between the huge rocks, and the cold wind had uniformly leveled all over. Here the principle of vegetation was hard put to it. There was apparently a belt of this kind running quite round the mountain, though perhaps nowhere so remarkable as here. Once, slumping through, I looked down 10 feet into a dark and cavernous region, and saw the stem of a spruce, on whose top I stood, as on a mass of coarse basket work, fully 9 inches in diameter at the ground. These holes were bears' dens, and the bears were even then at home. This was the sort of garden I made my way over for an eighth of a mile, at the risk, it is true, of treading on some of the plants, not seeing any path through it, certainly the most treacherous and porous country I ever traveled. Nigh foundered on he fares, treading the crude consistence, half on foot, half flying. But nothing could exceed the toughness of the twigs. Not one snapped under my weight, for they had slowly grown. Having slumped, scrambled, rolled, bounced, and walked by turns over this scraggy country, I arrived upon a side hill, or rather side mountain, where rocks, gray, silent rocks, were the flocks and herds that pastured, chewing a rocky cud at sunset. They looked at me with hard grey eyes, without a bleat or a low. This brought me to the skirt of a cloud, and hounded my walk that night. But I had already seen that Maine country when I turned about, waving, flowing, rippling down below. When I returned to my companions, they had selected a camping ground on the torrent's edge, and were resting on the ground. One was on the sick list, rolled in a blanket on a damp shelf of rock. It was a savage and dreary scenery enough, so wildly rough that they looked long to find a level and open space for the tent. We could not well camp higher for want of fuel, and the trees here seemed so evergreen and sappy that we almost doubted if they would acknowledge the influence of fire. But fire prevailed at last, and blazed here too, like a good citizen of the world. Even at this height we met with frequent traces of moose as well as of bears. As here was no cedar, we made our bed of coarser feathered spruce, but at any rate the feathers were plucked from the live tree. It was, perhaps, even a more grand and desolate place for a night's lodging than the summit would have been, being in the neighborhood of those wild trees and of the torrent. Some more aerial and finer spirited winds rushed and roared through the ravine all night, from time to time arousing our fire, and dispersing the embers about. It was as if we lay in the very nest of a young whirlwind. At midnight one of my bedfellows, being startled in his dreams by the sudden blazing up to its top of a fir tree, whose green boughs were dried by the heat, sprang up with a cry from his bed, thinking the world on fire, and drew the whole camp after him. In the morning, after whetting our appetite on some raw pork, a wafer of hard bread, and a dipper of condensed cloud or waterspout, we all together began to make our way up the falls which I have described, this time choosing the right hand or highest peak, which was not the one I had approached before. But soon my companions were lost to my sight behind the mountain ridge in my rear, which still seemed ever retreating before me, and I climbed alone over huge rocks, loosely poised, a mile or more, still edging towards the clouds, for though the day was clear elsewhere, the summit was concealed by mist. The mountain seemed a vast aggregation of loose rocks, as if sometime it had rained rocks, and they lay as they fell on the mountain sides, nowhere fairly at rest, but leaning on each other, all rocking stones, with cavities between, but scarcely any soil or smoother shelf. They were the raw materials of a planet dropped from an unseen quarry, which the vast chemistry of nature would anon work up or work down into the smiling and verdant plains and valleys of earth. This was an undone extremity of the globe, as in lignite we see coal in the process of formation. At length I entered within the skirts of the cloud which seemed forever drifting over the summit, and yet would never be gone, but was generated out of that pure air as fast as it flowed away; and when, a quarter of a mile farther, I reached the summit of the ridge, which those who have seen in clearer weather say is about 5 miles long, and contains 1,000 acres of table land, I was deep within the hostile ranks of clouds, and all objects were obscured by them. Now the wind would blow me out a yard of clear sunlight wherein I stood; then a grey dawning light was all it could accomplish, the cloud line ever rising and falling with the wind's intensity. Sometimes it seemed as if the summit would be cleared in a few moments and smile in sunshine, but what was gained on one side was lost on another. It was like sitting in a chimney and waiting for the smoke to blow away. It was, in fact, a cloud factory. These were the cloud works, and the wind turned them off done from the cool, bare rocks. Occasionally, when the windy columns broke into me, I caught sight of a dark, damp crag to the right or left, the mist driving ceaselessly between it and me. It reminded me of the creations of the old epic and dramatic poets, of Atlas, Vulcan, the Cyclops, and Prometheus. Such was Caucasus and the rock where Prometheus was bound. Aeschylus had no doubt visited such scenery as this. It was vast, titanic, and such as man never inhabits. Some part of the beholder, even some vital part, seems to escape through the loose grating of his ribs as he ascends. He is more lone than you can imagine. There is less of substantial thought and fair understanding in him than in the plains where men inhabit. His reason is dispersed and shadowy, more thin and subtle like the air. Vast, titanic, inhuman nature has got him at disadvantage, caught him alone, and pilfers him of some of his divine faculty. She does not smile on him as in the plains. She seems to say sternly, "Why came ye here before your time? This ground is not prepared for you. Is it not enough that I smile in the valleys? I have never made this soil for thy feet, this air for thy breathing, these rocks for thy neighbors. I cannot pity nor fondle thee here, but forever relentlessly drive thee hence to where I am kind. Why seek me where I have not called thee, and then complain because you find me but a stepmother? Shouldst thou freeze or starve, or shudder thy life away, here is no shrine, nor altar, nor any access to my ear. Chaos and ancient night I come no spy, with purpose to explore or to disturb the secrets of your realm, but as my way lies through your spacious empire up to light." End of Part One, Section 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Section 8 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Ktaadn, Section 8. The tops of mountains are among the unfinished parts of the globe, whether it is a slight insult to the gods to climb and pry into their secrets, and try their effect on our humanity. Only daring and insolent men, perchance, go there. Simple races, as savages, do not climb mountains. Their tops are sacred, and mysterious tracks never visited by them. Pomola is always angry with those who climb to the summit of Ktaadn. According to Jackson, who in his capacity of geological surveyor of the State has accurately measured it, the altitude of Ktaadn is 5,300 feet, or a little more than 1 mile above the level of the sea; and he adds, "It is then evidently the highest point in the State of Maine, and it is the most abrupt granite mountain in New England." The peculiarities of that spacious tableland on which I was standing, as well as the remarkable semicircular precipice or basin on the eastern side, were all concealed by the mist. I had brought my whole pack to the top, not knowing but I should have to make my descent to the river, and possibly to the settled portion of the State alone, and by some other route, and wishing to have a complete outfit with me. But at length fearing that my companions would be anxious to reach that river before night, and knowing that the clouds might rest on the mountain for days, I was compelled to descend. Occasionally, as I came down, the wind would blow me a vista open, through which I could see the country eastward, boundless forests and lakes and streams, gleaming in the sun, some of them emptying into the East Branch. There were also new mountains in sight in that direction. Now and then some small bird of the sparrow family would flit away before me, unable to command its course, like a fragment of the gray rock blown off by the wind. I found my companions where I had left them, on the side of the peak, gathering the mountain cranberries, which filled every crevice between the rocks, together with blueberries, which had a spicier flavor the higher up they grew, but were not the less agreeable to our palates. When the country is settled and roads are made, these cranberries will perhaps become an article of commerce. From this elevation, just on the skirts of the clouds, we could overlook the country west and south for 100 miles. There it was, the State of Maine, which we had seen on the map, but not much like that. Immeasurable forest for the sun to shine on, that eastern stuff we hear of in Massachusetts. No clearing, no house. It did not look as if a solitary traveler had cut so much as a walking stick there. Countless lakes, Moosehead in the southwest, 40 miles long by 10 wide, like a gleaming silver platter at the end of the table. Chesuncook, 18 long by 3 wide, without an island. Millinocket on the south, with its 100 islands, and 100 others without a name. And mountains also, whose names for the most part are known only to the Indians. The forest looked like a firm grass sward, and the effect of these lakes in its midst has been well compared, by one who has since visited this same spot, to that of a mirror broken into 1,000 fragments, and wildly scattered over the grass, reflecting the full blaze of the sun. It was a large farm for somebody, when cleared. According to the Gazetteer, which was printed before the boundary question was settled, this single Penobscot County in which we were was larger than the whole State of Vermont with its 14 counties, and this was only a part of the wild lands of Maine. We are concerned now, however, about natural, not political limits. We were about 80 miles, as the bird flies, from Bangor, or 115, as we had ridden and walked and paddled. We had to console ourselves with the reflection that this view was probably as good as that from the peak, as far as it went, and what were a mountain without its attendant clouds and mists? Like ourselves, neither Bailey nor Jackson had obtained a clear view from the summit. Setting out on our return to the river, still at an early hour in the day, we decided to follow the course of the torrent, which we supposed to be Murch Brook, as long as it would not lead us too far out of our way. We thus traveled about 4 miles in the very torrent itself, continually crossing and recrossing it, leaping from rock to rock, and jumping with the stream down falls of 7 or 8 feet, or sometimes sliding down on our backs in a thin sheet of water. This ravine had been the scene of an extraordinary freshet in the spring, apparently accompanied by a slide from the mountain. It must have been filled with a stream of stones and water, at least 20 feet above the present level of the torrent. For a rod or two on either side of its channel, the trees were barked and splintered up to their tops, the birches bent over, twisted, and sometimes finely split, like a stable broom. Some, a foot in diameter, snapped off, and whole clumps of trees bent over with the weight of rocks piled on them. In one place we noticed a rock, 2 or 3 feet in diameter, lodged nearly 20 feet high in the crotch of a tree. For the whole 4 miles we saw but one rill emptying in, and the volume of water did not seem to be increased from the first. We traveled thus very rapidly with a downward impetus, and grew remarkably expert at leaping from rock to rock, for leap we must, and leap we did, whether there was any rock at the right distance or not. It was a pleasant picture when the foremost turned about and looked up the winding ravine, walled in with rocks and the green forest, to see, at intervals of a rod or two, a red-shirted or green-jacketed mountaineer against the white torrent, leaping down the channel with his pack on his back, or pausing upon a convenient rock in the midst of the torrent to mend a rent in his clothes, or unstrap the dipper at his belt to take a draught of the water. At one place we were startled by seeing, on a little sandy shelf by the side of the stream, the fresh print of a man's foot, and for a moment realized how Robinson Crusoe felt in a similar case. But at last we remembered that we had struck this stream on our way up, though we could not have told where, and one had descended into the ravine for a drink. The cool air above, and the continual bathing of our bodies in mountain water, alternate foot, sits, douche, and plunge baths, made this walk exceedingly refreshing, and we had traveled only a mile or two after leaving the torrent before every thread of our clothes was as dry as usual, owing perhaps to a peculiar quality in the atmosphere. After leaving the torrent, being in doubt about our course, Tom threw down his pack at the foot of the loftiest spruce tree at hand, and shinned up the bare trunk some 20 feet, and then climbed through the green tower lost to our sight until he held the topmost spray in his hand. McCauslin, in his younger days, had marched through the wilderness with a body of troops under General Somebody, and with one other man did all the scouting and spying service. The General's word was, "Throw down the top of that tree," and there was no tree in the Maine woods so high that it did not lose its top in such a case. I have heard a story of 2 men being lost once in these woods, nearer to the settlements than this, who climbed the loftiest pine they could find, some 6 feet in diameter at the ground, from whose top they discovered a solitary clearing and its smoke. When at this height, some 200 feet from the ground, one of them became dizzy, and fainted in his companion's arms, and the latter had to accomplish the descent with him, alternately fainting and reviving as best he could. To Tom we cried, "Where away does the summit bear? Where the burnt lands?" The last he could only conjecture. He descried, however, a little meadow and pond lying probably in our course, which we concluded to steer for. On reaching this secluded meadow, we found fresh tracks of moose on the shore of the pond, and the water was still unsettled, as if they had fled before us. A little farther, in a dense thicket, we seemed to be still on their trail. It was a small meadow of a few acres on the mountain side, concealed by the forest, and perhaps never seen by a white man before, where one would think that the moose might browse and bathe and rest in peace. Pursuing this course, we soon reached the open land, which went sloping down some miles toward the Penobscot. Perhaps I most fully realized that this was primeval, untamed, and forever untamable Nature, or whatever else men call it, while coming down this part of the mountain. We were passing over burnt lands, burnt by lightning perchance, though they showed no recent marks of fire, hardly so much as a charred stump, but looked rather like a natural pasture for the moose and deer, exceedingly wild and desolate, with occasional strips of timber crossing them, and low poplars springing up, and patches of blueberries here and there. I found myself traversing them familiarly, like some pasture run to waste, or partially reclaimed by man. But when I reflected what man, what brother or sister or kinsman of our race had made it and claimed it, I expected the proprietor to rise up and dispute my passage. It is difficult to conceive of a region uninhabited by man. We habitually presume his presence and influence everywhere, and yet we have not seen pure Nature unless we have seen her thus vast and drear and inhuman, though in the midst of cities. Nature was here something savage and awful, though beautiful. I looked with awe at the ground I trod on, to see what the powers had made there, the form and fashion and material of their work. This was that earth of which we have heard, made out of chaos and old night. Here was no man's garden, but the unhandseled globe. It was not lawn, nor pasture, nor mead, nor woodland, nor lea, nor arable, nor waste land. It was the fresh and natural surface of the planet Earth, as it was made for ever and ever, to be the dwelling of man, we say, so Nature made it, and man may use it if he can. Man was not to be associated with it. It was matter, vast, terrific, not his Mother Earth that we have heard of, not for him to tread on or be buried in. No, it were being too familiar even to let his bones lie there. The home this of necessity and fate. There was clearly felt the presence of a force not bound to be kind to man. It was a place for heathenism and superstitious rites, to be inhabited by men nearer of kin to the rocks and to wild animals than we. We walked over it with a certain awe, stopping from time to time to pick the blueberries which grew there, and had a smart and spicy taste. Perchance where our wild pines stand, and leaves lie on their forest floor, in Concord, there were once reapers, and husbandmen planted grain; but here not even the surface had been scarred by man, but it was a specimen of what God saw fit to make this world. What is it to be admitted to a museum, to see a myriad of particular things, compared with being shown some star's surface, some hard matter in its home? I stand in awe of my body. This matter to which I am bound has become so strange to me. I fear not spirits, ghosts, of which I am one. That my body might. But I fear bodies. I tremble to meet them. What is this Titan that has possession of me? Talk of mysteries! Think of our life in Nature. Daily to be shown matter, to come in contact with it. Rocks, trees, wind on our cheeks, the solid earth, the actual world, the common sense. Contact, contact. Who are we? Where are we? Ere long we recognized some rocks and other features in the landscape which we had purposely impressed on our memories, and, quickening our pace, by 2 o'clock we reached the batteau. Here we had expected to dine on trout, but in this glaring sunlight they were slow to take the bait, so we were compelled to make the most of the crumbs of our hard bread and our pork, which were both nearly exhausted. Meanwhile we deliberated whether we should go up the river a mile farther to Gibson's clearing on the Sowadnehunk, where there was a deserted log hut, in order to get a half-inch auger to mend one of our spike poles with. There were young spruce trees enough around us, and we had a spare spike, but nothing to make a hole with. But as it was uncertain whether we should find any tools left there, we patched up the broken pole as well as we could for the downward voyage, in which there would be but little use for it. Moreover, we were unwilling to lose any time in this expedition, lest the wind should rise before we reached the larger lakes and detain us, for a moderate wind produces quite a sea on these waters, in which a batteau will not live for a moment; and on one occasion McCauslin had been delayed a week at the head of the North Twin, which is only 4 miles across. We were nearly out of provisions, and ill prepared in this respect for what might possibly prove a week's journey round by the shore, fording innumerable streams, and threading a trackless forest should any accident happen to our boat. It was with regret that we turned our backs on Chesuncook, which McCauslin had formerly logged on, and the Allegash lakes. There were still longer rapids and portages above. Among the last, the Ripogenus portage, which he described as the most difficult on the river, and 3 miles long. The whole length of the Penobscot is 275 miles, and we are still nearly 100 miles from its source. Hodge, the assistant state geologist, passed up this river in 1837, and by a portage of only 1 mile and 3/4 crossed over into the Allegash, and so went down that into the St. John, and up the Madawaska to the Grand Portage across to the St. Lawrence. His is the only account that I know of an expedition through to Canada in this direction. He thus describes his first sight of the latter river, which, to compare small things with great, is like Balboa's first sight of the Pacific from the mountains of the Isthmus of Darien. When we first came in sight of the St. Lawrence, he says, from the top of a high hill, the view was most striking, and much more interesting to me from having been shut up in the woods for the 2 previous months. Directly before us lay the broad river, extending across 9 or 10 miles, its surface broken by a few islands and reefs, and 2 ships riding at anchor near the shore. Beyond, extended ranges of uncultivated hills parallel with the river. The sun was just going down behind them, and gilding the whole scene with its parting rays. About 4 o'clock the same afternoon we commenced our return voyage, which would require but little, if any, poling. In shooting rapids, the boatmen used large and broad paddles instead of poles to guide the boat with. Though we glided so swiftly and often smoothly down, where it had cost us no slight effort to get up, our present voyage was attended with far more danger; for if we once fairly struck one of the 1,000 rocks by which we were surrounded, the boat would be swamped in an instant. When a boat is swamped under these circumstances, the boatmen commonly find no difficulty in keeping afloat at first, for the current keeps both them and their cargo up for a long way down the stream, and if they can swim, they have only to work their way gradually to the shore. The greatest danger is of being caught in an eddy behind some larger rock, where the water rushes upstream faster than elsewhere it does down, and being carried round and round under the surface till they are drowned. McCauslin pointed out some rocks which had been the scene of a fatal accident of this kind. Sometimes the body is not thrown out for several hours. He himself had performed such a circuit once, only his legs being visible to his companions; but he was fortunately thrown out in season to recover his breath. In shooting the rapids, the boatman has this problem to solve, to choose a circuitous and safe course amid 1,000 sunken rocks scattered over a quarter or half a mile, at the same time that he is moving steadily on at the rate of 15 miles an hour. Stop he cannot. The only question is, where will he go? The bowman chooses the course with all his eyes about him, striking broad off with his paddle, and drawing the boat by main force into her course. The sternman faithfully follows the bow. End of Section 8. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Section 9 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Ktaadn, Section 9. We were soon at the Aboljacarmegus Falls. Anxious to avoid the delay, as well as the labor of the portage here, our boatmen went forward first to reconnoitre, and concluded to let the batteau down the falls, carrying the baggage only over the portage. Jumping from rock to rock until nearly in the middle of the stream, we were ready to receive the boat and let her down over the first fall, some 6 or 7 feet perpendicular. The boatmen stand upon the edge of a shelf of rock, where the fall is perhaps 9 or 10 feet perpendicular, in from 1 to 2 feet of rapid water, one on each side of the boat, and let it slide gently over till the bow is run out 10 or 12 feet in the air. Then, letting it drop squarely, while one holds the painter, the other leaps in, and his companion following, they are whirled down the rapids to a new fall, or to smooth water. In a very few minutes they had accomplished a passage in safety which would be as foolhardy for the unskilful to attempt as the descent of Niagara itself. It seemed as if it needed only a little familiarity and a little more skill to navigate down such falls as Niagara itself with safety. At any rate, I should not despair of such men in the rapids above Table Rock until I saw them actually go over the falls, so cool, so collected, so fertile in resources are they. One might have thought that these were falls, and that falls were not to be waded through with impunity, like a mud puddle. There was really danger of their losing their sublimity and losing their power to harm us. Familiarity breeds contempt. The boatman pauses, perchance, on some shelf beneath a table rock under the fall, standing in some cove of backwater 2 feet deep, and you hear his rough voice come up through the spray, coolly giving directions how to launch the boat this time. Having carried round Pockwockomus Falls, our oars soon brought us to the Katepskonegan, or Oak Hall Carry, where we decided to camp half way over, leaving our batteau to be carried over in the morning on fresh shoulders. One shoulder of each of the boatmen showed a red spot as large as one's hand, worn by the batteau on this expedition; and this shoulder, as it did all the work, was perceptibly lower than its fellow from long service. Such toil soon wears out the strongest constitution. The drivers are accustomed to work in the cold water in the spring, rarely ever dry; and if one falls in all over, he rarely changes his clothes till night, if then even. One who takes this precaution is called by a particular nickname, or is turned off. None can lead this life who are not almost amphibious. McCauslin said soberly, what is at any rate a good story to tell, that he had seen where 6 men were wholly under water at once, at a jam, with their shoulders to handspikes. If the log did not start, then they had to put out their heads to breathe. The driver works as long as he can see from dark to dark, and at night has not time to eat his supper and dry his clothes fairly before he is asleep on his cedar bed. We lay that night on the very bed made by such a party, stretching our tent over the poles which were still standing, but reshingling the damp and faded bed with fresh leaves. In the morning we carried our boat over and launched it, making haste lest the wind should rise. The boatmen ran down Passamagamet, and soon after Ambejijis Falls, while we walked round with the baggage. We made a hasty breakfast at the head of Ambejijis Lake on the remainder of our pork, and were soon rowing across its smooth surface again under a pleasant sky, the mountain being now clear of clouds in the northeast. Taking turns at the oars, we shot rapidly across Deep Cove, the foot of Pamadumcook, and the North Twin, at the rate of 6 miles an hour, the wind not being high enough to disturb us, and reached the dam at noon. The boatmen went through one of the log sluices in the batteau, where the fall was 10 feet at the bottom, and took us in below. Here was the longest rapid in our voyage, and perhaps the running this was as dangerous and arduous a task as any. Shooting down sometimes at the rate, as we judged, of 15 miles an hour, if we struck a rock we were split from end to end in an instant. Now like a bait bobbing for some river monster amid the eddies, now darting to this side of the stream, now to that, gliding swift and smooth near to our destruction, or striking broad off with the paddle and drawing the boat to right or left with all our might in order to avoid a rock. I suppose that it was like running the rapids of the Sault Ste. Marie at the outlet of Lake Superior, and our boatmen probably displayed no less dexterity than the Indians there do. We soon ran through this mile, and floated in Quakish Lake. After such a voyage, the troubled and angry waters, which once had seemed terrible and not to be trifled with, appeared tamed and subdued. They had been bearded and worried in their channels, pricked and whipped into submission with the spike pole and paddle, gone through and through with impunity, and all their spirit and their danger taken out of them, and the most swollen and impetuous rivers seemed but playthings henceforth. I began at length to understand the boatmen's familiarity with, and contempt for, the rapids. "Those Fowler boys," said Mrs. McCauslin, "are perfect ducks for the water." They had run down to Lincoln, according to her, 30 or 40 miles, in a batteau, in the night for a doctor, when it was so dark that they could not see a rod before them, and the river was swollen so as to be almost a continuous rapid; so that the doctor cried, when they brought him up by daylight, "Why, Tom, how did you see to steer?" We didn't steer much, only kept her straight. And yet they met with no accident. It is true, the more difficult rapids are higher up than this. When we reached the Millinocket, opposite to Tom's house, and were waiting for his folks to set us over, for we had left our batteau above the Grand Falls, we discovered 2 canoes, with 2 men in each, turning up this stream from Shad Pond, one keeping the opposite side of a small island before us, while the other approached the side where we were standing, examining the banks carefully for muskrats as they came along. The last proved to be Louis Neptune and his companion, now at last on their way up to Chesuncook after moose, but they were so disguised that we hardly knew them. At a little distance they might have been taken for Quakers, with their broad brimmed hats and overcoats with broad capes, the spoils of Bangor, seeking a settlement in this Sylvania, or, nearer at hand, for fashionable gentlemen the morning after a spree. Met face to face, these Indians in their native woods looked like the sinister and slouching fellows whom you meet picking up strings and paper in the streets of a city. There is, in fact, a remarkable and unexpected resemblance between the degraded savage and the lowest classes in a great city. The one is no more a child of nature than the other. In the progress of degradation, the distinction of races is soon lost. Neptune at first was only anxious to know what we kill, seeing some partridges in the hands of one of the party, but we had assumed too much anger to permit of a reply. We thought Indians had some honor before, but "Me bin sick. Oh, me unwell now. You make bargain, then me go." They had in fact been delayed so long by a drunken frolic at the Five Islands, and they had not yet recovered from its effects. They had some young musquash in their canoes, which they dug out of the banks with a hoe for food, not for their skins, for musquash are their principal food on these expeditions. So they went on up the Millinocket, and we kept down the bank of the Penobscot, after recruiting ourselves with a draught of Tom's beer, leaving Tom at his home. Thus a man shall lead his life away here on the edge of the wilderness, on Indian Millinocket Stream, in a new world, far in the dark of a continent, and have a flute to play at evening here, while his strains echo to the stars amid the howling of wolves; shall live, as it were, in the primitive age of the world, a primitive man. Yet he shall spend a sunny day, and in this century be my contemporary; perchance shall read some scattered leaves of literature, and sometimes talk with me. Why read history, then, if the ages and the generations are now? He lives 3,000 years deep into time, an age not yet described by poets. Can you well go further back in history than this? Ay, ay! For there turns up but now into the mouth of Millinocket Stream a still more ancient and primitive man, whose history is not brought down even to the former. In a bark vessel sewn with the roots of the spruce, with hornbeam paddles, he dips his way along. He is but dim and misty to me, obscured by the eons that lie between the bark canoe and the batteau. He builds no house of logs, but a wigwam of skins. He eats no hot bread and sweet cake, but musquash and moose meat and the fat of bears. He glides up the Millinocket and is lost to my sight, as a more distant and misty cloud is seen flitting by behind a nearer, and is lost in space. So he goes about his destiny, the red face of man. After having passed the night, and buttered our boots for the last time at Uncle George's, whose dogs almost devoured him for joy at his return, we kept on down the river the next day, about 8 miles on foot, and then took a batteau, with a man to pole it, to Mattawamkeag, 10 more. At the middle of that very night, to make a swift conclusion to a long story, we dropped our buggy over the half finished bridge at Oldtown, where we heard the confused din and clink of 100 saws which never rest, and at 6 o'clock the next morning one of the party was steaming his way to Massachusetts. What is most striking in the Maine wilderness is the continuousness of the forest, with fewer open intervals or glades than you had imagined. Except the few burnt lands, the narrow intervals on the rivers, the bare tops of the high mountains, and the lakes and streams, the forest is uninterrupted. It is even more grim and wild than you had anticipated, a damp and intricate wilderness, in the spring everywhere wet and miry. The aspect of the country, indeed, is universally stern and savage, excepting the distant views of the forest from hills, and the lake prospects, which are mild and civilizing in a degree. The lakes are something which you are unprepared for. They lie up so high, exposed to the light, and the forest is diminished to a fine fringe on their edges, with here and there a blue mountain, like amethyst jewels, set around some jewel of the first water; so anterior, so superior to all the changes that are to take place on their shores, even now civil and refined, and fair as they can ever be. These are not the artificial forests of an English king, a royal preserve merely. Here prevail no forest laws but those of nature. The aborigines have never been dispossessed, nor nature disforested. It is a country full of evergreen trees, of mossy silver birches, and watery maples, the ground dotted with insipid small red berries, and strewn with damp and moss-grown rocks; a country diversified with innumerable lakes and rapid streams, peopled with trout and various species of lucicee, with salmon, shad, and pickerel, and other fishes; the forest resounding at rare intervals with the note of the chickadee, the blue jay, and the woodpecker, the scream of the fish hawk and the eagle, the laugh of the loon, and the whistle of ducks along the solitary streams; at night, with the hooting of owls and howling of wolves; in summer, swarming with myriads of black flies and mosquitoes, more formidable than wolves to the white man. Such is the home of the moose, the bear, the caribou, the wolf, the beaver, and the Indian. Who shall describe the inexpressible tenderness and immortal life of the grim forest, where nature, though it be midwinter, is ever in her spring, where the moss-grown and decaying trees are not old, but seem to enjoy a perpetual youth, and blissful, innocent nature, like a serene infant, is too happy to make a noise, except by a few tinkling, lisping birds and trickling rills? What a place to live, what a place to die and be buried in! There certainly men would live forever and laugh at death and the grave. There they could have no such thoughts as are associated with the village graveyard, that make a grave out of one of those moist evergreen hummocks. Die and be buried who will. I mean to live here still. My nature grows ever more young, the primitive pines among. I am reminded by my journey how exceedingly new this country still is. You have only to travel for a few days into the interior and back parts, even of many of the old States, to come to that very America which the Northmen and Cabot and Gosnold and Smith and Raleigh visited. If Columbus was the first to discover the islands, Americus Vespucci and Cabot and the Puritans, and we their descendants, have discovered only the shores of America. While the Republic has already acquired a history world wide, America is still unsettled and unexplored. Like the English in New Holland, we live only on the shores of a continent even yet, and hardly know where the rivers come from which float our navy. The very timber and boards and shingles of which our houses are made grew but yesterday in a wilderness where the Indian still hunts, and the moose runs wild. New York has her wilderness within her own borders, and though the sailors of Europe are familiar with the soundings of her Hudson, and Fulton long since invented the steamboat on its waters, an Indian is still necessary to guide her scientific men to its headwaters in the Adirondack country. Have we even so much as discovered and settled the shores? Let a man travel on foot along the coast, from the Passamaquoddy to the Sabine, or to the Rio Bravo, or to wherever the end is now, if he is swift enough to overtake it, faithfully following the windings of every inlet and of every cape, and stepping to the music of the surf, with a desolate fishing town once a week, and a city's port once a month to cheer him, and putting up at the lighthouses where there are any, and tell me if it looks like a discovered and settled country, and not rather, for the most part, like a desolate island and no man's land. We have advanced by leaps to the Pacific, and left many a lesser Oregon and California unexplored behind us. Though the railroad and the telegraph have been established on the shores of Maine, the Indian still looks out from her interior mountains over all these to the sea. There stands the city of Bangor, 50 miles up the Penobscot, at the head of navigation for vessels of the largest class, the principal lumber depot on this continent, with a population of 12,000, like a star on the edge of night, still hewing at the forests of which it is built, already overflowing with the luxuries and refinement of Europe, and sending its vessels to Spain, to England, and to the West Indies for its groceries, and yet only a few axemen have gone up river into the howling wilderness which feeds it. The bear and deer are still found within its limits, and the moose, as he swims the Penobscot, is entangled amid its shipping, and taken by foreign sailors in its harbor. 12 miles in the rear, 12 miles of railroad, are Orono and the Indian Island, the home of the Penobscot tribe, and then commence the batteau and the canoe, and the military road. And 60 miles above, the country is virtually unmapped and unexplored, and there still waves the virgin forest of the New World. End of Part One, Ktaadn. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chesuncook. Section 10. At 5 p.m., September 13th, 1853, I left Boston in the steamer for Bangor by the outside course. It was a warm and still night, warmer probably on the water than on the land, and the sea was as smooth as a small lake in summer merely rippled. The passengers went singing on the deck, as in a parlor, till 10 o'clock. We passed a vessel on her beam ends on a rock just outside the islands, and some of us thought that she was the rapt ship which ran on her side so low that she drank water, and her keel plowed air, not considering that there was no wind, and that she was under bare poles. Now we have left the islands behind and are off Nahant. We behold those features which the discoverers saw, apparently unchanged. Now we see the Cape Ann lights, and now pass near a small village-like fleet of mackerel fishers at anchor, probably off Gloucester. They salute us with a shout from their low decks, but I understand their good evening to mean, "Don't run against me, sir." From the wonders of the deep we go below to yet deeper sleep, and then the absurdity of being waked up in the night by a man who wants the job of blacking your boots. It is more inevitable than seasickness, and may have something to do with it. It is like the ducking you get on crossing the line the first time. I trusted that these old customs were abolished. They might with the same propriety insist on blacking your face. I heard of one man who complained that somebody had stolen his boots in the night, and when he found them, he wanted to know what they had done to them. They had spoiled them. He never put that stuff on them, and the bootblack narrowly escaped paying damages. Anxious to get out of the whale's belly, I rose early and joined some old salts, who were smoking by a dim light on a sheltered part of the deck. We were just getting into the river. They knew all about it, of course. I was proud to find that I had stood the voyage so well, and was not in the least digested. We brushed up and watched the first signs of dawn through an open port, but the day seemed to hang fire. We inquired the time. None of my companions had a chronometer. At length an African prince rushed by, observing, "12 o'clock, gentlemen," and blew out the light. It was moonrise, so I slunk down into the monster's bowels again. The first land we make is Monhegan Island, before dawn, and next St. George's Islands, seeing 2 or 3 lights. Whitehead, with its bare rocks and funereal bell, is interesting. Next I remember that the Camden Hills attracted my eyes, and afterward the hills about Frankfort. We reached Bangor about noon. When I arrived, my companion that was to be had gone up river, and engaged an Indian, Joe Aitteon, a son of the Governor, to go with us to Chesuncook Lake. Joe had conducted 2 white men a moose hunting in the same direction the year before. He arrived by cars at Bangor that evening, with his canoe and a companion, Sabattis Solomon, who was going to leave Bangor the following Monday with Joe's father, by way of the Penobscot, and join Joe in moose hunting at Chesuncook when we had done with him. They took supper at my friend's house, and lodged in his barn, saying that they should fare worse than that in the woods. They only made Watch bark a little when they came to the door in the night for water, for he does not like Indians. The next morning Joe and his canoe were put on board the stage for Moosehead Lake, 60 and odd miles distant, an hour before we started, in an open wagon. We carried hard bread, pork, smoked beef, tea, sugar, etc., seemingly enough for a regiment, the sight of which, brought together, reminded me by what ignoble means we had maintained our ground hitherto. We went by the Avenue Road, which is quite straight and very good, northwestward toward Moosehead Lake, through more than a dozen flourishing towns, with almost every one its academy, not one of which, however, is on my General Atlas, published, alas, in 1824, so much are they before the age, or I behind it. The earth must have been considerably lighter to the shoulders of General Atlas then. It rained all this day until the middle of the next forenoon, concealing the landscape almost entirely, but we had hardly got out of the streets of Bangor before I began to be exhilarated by the sight of the wild fir and spruce tops, and those of other primitive evergreens, peering through the mist in the horizon. It was like the sight and odor of cake to a schoolboy. He who rides and keeps the beaten track studies the fences chiefly. Near Bangor, the fence posts, on account of the frost heaving them in the clayey soil, were not planted in the ground, but were mortised into a transverse horizontal beam lying on the surface. Afterwards the prevailing fences were log ones, with sometimes a Virginia fence, or else rails slanted over cross stakes, and these zigzagged or played leapfrog all the way to the lake, keeping just ahead of us. After getting out of the Penobscot Valley, the country was unexpectedly level, or consisted of very even and equal swells, for 20 or 30 miles, never rising above the general level, but affording, it is said, a very good prospect in clear weather, with frequent views of Ktaadn, straight roads and long hills. The houses were far apart, commonly small and of one story, but framed. There was very little land under cultivation, yet the forest did not often border the road. The stumps were frequently as high as one's head, showing the depth of the snows. The white hay caps, drawn over small stacks of beans or corn in the fields, on account of the rain, were a novel sight to me. We saw large flocks of pigeons, and several times came within a rod or two of partridges in the road. My companion said that in one journey out of Bangor he and his son had shot 60 partridges from his buggy. The mountain ash was now very handsome, as also the wayfarer's tree, or hobblebush, with its ripe purple berries mixed with red. The Canada thistle, an introduced plant, was the prevailing weed all the way to the lake, the roadside in many places, and fields not long cleared being densely filled with it as with a crop, to the exclusion of everything else. There were also whole fields full of ferns, now rusty and withering, which in older countries are commonly confined to wet ground. There were very few flowers, even allowing for the lateness of the season. It chanced that I saw no asters in bloom along the road for 50 miles, though they were so abundant then in Massachusetts, except in one place 1 or 2 of the Aster acuminatus, and no goldenrods till within 20 miles of Monson, where I saw a 3-ribbed one. There were many late buttercups, however, and the 2 fireweeds, erecthites and epilobium, commonly where there had been a burning, and at last the pearly everlasting. I noticed occasionally very long troughs which supplied the road with water, and my companion said that $3 annually were granted by the State to one man in each school district, who provided and maintained a suitable water trough by the roadside for the use of travelers, a piece of intelligence as refreshing to me as the water itself. That legislature did not sit in vain. It was an Oriental act, which made me wish that I was still farther down east, another Maine law, which I hope we may get in Massachusetts. That State is banishing bar rooms from its highways and conducting the mountain springs thither. The country was first decidedly mountainous in Garland, Sangerville, and onwards, 25 or 30 miles from Bangor. At Sangerville, where we stopped at mid-afternoon to warm and dry ourselves, the landlord told us that he had found a wilderness where we found him. At a fork in the road between Abbott and Monson, about 20 miles from Moosehead Lake, I saw a guide post surmounted by a pair of moose horns, spreading 4 or 5 feet, with the word Monson painted on one blade, and the name of some other town on the other. They are sometimes used for ornamental hat trees, together with deer's horns, in front entries; but, after the experience which I shall relate, I trust that I shall have a better excuse for killing a moose than that I may hang my hat on his horns. We reached Monson, 50 miles from Bangor, and 13 from the lake, after dark. At 4 o'clock the next morning, in the dark, and still in the rain, we pursued our journey. Close to the academy in this town they have erected a sort of gallows for the pupils to practice on. I thought that they might as well hang at once all who need to go through such exercises in so new a country, where there is nothing to hinder their living an outdoor life. Better omit Blair and take the air. The country about the south end of the lake is quite mountainous, and the road began to feel the effects of it. There is one hill which, it is calculated, it takes 25 minutes to ascend. In many places the road was in that condition called repaired, having just been whittled into the required semi-cylindrical form with the shovel and scraper, with all the softest inequalities in the middle, like a hog's back with the bristles up, and Jehu was expected to keep astride of the spine. As you looked off each side of the bare sphere into the horizon, the ditches were awful to behold, a vast hollowness like that between Saturn and his ring. At a tavern hereabouts the hostler greeted our horse as an old acquaintance, though he did not remember the driver. He said that he had taken care of that little mare for a short time, a year or two before, at the Mount Kineo House, and thought she was not in as good condition as then. Every man to his trade. I am not acquainted with a single horse in the world, not even the one that kicked me. Already we had thought that we saw Moosehead Lake from a hilltop, where an extensive fog filled the distant lowlands, but we were mistaken. It was not till we were within a mile or two of its south end that we got our first view of it, a suitably wild-looking sheet of water, sprinkled with small, low islands, which were covered with shaggy spruce and other wild wood, seen over the infant port of Greenville, with mountains on each side and far in the north, and a steamer's smoke pipe rising above a roof. A pair of moose horns ornamented a corner of the public house where we left our horse, and a few rods distant lay the small steamer Moosehead, Captain King. There was no village, and no summer road any farther in this direction, but a winter road, that is, one passable only when deep snow covers its inequalities, from Greenville up the east side of the lake to Lily Bay, about 12 miles. I was here first introduced to Joe. He had ridden all the way on the outside of the stage the day before in the rain, giving way to ladies, and was well wetted. As it still rained, he asked if we were going to "put it through." He was a good-looking Indian, 24 years old, apparently of unmixed blood, short and stout, with a broad face and reddish complexion, and eyes, methinks, narrower and more turned up at the outer corners than ours, answering to the description of his race. Besides his underclothing, he wore a red flannel shirt, woolen pants, and a black Kossuth hat, the ordinary dress of the lumberman, and, to a considerable extent, of the Penobscot Indian. When afterward he had occasion to take off his shoes and stockings, I was struck with the smallness of his feet. He had worked a good deal as a lumberman, and appeared to identify himself with that class. He was the only one of the party who possessed an India rubber jacket. The top strip, or edge of his canoe, was worn nearly through by friction on the stage. At 8 o'clock the steamer, with her bell and whistle scaring the moose, summoned us on board. She was a well-appointed little boat, commanded by a gentlemanly captain, with patent life seats and metallic life boat, and dinner on board, if you wish. She is chiefly used by lumberers for the transportation of themselves, their boats, and supplies, but also by hunters and tourists. There was another steamer called Amphitrite laid up close by, but apparently her name was not more trite than her hull. There were also 2 or 3 large sailboats in port. These beginnings of commerce on a lake in the wilderness are very interesting. These larger white birds that come to keep company with the gulls. There were but few passengers, and not one female among them, a St. Francis Indian, with his canoe and moose hides, 2 explorers for lumber, 3 men who landed at Sandbar Island, and a gentleman who lives on Deer Island, 11 miles up the lake, and owns also Sugar Island, between which and the former the steamer runs. These, I think, were all beside ourselves. In the saloon was some kind of musical instrument, cherubim or seraphim, to soothe the angry waves, and there, very properly, was tacked up the map of the public lands of Maine and Massachusetts, a copy of which I had in my pocket. The heavy rain confining us to the saloon awhile, I discoursed with the proprietor of Sugar Island on the condition of the world in Old Testament times; but at length, leaving this subject as fresh as we found it, he told me that he had lived about this lake 20 or 30 years, and yet had not been to the head of it for 21 years. He faces the other way. The explorers had a fine new birch on board, larger than ours, in which they had come up the Piscataquis from Howland, and they had had several messes of trout already. They were going to the neighborhood of Eagle and Chamberlain Lakes, or the headwaters of the St. John, and offered to keep us company as far as we went. The lake to day was rougher than I found the ocean, either going or returning, and Joe remarked that it would swamp his birch. Off Lily Bay it is a dozen miles wide, but it is much broken by islands. The scenery is not merely wild, but varied and interesting. Mountains were seen, farther or nearer, on all sides but the northwest, their summits now lost in the clouds, but Mount Kineo is the principal feature of the lake, and more exclusively belongs to it. After leaving Greenville at the foot, which is the nucleus of a town some 8 or 10 years old, you see but 3 or 4 houses for the whole length of the lake, or about 40 miles, 3 of them the public houses at which the steamer is advertised to stop, and the shore is an unbroken wilderness. The prevailing wood seemed to be spruce, fir, birch, and rock maple. You could easily distinguish the hard wood from the soft, or black growth, as it is called, at a great distance, the former being smooth, round-topped, and light green, with a bowery and cultivated look. Mount Kineo, at which the boat touched, is a peninsula with a narrow neck, about midway the lake on the east side. The celebrated precipice is on the east or land side of this, and is so high and perpendicular that you can jump from the top many hundred feet into the water, which makes up behind the point. A man on board told us that an anchor had been sunk 90 fathoms at its base before reaching bottom. Probably it will be discovered ere long that some Indian maiden jumped off it for love once, for true love never could have found a path more to its mind. We passed quite close to the rock here, since it is a very bold shore, and I observed marks of a rise of 4 or 5 feet on it. The St. Francis Indian expected to take in his boy here, but he was not at the landing. The father's sharp eyes, however, detected a canoe with his boy in it far away under the mountain, though no one else could see it. "Where is the canoe?" asked the captain. "I don't see it." But he held on nevertheless, and by it hove in sight. End of Part 2, Section 10. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Section 11 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chesuncook. Section 11. We reached the head of the lake about noon. The weather had, in the meanwhile, cleared up, though the mountains were still capped with clouds. Seen from this point, Mount Kineo and 2 other allied mountains ranging with it northeasterly presented a very strong family likeness, as if all cast in one mold. The steamer here approached a long pier projecting from the northern wilderness, and built of some of its logs, and whistled, where not a cabin nor a mortal was to be seen. The shore was quite low, with flat rocks on it, overhung with black ash, arbor vitæ, etc., which at first looked as if they did not care a whistle for us. There was not a single cabman to cry coach, or inveigle us to the United States Hotel. At length a Mr. Hinckley, who has a camp at the other end of the carry, appeared with a truck drawn by an ox and a horse over a rude log railway through the woods. The next thing was to get our canoe and effects over the carry from this lake, one of the heads of the Kennebec, into the Penobscot River. This railway from the lake to the river occupied the middle of a clearing 2 or 3 rods wide, and perfectly straight through the forest. We walked across, while our baggage was drawn behind. My companion went ahead to be ready for partridges, while I followed, looking at the plants. This was an interesting botanical locality for one coming from the south to commence with, for many plants which are rather rare, and one or two which are not found at all in the eastern part of Massachusetts, grew abundantly between the rails, as Labrador tea, Kalmia glauca, Canada blueberry, which was still in fruit, and a second time in bloom, Clintonia and Linnea borealis, which last a lumberer called moxon, creeping snowberry, painted trillium, large-flowered bellwort, etc. I fancied that the Aster rudula, Diplopappus umbellatus, Solidago lanceolata, red trumpet‐weed, and many others which were conspicuously in bloom on the shore of the lake and on the carry, had a peculiarly wild and primitive look there. The spruce and fir trees crowded to the track on each side to welcome us, the arbor vitae with its changing leaves prompted us to make haste, and the sight of the canoe birch gave us spirits to do so. Sometimes an evergreen just fallen lay across the track with its rich burden of cones, looking still fuller of life than our trees in the most favorable positions. You did not expect to find such spruce trees in the wild woods, but they evidently attend to their toilets each morning even there. Through such a front yard did we enter that wilderness. There was a very slight rise above the lake, the country appearing like, and perhaps being partly, a swamp, and at length a gradual descent to the Penobscot, which I was surprised to find here a large stream, from 12 to 15 rods wide, flowing from west to east, or at right angles with the lake, and not more than 2½ miles from it. The distance is nearly twice too great on the map of the public lands, and on Colton's map of Maine, and Russell Stream is placed too far down. Jackson makes Moosehead Lake to be 960 feet above high water in Portland Harbor. It is higher than Chesuncook, for the lumberers consider the Penobscot, where we struck it, 25 feet lower than Moosehead, though 8 miles above it is said to be the highest, so that the water can be made to flow either way, and the river falls a good deal between here and Chesuncook. The carryman called this about 140 miles above Bangor by the river, or 200 from the ocean, and 55 miles below Hilton's on the Canada road, the first clearing above, which is 4½ miles from the source of the Penobscot. At the north end of the carry, in the midst of a clearing of 60 acres or more, there was a log camp of the usual construction, with something more like a house adjoining for the accommodation of the carryman's family and passing lumberers. The bed of withered fir twigs smelled very sweet, though really very dirty. There was also a storehouse on the bank of the river, containing pork, flour, iron, batteaux, and birches locked up. We now proceeded to get our dinner, which always turned out to be tea, and to pitch canoes, for which purpose a large iron pot lay permanently on the bank. This we did in company with the explorers. Both Indians and whites use a mixture of rosin and grease for this purpose, that is, for the pitching, not the dinner. Joe took a small brand from the fire, and blew the heat and flame against the pitch on his birch, and so melted and spread it. Sometimes he put his mouth over the suspected spot and sucked, to see if it admitted air, and at one place where we stopped, he set his canoe high on cross stakes, and poured water into it. I narrowly watched his motions, and listened attentively to his observations, for we had employed an Indian mainly that I might have an opportunity to study his ways. I heard him swear once, mildly, during this operation, about his knife being as dull as a hoe, an accomplishment which he owed to his intercourse with the whites; and he remarked, "We ought to have some tea before we start. We shall be hungry before we kill that moose." At mid afternoon we embarked on the Penobscot. Our birch was 19½ feet long by 2½ at the widest part, and 14 inches deep within, both ends alike, and painted green, which Joe thought affected the pitch and made it leak. This, I think, was a middling sized one. That of the explorers was much larger, though probably not much longer. This carried us three with our baggage, weighing in all between 550 and 600 pounds. We had two heavy, though slender, rock maple paddles, one of them a bird's eye maple. Joe placed birch bark on the bottom for us to sit on, and slanted cedar splints against the crossbars to protect our backs, while he himself sat upon a crossbar in the stern. The baggage occupied the middle or widest part of the canoe. We also paddled by turns in the bows, now sitting with our legs extended, now sitting upon our legs, and now rising upon our knees; but I found none of these positions endurable, and was reminded of the complaints of the old Jesuit missionaries of the torture they endured from long confinement in constrained positions in canoes, in their long voyages from Quebec to the Huron country. But afterwards I sat on the crossbars or stood up, and experienced no inconvenience. It was dead water for a couple of miles. The river had been raised about 2 feet by the rain, and lumberers were hoping for a flood sufficient to bring down the logs that were left in the spring. Its banks were 7 or 8 feet high, and densely covered with white and black spruce, which, I think, must be the commonest trees thereabouts; fir, arbor vitæ, canoe, yellow and black birch, rock, mountain, and a few red maples, beech, black and mountain ash, the large toothed aspen, many civil looking elms, now embrowned, along the stream, and at first a few hemlocks also. We had not gone far before I was startled by seeing what I thought was an Indian encampment, covered with a red flag, on the bank, and exclaimed "Camp" to my comrades. I was slow to discover that it was a red maple changed by the frost. The immediate shores were also densely covered with a speckled alder, red osier, shrubby willows or sallows, and the like. There were a few yellow lily pads still left, half drowned, along the sides, and sometimes a white one. Many fresh tracks of moose were visible where the water was shallow, and on the shore the lily stems were freshly bitten off by them. After paddling about 2 miles, we parted company with the explorers, and turned up Lobster Stream, which comes in on the right from the southeast. This was 6 or 8 rods wide, and appeared to run nearly parallel with the Penobscot. Joe said that it was so called from small freshwater lobsters found in it. It is the Mattahumkeag of the maps. My companion wished to look for moose signs, and intended, if it proved worth the while, to camp up that way, since the Indian advised it. On account of the rise of the Penobscot, the water ran up this stream to the pond of the same name, 1 or 2 miles. The Spencer Mountains, east of the north end of Moosehead Lake, were now in plain sight in front of us. The kingfisher flew before us, the pigeon woodpecker was seen and heard, and nuthatches and chickadees close at hand. Joe said that they call the chickadee Kekunilesu in his language. I will not vouch for the spelling of what possibly was never spelt before, but I pronounced after him till he said it would do. We passed close to a woodcock, which stood perfectly still on the shore, with feathers puffed up, as if sick. This Joe said they called Nipsquecohussus. The kingfisher was Skuskumansuck, bear was Wassus, Indian devil Lunxus, the mountain ash Upasis. This was very abundant and beautiful. Moose tracks were not so fresh along this stream, except in a small creek about a mile up it, where a large log had lodged in the spring marked W. Cross Girdle Crow Foot. We saw a pair of moose horns on the shore, and I asked Joe if a moose had shed them, but he said there was a head attached to them, and I knew that they did not shed their heads more than once in their lives. After ascending about a mile and a half to within a short distance of Lobster Lake, we returned to the Penobscot. Just below the mouth of the Lobster we found quick water, and the river expanded to 20 or 30 rods in width. The moose tracks were quite numerous and fresh here. We noticed in a great many places narrow and well trodden paths by which they had come down to the river, and where they had slid on the steep and clayey bank. Their tracks were either close to the edge of the stream, those of the calves distinguishable from the others, or in shallow water, the holes made by their feet in the soft bottom being visible for a long time. They were particularly numerous where there was a small bay, or pokelogan, as it is called, bordered by a strip of meadow, or separated from the river by a low peninsula covered with coarse grass, wool grass, etc., wherein they had waded back and forth and eaten the pads. We detected the remains of one in such a spot. At one place, where we landed to pick up a summer duck, which my companion had shot, Joe peeled a canoe birch for bark for his hunting horn. He then asked if we were not going to get the other duck, for his sharp eyes had seen another fall in the bushes a little farther along, and my companion obtained it. I now began to notice the bright red berries of the tree cranberry, which grows 8 or 10 feet high, mingled with the alders and cornel along the shore. There was less hardwood than at first. After proceeding a mile and 3/4 below the mouth of the Lobster, we reached about sundown a small island at the head of what Joe called the Moosehorn Deadwater, the Moosehorn in which he was going to hunt that night coming in about 3 miles below; and on the upper end of this we decided to camp. On a point at the lower end lay the carcass of a moose killed a month or more before. We concluded merely to prepare our camp and leave our baggage here, that all might be ready when we returned from moose hunting. Though I had not come a hunting, and felt some compunctions about accompanying the hunters, I wished to see a moose near at hand, and was not sorry to learn how the Indian managed to kill one. I went as reporter or chaplain to the hunters, and the chaplain has been known to carry a gun himself. After clearing a small space amid the dense spruce and fir trees, we covered the damp ground with a shingling of fir twigs, and, while Joe was preparing his birch horn and pitching his canoe, for this had to be done whenever we stopped long enough to build a fire, and was the principal labor which he took upon himself at such times, we collected fuel for the night, large, wet, and rotting logs, which had lodged at the head of the island, for our hatchet was too small for effective chopping; but we did not kindle a fire lest the moose should smell it. Joe set up a couple of forked stakes, and prepared half a dozen poles, ready to cast one of our blankets over in case it rained in the night, which precaution, however, was omitted the next night. We also plucked the ducks, which had been killed for breakfast. While we were thus engaged in the twilight, we heard faintly, from far down the stream, what sounded like 2 strokes of a woodchopper's axe, echoing dully through the grim solitude. We are wont to liken many sounds heard at a distance in the forest to the stroke of an axe, because they resemble each other under those circumstances, and that is the one we commonly hear there. When we told Joe of this, he exclaimed, "By George, I'll bet that was a moose. They make a noise like that." These sounds affected us strangely, and by their very resemblance to a familiar one, where they probably had so different an origin, enhanced the impression of solitude and wildness. At starlight we dropped down the stream, which was a dead water for 3 miles, or as far as the Moosehorn, Joe telling us that we must be very silent, and he himself making no noise with his paddle, while he urged the canoe along with effective impulses. It was a still night, and suitable for this purpose; for if there is wind, the moose will smell you; and Joe was very confident that he should get some. The harvest moon had just risen, and its level rays began to light up the forest on our right, while we glided downward in the shade on the same side, against the little breeze that was stirring. The lofty, spiring tops of the spruce and fir were very black against the sky, and more distinct than by day, close bordering this broad avenue on each side; and the beauty of the scene, as the moon rose above the forest, it would not be easy to describe. A bat flew over our heads, and we heard a few faint notes of birds from time to time, perhaps the myrtle bird for one, or the sudden plunge of a musquash, or saw one crossing the stream before us, or heard the sound of a rill emptying in, swollen by the recent rain. About a mile below the island, when the solitude seemed to be growing more complete every moment, we suddenly saw the light and heard the crackling of a fire on the bank, and discovered the camp of the 2 explorers, they standing before it in their red shirts, and talking aloud of the adventures and profits of the day. They were just then speaking of a bargain, in which, as I understood, somebody had cleared $25. We glided by without speaking, close under the bank, within a couple of rods of them, and Joe, taking his horn, imitated the call of the moose till we suggested that they might fire on us. This was the last we saw of them, and we never knew whether they detected or suspected us. I have often wished since that I was with them. They search for timber over a given section, climbing hills and often high trees to "look off," explore the streams by which it is to be driven, and the like; spend 5 or 6 weeks in the woods, they two alone, 100 miles or more from any town, roaming about, and sleeping on the ground where night overtakes them, depending chiefly on the provisions they carry with them, though they do not decline what game they come across; and then in the fall they return and make report to their employers, determining the number of teams that will be required the following winter. Experienced men get $3 or $4 a day for this work. It is a solitary and adventurous life, and comes nearest to that of the trapper of the West, perhaps. They work ever with a gun as well as an axe, let their beards grow, and live without neighbors, not on an open plain, but far within a wilderness. This discovery accounted for the sounds which we had heard, and destroyed the prospect of seeing moose yet awhile. At length, when we had left the explorers far behind, Joe laid down his paddle, drew forth his birch horn, a straight one, about 15 inches long and 3 or 4 wide at the mouth, tied round with strips of the same bark, and standing up, imitated the call of the moose, or oo, 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 and then a prolonged oo, and listened attentively for several minutes. We asked him what kind of noise he expected to hear. He said that if a moose heard it, he guessed we should find out; we should hear him coming half a mile off; he would come close to, perhaps into the water, and my companion must wait till he got fair sight, and then aim just behind the shoulder. End of Part 2, Section 11. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Section 12 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chesuncook. Section 12. The moose venture out to the riverside to feed and drink at night. Earlier in the season the hunters do not use a horn to call them out, but steal upon them as they are feeding along the sides of the stream, and often the first notice they have of one is the sound of the water dropping from its muzzle. An Indian whom I heard imitate the voice of the moose, and also that of the caribou and the deer, using a much longer horn than Joe's, told me that the first could be heard 8 or 10 miles sometimes. It was a loud sort of bellowing sound, clearer and more sonorous than the lowing of cattle, the caribou's a sort of snort, and the small deer's like that of a lamb. At length we turned up the Moose Horn, where the Indians at the carry had told us that they killed a moose the night before. This is a very meandering stream, only a rod or two in width, but comparatively deep, coming in on the right, fitly enough named Moose Horn, whether from its windings or its inhabitants. It was bordered here and there by narrow meadows between the stream and the endless forest, affording favorable places for the moose to feed, and to call them out on. We proceeded half a mile up this, as through a narrow winding canal, where the tall, dark spruce and firs and arbor vitæ towered on both sides in the moonlight, forming a perpendicular forest edge of great height, like the spires of a Venice in the forest. In 2 places stood a small stack of hay on the bank, ready for the lumberer's use in the winter, looking strange enough there. We thought of the day when this might be a brook winding through smooth shaven meadows on some gentleman's grounds, and seen by moonlight then, excepting the forest that now hems it in, how little changed it would appear. Again and again Joe called the moose, placing the canoe close by some favorable point of meadow for them to come out on, but listened in vain to hear one come rushing through the woods, and concluded that they had been hunted too much thereabouts. We saw many times what to our imaginations looked like a gigantic moose, with his horns peering from out the forest edge; but we saw the forest only, and not its inhabitants, that night. So at last we turned about. There was now a little fog on the water, though it was a fine, clear night above. There were very few sounds to break the stillness of the forest. Several times we heard the hooting of a great horned owl, as at home, and told Joe that he would call out the moose for him, for he made a sound considerably like the horn. But Joe answered that the moose had heard that sound 1,000 times and knew better, and oftener still we were startled by the plunge of a musquash. Once, when Joe had called again and we were listening for moose, we heard, come faintly echoing or creeping from far through the moss-clad aisles, a dull, dry, rushing sound with a solid core to it, yet as if half smothered under the grasp of the luxuriant and fungus-like forest, like the shutting of a door in some distant entry of the damp and shaggy wilderness. If we had not been there, no mortal had heard it. When we asked Joe in a whisper what it was, he answered, "Tree fall." There is something singularly grand and impressive in the sound of a tree falling in a perfectly calm night like this, as if the agencies which overthrow it did not need to be excited, but worked with a subtle, deliberate, and conscious force, like a boa constrictor, and more effectively then than even in a windy day. If there is any such difference, perhaps it is because trees with the dews of the night on them are heavier than by day. Having reached the camp about 10 o'clock, we kindled our fire and went to bed. Each of us had a blanket in which he lay on the fir twigs, with his extremities toward the fire, but nothing over his head. It was worth the while to lie down in a country where you could afford such great fires. That was one whole side, and the bright side of our world. We had first rolled up a large log some 18 inches through and 10 feet long, for a backlog to last all night, and then piled on the trees to the height of 3 or 4 feet, no matter how green or damp. In fact, we burned as much wood that night as would, with economy and an air tight stove, last a poor family in one of our cities all winter. It was very agreeable, as well as independent, thus lying in the open air, and the fire kept our uncovered extremities warm enough. The Jesuit missionaries used to say that in their journeys with the Indians in Canada they lay on a bed which had never been shaken up since the creation unless by earthquakes. It is surprising with what impunity and comfort one who has always lain in a warm bed in a close apartment, and studiously avoided draughts of air, can lie down on the ground without a shelter, roll himself in a blanket, and sleep before a fire in a frosty autumn night, just after a long rainstorm, and even come soon to enjoy and value the fresh air. I lay awake a while, watching the ascent of the sparks through the firs, and sometimes their descent in half extinguished cinders on my blanket. They were as interesting as fireworks, going up in endless, successive crowds, each after an explosion in an eager, serpentine course, some to 5 or 6 rods above the tree tops, before they went out. We do not suspect how much our chimneys have concealed, and now air tight stoves have come to conceal all the rest. In the course of the night I got up once or twice and put fresh logs on the fire, making my companions curl up their legs. When we awoke in the morning (Saturday, September 17th), there was considerable frost whitening the leaves. We heard the sound of the chickadee and a few faintly lisping birds, and also of ducks in the water about the island. I took a botanical account of stock of our domains before the dew was off, and found that the ground hemlock, or American yew, was the prevailing undershrub. We breakfasted on tea, hard bread, and ducks. Before the fog had fairly cleared away, we paddled down the stream again, and were soon past the mouth of the Moosehorn. These 20 miles of the Penobscot, between Moosehead and Chesuncook lakes, are comparatively smooth, and a great part dead water; but from time to time it is shallow and rapid, with rocks or gravel beds, where you can wade across. There is no expanse of water and no break in the forest, and the meadow is a mere edging here and there. There are no hills near the river nor within sight, except 1 or 2 distant mountains, seen in a few places. The banks are from 6 to 10 feet high, but once or twice rise gently to higher ground. In many places the forest on the bank was but a thin strip, letting the light through from some alder swamp or meadow behind. The conspicuous berry-bearing bushes and trees along the shore were the red osier, with its whitish fruit, hobblebush, mountain ash, tree cranberry, choke cherry, now ripe, alternate cornel, and naked viburnum. Following Joe's example, I ate the fruit of the last, and also of the hobblebush, but found them rather insipid and seedy. I looked very narrowly at the vegetation as we glided along close to the shore, and frequently made Joe turn aside for me to pluck a plant, that I might see by comparison what was primitive about my native river. Horehound, horsemint, and the sensitive fern grew close to the edge, along the willows and alders, and wool grass on the islands, as along the Assabet River in Concord. It was too late for flowers, except a few asters, goldenrods, etc. In several places we noticed the slight frame of a camp, such as we had prepared to set up, amid the forest by the riverside, where some lumberers or hunters had passed the night, and sometimes steps cut in the muddy or clayey bank in front of it. We stopped to fish for trout at the mouth of a small stream called Ragmuff, which came in from the west about 2 miles below the Moosehorn. Here were the ruins of an old lumbering camp, and a small space, which had formerly been cleared and burned over, was now densely overgrown with the red cherry and raspberries. While we were trying for trout, Joe, Indian like, wandered off up the Ragmuff on his own errands, and when we were ready to start, was far beyond call. So we were compelled to make a fire and get our dinner here, not to lose time. Some dark reddish birds, with greyer females, perhaps purple finches, and myrtle birds in their summer dress, hopped within 6 or 8 feet of us and our smoke. Perhaps they smelled the frying pork. The latter bird, or both, made the lisping notes which I had heard in the forest. They suggested that the few small birds found in the wilderness are on more familiar terms with the lumberman and hunter than those of the orchard and clearing with the farmer. I have since found the Canada jay and partridges, both the black and the common, equally tame there, as if they had not yet learned to mistrust man entirely. The chickadee, which is at home alike in the primitive woods and in our woodlots, still retains its confidence in the towns to a remarkable degree. Joe at length returned after an hour and a half, and said that he had been 2 miles up the stream exploring and had seen a moose, but not having the gun he did not get him. We made no complaint, but concluded to look out for Joe the next time. However, this may have been a mere mistake, for we had no reason to complain of him afterwards. As we continued down the stream, I was surprised to hear him whistling "O Susanna" and several other such airs, while his paddle urged us along. Once he said, "Yes, sirree." His common word was "sartain." He paddled, as usual, on one side only, giving the birch an impulse by using the side as a fulcrum. I asked him how the ribs were fastened to the side rails. He answered, "I don't know. I never noticed." Talking with him about subsisting wholly on what the woods yielded, game, fish, berries, etc., I suggested that his ancestors did so. But he answered that he had been brought up in such a way that he could not do it. "Yes," said he, "that's the way they got a living, like wild fellows, wild as bears. By George! I shan't go into the woods without provision, hard bread, pork, etc." He had brought on a barrel of hard bread, and stored it at the carry for his hunting. However, though he was a governor's son, he had not learned to read. At one place below this, on the east side, where the bank was higher and drier than usual, rising gently from the shore to a slight elevation, some one had felled the trees over 20 or 30 acres, and left them drying in order to burn. This was the only preparation for a house between the Moosehead Carry and Chesuncook, but there was no hut nor inhabitants there yet. The pioneer thus selects a site for his house which will, perhaps, prove the germ of a town. My eyes were all the while on the trees, distinguishing between the black and white spruce and the fir. You paddle along in a narrow canal through an endless forest, and the vision I have in my mind's eye still is of the small, dark, and sharp tops of tall fir and spruce trees, and pagoda-like arbor-vitæs, crowded together on each side, with various hard woods intermixed. Some of the arbor-vitæs were at least 60 feet high. The hard woods, occasionally occurring exclusively, were less wild to my eye. I fancied them ornamental grounds, with farmhouses in the rear. The canoe and yellow birch, beech, maple, and elm are Saxon and Norman, but the spruce and fir, and pines generally, are Indian. The soft engravings which adorn the annuals give no idea of a stream in such a wilderness as this. The rough sketches in Jackson's Reports on the Geology of Maine answer much better. At one place we saw a small grove of slender sapling white pines, the only collection of pines that I saw on this voyage. Here and there, however, was a full grown, tall and slender but defective one, what lumbermen call a conchus tree, which they ascertain with their axes or by the knots. I did not learn whether this word was Indian or English. It reminded me of the Greek conchi, a conch or shell, and I amused myself with fancying that it might signify the dead sound which the trees yield when struck. All the rest of the pines had been driven off. How far men go for the material of their houses! The inhabitants of the most civilized cities in all ages send into far primitive forests, beyond the bounds of their civilization, where the moose and bear and savage dwell, for their pine boards for ordinary use; and, on the other hand, the savage soon receives from cities iron arrow points, hatchets, and guns to point his savageness with. The solid and well defined fir tops, like sharp and regular spearheads, black against the sky, gave a peculiar, dark, and sombre look to the forest. The spruce tops have a similar but more ragged outline, their shafts also merely feathered below. The firs were somewhat oftener regular and dense pyramids. I was struck by this universal spiring upward of the forest evergreens. The tendency is to slender, spiring tops, while they are narrower below. Not only the spruce and fir, but even the arbor vitæ and white pine, unlike the soft, spreading second growth, of which I saw none, all spire upwards, lifting a dense spearhead of cones to the light and air at any rate, while their branches straggle after as they may; as Indians lift a ball over the heads of the crowd in their desperate game. In this they resemble grasses, as also palms, somewhat. The hemlock is commonly a tent like pyramid from the ground to its summit. After passing through some long rips and by a large island, we reached an interesting part of the river called the Pine Stream Deadwater, about 6 miles below Ragmuff, where the river expanded to 30 rods in width, and had many islands in it, with elms and canoe birches now yellowing along the shore, and we got our first sight of Ktaadn. Here, about 2 o'clock, we turned up a small branch 3 or 4 rods wide, which comes in on the right from the south, called Pine Stream, to look for moose signs. We had gone but a few rods before we saw very recent signs along the water's edge, the mud lifted up by their feet being quite fresh, and Joe declared that they had gone along there but a short time before. We soon reached a small meadow on the east side, at an angle in the stream, which was, for the most part, densely covered with alders. As we were advancing along the edge of this, rather more quietly than usual, perhaps, on account of the freshness of the signs, the design being to camp up this stream, if it promised well, I heard a slight crackling of twigs deep in the alders, and turned Joe's attention to it; whereupon he began to push the canoe back rapidly; and we had receded thus half a dozen rods, when we suddenly spied 2 moose standing just on the edge of the open part of the meadow which we had passed, not more than 6 or 7 rods distant, looking round the alders at us. They made me think of great frightened rabbits, with their long ears and half inquisitive, half frightened looks, the true denizens of the forest, I saw at once, filling a vacuum which now first I discovered had not been filled for me: moose, men, wood eaters, the word is said to mean, clad in a sort of Vermont grey, or homespun. Our Nimrod, owing to the retrograde movement, was now the farthest from the game; but being warned of its neighbourhood, he hastily stood up, and, while we ducked, fired over our heads 1 barrel at the foremost, which alone he saw, though he did not know what kind of creature it was; whereupon this one dashed across the meadow and up a high bank on the northeast, so rapidly as to leave but an indistinct impression of its outlines on my mind. At the same instant the other, a young one, but as tall as a horse, leaped out into the stream in full sight, and there stood cowering for a moment, or rather its disproportionate lowness behind gave it that appearance, and uttering 2 or 3 trumpeting squeaks. I have an indistinct recollection of seeing the old one pause an instant on the top of the bank in the woods, look toward its shivering young, and then dash away again. The second barrel was levelled at the calf, and when we expected to see it drop in the water after a little hesitation, it too got out of the water and dashed up the hill, though in a somewhat different direction. All this was the work of a few seconds, and our hunter, having never seen a moose before, did not know but they were deer, for they stood partly in the water, nor whether he had fired at the same one twice or not. From the style in which they went off, and the fact that he was not used to standing up and firing from a canoe, I judged that we should not see anything more of them. The Indians said that they were a cow and her calf, a yearling, or perhaps 2 years old, for they accompany their dams so long; but, for my part, I had not noticed much difference in their size. It was but 2 or 3 rods across the meadow to the foot of the bank, which, like all the world thereabouts, was densely wooded. But I was surprised to notice that, as soon as the moose had passed behind the veil of the woods, there was no sound of footsteps to be heard from the soft, damp moss which carpets that forest; and long before we landed, perfect silence reigned. Joe said, "If you wound 'em moose, me sure get 'em." End of Part 2, Section 12. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Section 13 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chesuncook, Section 13. We all landed at once. My companion reloaded, the Indian fastened his birch, threw off his hat, adjusted his waistband, seized the hatchet, and set out. He told me afterward, casually, that before we landed he had seen a drop of blood on the bank when it was 2 or 3 rods off. He proceeded rapidly up the bank and through the woods, with a peculiar, elastic, noiseless, and stealthy tread, looking to right and left on the ground, and stepping in the faint tracks of the wounded moose, now and then pointing in silence to a single drop of blood on the handsome, shining leaves of the Clintonia borealis, which on every side covered the ground, or to a dry fern stem freshly broken, all the while chewing some leaf, or else the spruce gum. I followed, watching his motions more than the trail of the moose. After following the trail about 40 rods in a pretty direct course, stepping over fallen trees and winding between standing ones, he at length lost it, for there were many other moose tracks there, and, returning once more to the last blood stain, traced it a little way and lost it again, and, too soon, I thought, for a good hunter, gave it up entirely. He traced a few steps also the tracks of the calf, but seeing no blood, soon relinquished the search. I observed, while he was tracking the moose, a certain reticence or moderation in him. He did not communicate several observations of interest which he made, as a white man would have done, though they may have leaked out afterward. At another time, when we heard a slight crackling of twigs, and he landed to reconnoitre, he stepped lightly and gracefully, stealing through the bushes with the least possible noise in a way in which no white man does, as it were, finding a place for his foot each time. About half an hour after seeing the moose, we pursued our voyage up Pine Stream, and soon, coming to a part which was very shoal and also rapid, we took out the baggage and proceeded to carry it round, while Joe got up with a canoe alone. We were just completing our portage, and I was absorbed in the plants, admiring the leaves of the Aster macrophyllus 10 inches wide, and plucking the seeds of the great round-leaved orchis, when Joe exclaimed from the stream that he had killed a moose. He had found the cow moose lying dead, but quite warm, in the middle of the stream, which was so shallow that it rested on the bottom, with hardly a third of its body above water. It was about an hour after it was shot, and it was swollen with water. It had run about 100 rods and sought the stream again, cutting off a slight bend. No doubt a better hunter would have tracked it to this spot at once. I was surprised at its great size, horse-like, but Joe said it was not a large cow moose. My companion went in search of the calf again. I took hold of the ears of the moose, while Joe pushed his canoe down stream toward a favorable shore, and so we made out, though with some difficulty, its long nose, frequently sticking in the bottom, to drag it into still shallower water. It was a brownish black, or perhaps a dark iron gray on the back and sides, but lighter beneath and in front. I took the cord which served for the canoe's painter, and with Joe's assistance measured it carefully, the greatest distances first, making a knot each time. The painter being wanted, I reduced these measures that night, with equal care, to lengths and fractions of my umbrella, beginning with the smallest measures and untying the knots as I proceeded; and when we arrived at Chesuncook the next day, finding a 2-foot rule there, I reduced the last to feet and inches, and, moreover, I made myself a 2-foot rule of a thin and narrow strip of black ash, which would fold up conveniently to 6 inches. All this pains I took because I did not wish to be obliged to say merely that the moose was very large. Of the various dimensions which I obtained, I will mention only 2. The distance from the tips of the hoofs of the fore feet stretched out to the top of the back between the shoulders was 7 feet and 5 inches. I can hardly believe my own measure, for this is about 2 feet greater than the height of a tall horse. Indeed, I am now satisfied that this measurement was incorrect, but the other measures given here I can warrant to be correct, having proved them in a more recent visit to those woods. The extreme length was 8 feet and 2 inches. Another cow moose, which I have since measured in those woods with a tape, was just 6 feet from the tip of the hoof to the shoulders, and 8 feet long as she lay. When afterward I asked an Indian at the carry how much taller the male was, he answered 18 inches, and made me observe the height of a cross stake over the fire, more than 4 feet from the ground, to give me some idea of the depth of his chest. Another Indian at Oldtown told me that they were 9 feet high to the top of the back, and that one which he tried weighed 800 pounds. The length of the spinal projections between the shoulders is very great. A white hunter, who was the best authority among hunters that I could have, told me that the male was not 18 inches taller than the female, yet he agreed that he was sometimes 9 feet high to the top of the back, and weighed 1,000 pounds. Only the male has horns, and they rise 2 feet or more above the shoulders, spreading 3 or 4 and sometimes 6 feet, which would make him in all sometimes 11 feet high. According to this calculation, the moose is as tall, though it may not be as large, as the great Irish elk, Megaceros hibernicus, of a former period, of which Mantell says that it very far exceeded in magnitude any living species, the skeleton being upward of 10 feet high from the ground to the highest point of the antlers. Joe said that though the moose shed the whole horn annually, each new horn has an additional prong, but I have noticed that they sometimes have more prongs on one side than on the other. I was struck with the delicacy and tenderness of the hoofs, which divide very far up, and the one half could be pressed very much behind the other, thus probably making the animal surer footed on the uneven ground and slippery moss-covered logs of the primitive forest. They were very unlike the stiff and battered feet of our horses and oxen. The bare, horny part of the forefoot was just 6 inches long, and the two portions could be separated 4 inches at the extremities. The moose is singularly grotesque and awkward to look at. Why should it stand so high at the shoulders? Why have so long a head? Why have no tail to speak of? For in my examination I overlooked it entirely. Naturalists say it is 1.5 inches long. It reminded me at once of the camelopard, long before and low behind, and no wonder, for like it, it is fitted to browse on trees. The upper lip projected 2 inches beyond the lower for this purpose. This was the kind of man that was at home there, for as near as I can learn, that has never been the residence, but rather the hunting ground of the Indian. The moose will, perhaps, one day become extinct, but how naturally then, when it exists only as a fossil relic, and unseen as that, may the poet or sculptor invent a fabulous animal with similar branching and leafy horns, a sort of fucus or lichen in bone, to be the inhabitant of such a forest as this. Here, just at the head of the murmuring rapids, Joe now proceeded to skin the moose with a pocket knife, while I looked on, and a tragical business it was, to see that still warm and palpitating body pierced with a knife, to see the warm milk stream from the rent udder, and the ghastly naked red carcass appearing from within its seemly robe, which was made to hide it. The ball had passed through the shoulder blade diagonally and lodged under the skin on the opposite side, and was partially flattened. My companion keeps it to show his grandchildren. He has the shanks of another moose, which he has since shot, skinned, and stuffed, ready to be made into boots by putting in a thick leather sole. Joe said if a moose stood fronting you, you must not fire, but advance toward him, for he will turn slowly and give you a fair shot. In the bed of this narrow, wild, and rocky stream, between two lofty walls of spruce and firs, a mere cleft in the forest which the stream had made, this work went on. At length Joe had stripped off the hide and dragged it trailing to the shore, declaring that it weighed 100 pounds, though probably 50 would have been nearer the truth. He cut off a large mass of the meat to carry along, and another, together with the tongue and nose, he put with the hide on the shore to lie there all night, or till we returned. I was surprised that he thought of leaving this meat, thus exposed by the side of the carcass, as the simplest course, not fearing that any creature would touch it, but nothing did. This could hardly have happened on the bank of one of our rivers in the eastern part of Massachusetts, but I suspect that fewer small wild animals are prowling there than with us. Twice, however, in this excursion, I had a glimpse of a species of large mouse. This stream was so withdrawn, and the moose tracks were so fresh, that my companions, still bent on hunting, concluded to go farther up it and camp, and then hunt up or down at night. Half a mile above this, at a place where I saw the aster puniceus and the beaked hazel as we paddled along, Joe, hearing a slight rustling amid the alders, and seeing something black about 2 rods off, jumped up and whispered, "Bear!" But before the hunter had discharged his piece, he corrected himself to "beaver," hedgehog. The bullet killed a large hedgehog more than 2 feet and 8 inches long. The quills were rayed out and flattened on the hinder part of its back, even as if it had lain on that part, but were erect and long between this and the tail. Their points, closely examined, were seen to be finely bearded or barbed, and shaped like an awl, that is, a little concave, to give the barbs effect. After about a mile of still water, we prepared our camp on the right side, just at the foot of a considerable fall. Little chopping was done that night, for fear of scaring the moose. We had moose meat fried for supper. It tasted like tender beef, with perhaps more flavor, sometimes like veal. After supper, the moon having risen, we proceeded to hunt a mile up the stream, first carrying about the falls. We made a picturesque sight, wending single file along the shore, climbing over rocks and logs. Joe, who brought up the rear, twirling his canoe in his hands as if it were a feather, in places where it was difficult to get along without a burden. We launched the canoe again from the ledge over which the stream fell, but after half a mile of still water, suitable for hunting, it became rapid again, and we were compelled to make our way along the shore, while Joe endeavored to get up in the birch alone, though it was still very difficult for him to pick his way amid the rocks in the night. We on the shore found the worst of walking, a perfect chaos of fallen and drifted trees, and of bushes projecting far over the water, and now and then we made our way across the mouth of a small tributary on a kind of network of alders. So we went, tumbling on in the dark, being on the shady side, effectually scaring all the moose and bears that might be thereabouts. At length we came to a standstill, and Joe went forward to reconnoitre, but he reported that it was still a continuous rapid as far as he went, or half a mile, with no prospect of improvement, as if it were coming down from a mountain. So we turned about, hunting back to the camp through the still water. It was a splendid moonlight night, and I, getting sleepy as it grew late, for I had nothing to do, found it difficult to realize where I was. This stream was much more unfrequented than the main one, lumbering operations being no longer carried on in this quarter. It was only 3 or 4 rods wide, but the firs and spruce through which it trickled seemed yet taller by contrast. Being in this dreamy state, which the moonlight enhanced, I did not clearly discern the shore, but seemed most of the time to be floating through ornamental grounds, for I associated the fir tops with such scenes. Very high up some Broadway, and beneath or between their tops, I thought I saw an endless succession of porticos and columns, cornices and facades, verandas and churches. I did not merely fancy this, but in my drowsy state such was the illusion. I fairly lost myself in sleep several times, still dreaming of that architecture and the nobility that dwelt behind and might issue from it, but all at once I would be aroused and brought back to a sense of my actual position by the sound of Joe's birch horn in the midst of all this silence calling the moose, ooh," and I prepared to hear a furious moose come rushing and crashing through the forest, and see him burst out onto the little strip of meadow by our side. But on more accounts than one I had had enough of moose hunting. I had not come to the woods for this purpose, nor had I foreseen it, though I had been willing to learn how the Indian manoeuvred. But one moose killed was as good, if not as bad, as a dozen. The afternoon's tragedy, and my share in it, as it affected the innocents, destroyed the pleasure of my adventure. It is true, I came as near as is possible to come to being a hunter and miss it myself, and as it is, I think that I could spend a year in the woods fishing and hunting just enough to sustain myself with satisfaction. This would be next to living like a philosopher on the fruits of the earth, which you had raised, which also attracts me. But this hunting of the moose merely for the satisfaction of killing him, not even for the sake of his hide, without making any extraordinary exertion or running any risk yourself, is too much like going out by night to some woodside pasture and shooting your neighbor's horses. These are God's own horses, poor timid creatures that will run fast enough as soon as they smell you, though they are 9 feet high. Joe told us of some hunters who a year or two before had shot down several oxen by night somewhere in the Maine woods, mistaking them for moose. And so might any of the hunters. And what is the difference in the sport but the name? In the former case, having killed one of God's and your own oxen, you strip off its hide, because that is the common trophy, and moreover you have heard that it may be sold for moccasins, cut a steak from its haunches, and leave the huge carcass to smell to heaven for you. It is no better, at least, than to assist at a slaughter-house. This afternoon's experience suggested to me how base or coarse are the motives which commonly carry men into the wilderness. The explorers and lumberers generally are all hirelings, paid so much a day for their labor, and as such they have no more love for wild nature than wood sawyers have for forests. Other white men and Indians who come here are for the most part hunters, whose object is to slay as many moose and other wild animals as possible. But, pray, could not one spend some weeks or years in the solitude of this vast wilderness with other employments than these, employments perfectly sweet and innocent and ennobling? For one that comes with a pencil to sketch or sing, 1,000 come with an axe or rifle. What a coarse and imperfect use Indians and hunters make of nature! No wonder that their race is so soon exterminated. I already, and for weeks afterward, felt my nature the coarser for this part of my woodland experience, and was reminded that our life should be lived as tenderly and daintily as one would pluck a flower. With these thoughts, when we reached our camping ground, I decided to leave my companions to continue moose hunting down the stream, while I prepared the camp, though they requested me not to chop much nor make a large fire, for fear I should scare their game. In the midst of the damp fir wood, high on the mossy bank, about 9 o'clock of this bright moonlight night, I kindled a fire when they were gone, and, sitting on the fir twigs, within sound of the falls, examined by its light the botanical specimens which I had collected that afternoon, and wrote down some of the reflections which I have here expanded. Or I walked along the shore and gazed up the stream, where the whole space above the falls was filled with mellow light. As I sat before the fire on my fir twig seat, without walls above or around me, I remembered how far on every hand that wilderness stretched, before you came to cleared or cultivated fields, and wondered if any bear or moose was watching the light of my fire, for nature looked sternly upon me on account of the murder of the moose. End of Part 2, Section 13, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Section 14 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chesuncook, Section 14. Strange that so few ever come to the woods to see how the pine lives and grows and spires, lifting its evergreen arms to the light, to see its perfect success. But most are content to behold it in the shape of many broad boards brought to market, and deem that its true success. But the pine is no more lumber than man is, and to be made into boards and houses is no more its true and highest use than the truest use of a man is to be cut down and made into manure. There is a higher law affecting our relation to pines as well as to men. A pine cut down, a dead pine, is no more a pine than a dead human carcass is a man. Can he who has discovered only some of the values of whalebone and whale oil be said to have discovered the true use of the whale? Can he who slays the elephant for his ivory be said to have seen the elephant? These are petty and accidental uses, just as if a stronger race were to kill us in order to make buttons and flageolets of our bones. For everything may serve a lower as well as a higher use. Every creature is better alive than dead, men and moose and pine trees, and he who understands it aright will rather preserve its life than destroy it. Is it the lumberman, then, who is the friend and lover of the pine, stands nearest to it, and understands its nature best? Is it the tanner who has barked it, or he who has boxed it for turpentine, whom posterity will fable to have been changed into a pine at last? No, no. It is the poet. He it is who makes the truest use of the pine, who does not fondle it with an axe, nor tickle it with a saw, nor stroke it with a plane, who knows whether its heart is false without cutting into it, who has not bought the stumpage of the township on which it stands. All the pines shudder and heave a sigh when that man steps on the forest floor. No, it is the poet, who loves them as his own shadow in the air, and lets them stand. I have been into the lumber yard, and the carpenter's shop, and the tannery, and the lampblack factory, and the turpentine clearing, but when at length I saw the tops of the pines waving and reflecting the light at a distance high over all the rest of the forest, I realized that the former were not the highest use of the pine. It is not their bones or hide or tallow that I love most. It is the living spirit of the tree, not its spirit of turpentine, with which I sympathize, and which heals my cuts. It is as immortal as I am, and perchance will go to as high a heaven, there to tower above me still. Ere long the hunters returned, not having seen a moose, but, in consequence of my suggestions, bringing a quarter of the dead one, which, with ourselves, made quite a load for the canoe. After breakfasting on moose meat, we returned down Pine Stream on our way to Chesuncook Lake, which was about 5 miles distant. We could see the red carcass of the moose lying in Pine Stream when nearly half a mile off. Just below the mouth of this stream were the most considerable rapids between the two lakes, called Pine Stream Falls, where were large flat rocks washed smooth, and at this time you could easily wade across above them. Joe ran down alone while we walked over the portage, my companion collecting spruce gum for his friends at home, and I looking for flowers. Near the lake, which we were approaching with as much expectation as if it had been a university, for it is not often that the stream of our life opens into such expansions, were islands, and a low and meadowy shore with scattered trees, birches, white and yellow, slanted over the water, and maples, many of the white birches killed, apparently by inundations. There was considerable native grass, and even a few cattle, whose movements we heard, though we did not see them, mistaking them at first for moose, were pastured there. On entering the lake, where the stream runs southeasterly, and for some time before, we had a view of the mountains about Ktaadn. Ktaadnoqua, one says they are called, like a cluster of blue fungi of rank growth, apparently 25 or 30 miles distant, in a southeast direction, their summits concealed by clouds. Joe called some of them the Sowadnehunk Mountains. This is the name of a stream there, which another Indian told us meant "running between mountains." Though some lower summits were afterward uncovered, we got no more complete view of Ktaadn while we were in the woods. The clearing to which we were bound was on the right of the mouth of the river, and was reached by going round a low point, where the water was shallow to a great distance from the shore. Chesuncook Lake extends northwest and southeast, and is called 18 miles long and 3 wide, without an island. We had entered the northwest corner of it, and when near the shore could see only part way down it. The principal mountains visible from the land here were those already mentioned, between southeast and east, and a few summits a little west of north. but generally the north and northwest horizon about the St. John and the British boundary was comparatively level. Ensel Smith's, the oldest and principal clearing about this lake, appeared to be quite a harbor for batteaux and canoes. 7 or 8 of the former were lying about, and there was a small scow for hay, and a capstan on a platform, now high and dry, ready to be floated and anchored to tow rafts with. It was a very primitive kind of harbor, where boats were drawn up amid the stumps. Such a one, methought, as the Argo might have been launched in. There were 5 other huts with small clearings on the opposite side of the lake, all at this end and visible from this point. One of the Smiths told me that it was so far cleared that they came here to live and built the present house 4 years before, though the family had been here but a few months. I was interested to see how a pioneer lived on this side of the country. His life is in some respects more adventurous than that of his brother in the West, for he contends with winter as well as the wilderness, and there is a greater interval of time, at least, between him and the army which is to follow. Here immigration is a tide which may ebb when it has swept away the pines. There it is not a tide, but an inundation, and roads and other improvements come steadily rushing after. As we approached the log house, a dozen rods from the lake, and considerably elevated above it, the projecting ends of the logs lapping over each other irregularly, several feet at the corners, gave it a very rich and picturesque look, far removed from the meanness of weatherboards. It was a very spacious, low building, about 80 feet long, with many large apartments. The walls were well clayed between the logs, which were large and round, except on the upper and under sides, and as visible inside as out, successive bulging cheeks gradually lessening upwards and tuned to each other with the axe, like Pandean pipes. Probably the musical forest gods had not yet cast them aside; they never do till they are split or the bark is gone. It was a style of architecture not described by Vitruvius, I suspect, though possibly hinted at in the biography of Orpheus. None of your frilled or fluted columns, which have cut such a false swell, and support nothing but a gable end and their builder's pretensions. That is, with the multitude, and as for ornamentation, one of those words with a dead tail, which architects very properly use to describe their flourishes, there were the lichens and mosses and fringes of bark, which nobody troubles himself about. We certainly leave the handsomest paint and clapboards behind in the woods when we strip off the bark and poison ourselves with white lead in the towns. We get but half the spoils of the forest. For beauty, give me trees with the fur on. This house was designed and constructed with the freedom of stroke of a forester's axe, without other compass and square than nature uses. Wherever the logs were cut off by a window or door, that is, were not kept in place by alternate overlapping, they were held one upon another by very large pins, driven in diagonally on each side, where branches might have been, and then cut off so close up and down as not to project beyond the bulge of the log, as if the logs clasped each other in their arms. These logs were posts, studs, boards, clapboards, laths, plaster, and nails, all in one. Where the citizen uses a mere sliver or board, the pioneer uses the whole trunk of a tree. The house had large stone chimneys, and was roofed with spruce bark. The windows were imported, all but the casings. One end was a regular loggers' camp for the boarders, with the usual fir floor and log benches. Thus this house was but a slight departure from the hollow tree, which the bear still inhabits, being a hollow made with trees piled up, with a coating of bark like its original. The cellar was a separate building, like an ice house, and it answered for a refrigerator at this season, our moose meat being kept there. It was a potato hole with a permanent roof. Each structure and institution here was so primitive that you could at once refer it to its source. But our buildings commonly suggest neither their origin nor their purpose. There was a large, and what farmers would call handsome barn, part of whose boards had been sawed by a whipsaw, and the saw pit, with its great pile of dust, remained before the house. The long split shingles on a portion of the barn were laid a foot to the weather, suggesting what kind of weather they have here. Grant's barn at Caribou Lake was said to be still larger, the biggest ox nest in the woods, 50 feet by 100. Think of a monster barn in that primitive forest, lifting its gray back above the tree tops. Man makes very much such a nest for his domestic animals, of withered grass and fodder, as the squirrels and many other wild creatures do for themselves. There was also a blacksmith shop, where plainly a good deal of work was done. The oxen and horses used in lumbering operations were shod, and all the iron work of sleds, etc., was repaired or made here. I saw them load a batteau at the Moosehead Carry the next Tuesday, with about 1,300 hundredweight of bar iron for this shop. This reminded me how primitive and honorable a trade was Vulcan's. I do not hear that there was any carpenter or tailor among the gods. The smith seems to have preceded these, and every other mechanic at Chesuncook as well as on Olympus, and his family is the most widely dispersed, whether he be christened John or Ansel. Smith owned 2 miles down the lake by half a mile in width. There were about 100 acres cleared here. He cut 70 tons of English hay this year on this ground, and 20 more on another clearing, and he uses it all himself in lumbering operations. The barn was crowded with pressed hay, and a machine to press it. There was a large garden full of roots, turnips, beets, carrots, potatoes, etc., all of great size. They said that they were worth as much here as in New York. I suggested some currants for sauce, especially as they had no apple trees set out, and showed how easily they could be obtained. There was the usual long-handled axe of the primitive woods by the door, 3½ feet long, for my new black ash rule was in constant use, and a large, shaggy dog, whose nose, report said, was full of porcupine quills. I can testify that he looked very sober. This is the usual fortune of pioneer dogs, for they have to face the brunt of the battle for their race, and act the part of Arnold Winkelried without intending it. If he should invite one of his town friends up this way, suggesting moose meat and unlimited freedom, the latter might pertinently inquire, "What is that sticking in your nose?" When a generation or two have used up all the enemy's darts, their successors lead a comparatively easy life. We owe to our fathers analogous blessings. Many old people receive pensions for no other reason, it seems to me, but as a compensation for having lived a long time ago. No doubt our town dogs still talk, in a snuffling way, about the days that tried dogs' noses. How they got a cat up there I do not know, for they are as shy as my aunt about entering a canoe. I wondered that she did not run up a tree on the way, but perhaps she was bewildered by the very crowd of opportunities. 20 or 30 lumberers, Yankee and Canadian, were coming and going, Aleck among the rest, and from time to time an Indian touched here. In the winter there are sometimes 100 men lodged here at once. The most interesting piece of news that circulated among them appeared to be that 4 horses belonging to Smith, worth $700, had passed by farther into the woods a week before. The white pine tree was at the bottom or farther end of all this. It is a war against the pines, the only real Aroostook or Penobscot war. I have no doubt that they lived pretty much the same sort of life in the Homeric age, for men have always thought more of eating than of fighting. Then, as now, their minds ran chiefly on the hot bread and sweet cakes, and the fur and lumber trade is an old story to Asia and Europe. I doubt if men ever made a trade of heroism. In the days of Achilles even, they delighted in big barns, and perchance in pressed hay, and he who possessed the most valuable team was the best fellow. We had designed to go on at evening up the Caucomgomoc, whose mouth was a mile or two distant, to the lake of the same name, about 10 miles off. But some Indians of Joe's acquaintance, who were making canoes on the Caucomgomoc, came over from that side, and gave so poor an account of the moose hunting, so many had been killed there lately, that my companions concluded not to go there. Joe spent this Sunday and the night with his acquaintances. The lumberers told me that there were many moose hereabouts, but no caribou or deer. A man from Oldtown had killed 10 or 12 moose within a year, so near the house that they heard all his guns. His name may have been Hercules, for aught I know, though I should rather have expected to hear the rattling of his club. But, no doubt, he keeps pace with the improvements of the age, and uses a Sharp's rifle now. Probably he gets all his armor made and repaired at Smith's shop. One moose had been killed and another shot at within sight of the house within 2 years. I do not know whether Smith has yet got a poet to look after the cattle, which, on account of the early breaking up of the ice, are compelled to summer in the woods. But I would love to suggest this office to such of my acquaintances as love to write verses and go a gunning. After a dinner at which apple sauce was the greatest luxury to me, but our moose meat was oftenest called for by the lumberers, I walked across the clearing into the forest, southward, returning along the shore. For my dessert I helped myself to a large slice of the Chesuncook woods, and took a hearty draught of its waters with all my senses. The woods were as fresh and full of vegetable life as a lichen in wet weather, and contained many interesting plants, but unless they are of white pine they are treated with as little respect here as a mildew, and in the other case they are only the more quickly cut down. The shore was of coarse, flat slate rocks, often in slabs, with the surf beating on it. The rocks and bleached drift logs, extending some way into the shaggy woods, showed a rise and fall of 6 or 8 feet, caused partly by the dam at the outlet. They said that in winter the snow was 3 feet deep on a level here, and sometimes 4 or 5; that the ice on the lake was 2 feet thick, clear, and 4 feet including the snow ice. Ice had already formed in vessels. We lodged here this Sunday night in a comfortable bedroom, apparently the best one, and all that I noticed unusual in the night, for I still kept taking notes, like a spy in the camp, was the creaking of the thin split boards when any of our neighbors stirred. End of Part Two, Section 14. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Section 15 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chesuncook, Section 15. Such were the first rude beginnings of a town. They spoke of the practicability of a winter road to the Moosehead Carry, which would not cost much, and would connect them with steam and staging and all the busy world. I almost doubted if the lake would be there, the selfsame lake, preserve its form and identity, when the shores should be cleared and settled, as if these lakes and streams which explorers report never awaited the advent of the citizen. The sight of one of these frontier houses, built of these great logs, whose inhabitants have unflinchingly maintained their ground many summers and winters in the wilderness, reminds me of famous forts like Ticonderoga or Crown Point, which have sustained memorable sieges. They are especially winter quarters, and at this season this one had a partially deserted look, as if the siege were raised a little, the snow banks being melted from before it, and its garrison accordingly reduced. I think of their daily food as rations. It is called supplies. A Bible and a greatcoat are munitions of war, and a single man seen about the premises is a sentinel on duty. You expect that he will require the countersign, and will perchance take you for Ethan Allen, come to demand the surrender of his fort in the name of the Continental Congress. It is a sort of ranger service. Arnold's expedition is a daily experience with these settlers. They can prove that they were out at almost any time, and I think that all the first generation of them deserve a pension more than any that went to the Mexican War. Early the next morning we started on our return up the Penobscot, my companion wishing to go about 25 miles above the Moosehead Carry to a camp near the junction of the two forks, and look for moose there. Our host allowed us something for the quarter of the moose which we had brought, and which he was glad to get. 2 explorers from Chamberlain Lake started at the same time that we did. Red flannel shirts should be worn in the woods, if only for the fine contrast which this color makes with the evergreens and the water. Thus I thought when I saw the forms of the explorers in their birch, poling up the rapids before us, far off against the forest. It is a surveyor's color also, most distinctly seen under all circumstances. We stopped to dine at Ragmuff, as before. My companion it was who wandered up the stream to look for moose this time, while Joe went to sleep on the bank, so that we felt sure of him, and I improved the opportunity to botanize and bathe. Soon after starting again, while Joe was gone back in the canoe for the frying pan, which had been left, we picked a couple of quarts of tree cranberries for a sauce. I was surprised by Joe's asking me how far it was to the Moosehorn. He was pretty well acquainted with this stream, but he had noticed that I was curious about distances and had several maps. He and Indians generally, with whom I have talked, are not able to describe dimensions or distances in our measures with any accuracy. He could tell, perhaps, at what time we should arrive, but not how far it was. We saw a few wood ducks, sheldrakes, and black ducks, but they were not so numerous there at that season as on our river at home. We scared the same family of wood ducks before us, going and returning. We also heard the note of one fish hawk, somewhat like that of a pigeon woodpecker, and soon after saw him perched near the top of a dead white pine against the island where we had first camped, while a company of peetweets were twittering and teetering about over the carcass of a moose on a low sandy spit just beneath. We drove the fish hawk from perch to perch, each time eliciting a scream or whistle, for many miles before us. Our course being upstream, we were obliged to work much harder than before, and had frequent use for a pole. Sometimes all three of us paddled together, standing up, small and heavily laden as the canoe was. About 6 miles from Moosehead we began to see the mountains east of the north end of the lake, and at 4 o'clock we reached the carry. The Indians were still encamped here. There were three, including the St. Francis Indian, who had come in the steamer with us. One of the others was called Sabattis. Joe and the St. Francis Indian were plainly clear Indian, the other two apparently mixed Indian and white, but the difference was confined to their features and complexion, for all that I could see. We here cooked the tongue of the moose for supper, having left the nose, which is esteemed the choicest part, at Chesuncook boiling, it being a good deal of trouble to prepare it. We also stewed our tree cranberries (Viburnum opulus), sweetening them with sugar. The lumberers sometimes cooked them with molasses. They were used in Arnold's expedition. This sauce was very grateful to us, who had been confined to hard bread, pork, and moose meat, and notwithstanding their seeds, we all three pronounced them equal to the common cranberry, but perhaps some allowance is to be made for our forest appetites. It would be worth the while to cultivate them both for beauty and for food. I afterwards saw them in a garden in Bangor. Joe said that they were called ebeemenar. While we were getting supper, Joe commenced curing the moose hide on which I had sat a good part of the voyage, he having already cut most of the hair off with his knife at the Caucomgomoc. He set up 2 stout forked poles on the bank, 7 or 8 feet high, and as much asunder east and west, and having cut slits 8 or 10 inches long, and the same distance apart, close to the edge, on the sides of the hide, he threaded poles through them, and then, placing one of the poles on the forked stakes, tied the other down tightly at the bottom. The 2 ends also were tied with cedar bark, their usual string, to the upright poles, through small holes at short intervals. The hide, thus stretched and slanted a little to the north, to expose its flesh side to the sun, measured in the extreme 8 feet long by 6 high. Where any flesh still adhered, Joe boldly scored it with his knife to lay it open to the sun. It now appeared somewhat spotted and injured by the duck shot. You may see the old frames on which hides have been stretched at many camping places in these woods. For some reason or other, the going to the forks of the Penobscot was given up, and we decided to stop here, my companion intending to hunt down the stream at night. The Indians invited us to lodge with them, but my companion inclined to go to the log camp on the carry. This camp was close and dirty, and had an ill smell, and I preferred to accept the Indians' offer, if we did not make a camp for ourselves, for though they were dirty too, they were more in the open air, and were much more agreeable and even refined company than the lumberers. The most interesting question entertained at the lumberers' camp was, which man could handle any other on the carry, and for the most part they possessed no qualities which you could not lay hands on. So we went to the Indians' camp or wigwam. It was rather windy, and therefore Joe concluded to hunt after midnight, if the wind went down, which the other Indians thought it would not do because it was from the south. The 2 mixed bloods, however, went off up the river for moose at dark, before we arrived at their camp. This Indian camp was a slight, patched-up affair, which had stood there several weeks, built shed fashion, open to the fire on the west. If the wind changed, they could turn it round. It was formed by 2 forked stakes and a crossbar, with rafters slanted from this to the ground. The covering was partly an old sail, partly birch bark, quite imperfect, but securely tied on, and coming down to the ground on the sides. A large log was rolled up at the back side for a headboard, and 2 or 3 moose hides were spread on the ground with the hair up. Various articles of their wardrobe were tucked around the sides and corners, or under the roof. They were smoking moose meat on just such a crate as is represented by With in Debris's Collectio Peregrinationum, published in 1588, and which the natives of Brazil called bucan, whence buccaneer, on which were frequently shown pieces of human flesh drying along with the rest. It was erected in front of the camp over the usual large fire in the form of an oblong square. Two stout forked stakes, 4 or 5 feet apart and 5 feet high, were driven into the ground at each end, and then two poles 10 feet long were stretched across over the fire, and smaller ones laid transversely on these a foot apart. On the last hung large, thin slices of moose meat, smoking and drying, a space being left open over the center of the fire. There was the whole heart, black as a 32-pound ball, hanging at one corner. They said that it took 3 or 4 days to cure this meat, and it would keep a year or more. Refuse pieces lay about on the ground in different stages of decay, and some pieces also in the fire, half buried and sizzling in the ashes, as black and dirty as an old shoe. These last I at first thought were thrown away, but afterwards found that they were being cooked. Also a tremendous rib piece was roasting before the fire, being impaled on an upright stake forced in and out between the ribs. There was a moose hide stretched and curing on poles like ours, and quite a pile of cured skins close by. They had killed 22 moose within 2 months, but as they could use but very little of the meat, they left the carcasses on the ground. Altogether it was about as savage a sight as ever was witnessed, and I was carried back at once 300 years. There were many torches of birch bark, shaped like straight tin horns, lying ready for use on a stump outside. For fear of dirt, we spread our blankets over their hides, so as not to touch them anywhere. The St. Francis Indian and Joe alone were there at first, and we lay on our backs talking with them till midnight. They were very sociable, and, when they did not talk with us, kept up a steady chatting in their own language. We heard a small bird just after dark, which, Joe said, sang at a certain hour in the night, at 10 o'clock, he believed. We also heard the hylodes and tree toads, and the lumberers singing in their camp a quarter of a mile off. I told them that I had seen pictures in old books, pieces of human flesh drying on these crates, whereupon they repeated some tradition about the Mohawks eating human flesh, what parts they preferred, etc., and also of a battle with the Mohawks near Moosehead, in which many of the latter were killed. But I found that they knew but little of the history of their race, and could be entertained by stories about their ancestors as readily as any way. At first I was nearly roasted out, for I lay against one side of the camp, and felt the heat reflected not only from the birch bark above, but from the side. And again I remembered the sufferings of the Jesuit missionaries, and what extremes of heat and cold the Indians were said to endure. I struggled long between my desire to remain and talk with them, and my impulse to rush out and stretch myself on the cool grass. And when I was about to take the last step, Joe, hearing my murmurs, or else being uncomfortable himself, got up and partially dispersed the fire. I suppose that that is Indian manners, to defend yourself. While lying there listening to the Indians, I amused myself with trying to guess at their subject by their gestures, or some proper name introduced. There can be no more startling evidence of their being a distinct and comparatively aboriginal race than to hear this unaltered Indian language, which the white man cannot speak nor understand. We may suspect change and deterioration in almost every other particular but the language, which is so wholly unintelligible to us. It took me by surprise, though I had found so many arrowheads, and convinced me that the Indian was not the invention of historians and poets. It was a purely wild and primitive American sound, as much as the barking of a chickaree, and I could not understand a syllable of it. But Paugus, had he been there, would have understood it. These Abenakis gossiped, laughed, and jested in the language in which Eliot's Indian Bible is written, the language which has been spoken in New England who shall say how long? These were the sounds that issued from the wigwams of this country before Columbus was born. They have not yet died away, and with remarkably few exceptions, the language of their forefathers is still copious enough for them. I felt that I stood, or rather lay, as near to the primitive man of America that night as any of its discoverers ever did. In the midst of their conversation, Joe suddenly appealed to me to know how long Moosehead Lake was. Meanwhile, as we lay there, Joe was making and trying his horn, to be ready for hunting after midnight. The St. Francis Indian also amused himself with sounding it, or rather calling through it, for the sound is made with the voice and not by blowing through the horn. The latter appeared to be a speculator in moose hides. He bought my companion's for $2.25, green. Joe said that it was worth 2.50 at Oldtown. Its chief use is for moccasins. One or two of these Indians wore them. I was told that, by a recent law of Maine, foreigners are not allowed to kill moose there at any season. White Americans can kill them only at a particular season, but the Indians of Maine at all seasons. The St. Francis Indian accordingly asked my companion for a wighiggin, or bill, to show, since he was a foreigner. He lived near Sorel. I found that he could write his name very well, Tahmunt Swason. One Ellis, an old white man of Guilford, a town through which we passed, not far from the south end of Moosehead, was the most celebrated moose hunter of those parts. Indians and whites spoke with equal respect of him. Tahmunt said that there were more moose here than in the Adirondack country in New York, where he had hunted; that 3 years before there were a great many about, and there were a great many now in the woods, but they did not come out to the water. It was of no use to hunt them at midnight. They would not come out then. I asked Sabattis, after he came home, if the moose never attacked him. He answered that you must not fire many times, so as to mad him. I fire once and hit him in the right place, and in the morning I find him. He won't go far. But if you keep firing, you mad him. I fired once 5 bullets, every one through the heart, and he did not mind them at all. It only made him more mad. I asked him if they did not hunt them with dogs. He said that they did so in winter, but never in the summer, for then it was of no use. They would run right off straight and swiftly 100 miles. Another Indian said that the moose, once scared, would run all day. A dog will hang to their lips and be carried along till he is swung against a tree and drops off. They cannot run on a glaze, though they can run in snow 4 feet deep, but the caribou can run on ice. They commonly find 2 or 3 moose together. They cover themselves with water, all but their noses, to escape flies. He had the horns of what he called the black moose that goes in low lands. These spread 3 or 4 feet. The red moose was another kind, running on mountains, and had horns which spread 6 feet. Such were his distinctions. Both can move their horns. The broad flat blades are covered with hair, and are so soft when the animal is alive that you can run a knife through them. They regard it as a good or bad sign if the horns turn this way or that. His caribou horns had been gnawed by mice in his wigwam, but he thought that the horns neither of the moose nor of the caribou were ever gnawed while the creature was alive, as some have asserted. An Indian, whom I met after this at Oldtown, who had carried about a bear and other animals of Maine to exhibit, told me that 30 years ago there were not so many moose in Maine as now; also that the moose were very easily tamed, and would come back when once fed, and so would deer, but not caribou. The Indians of this neighborhood are about as familiar with the moose as we are with the ox, having associated with them for so many generations. Father Rales, in his Dictionary of the Abenaki Language, gives not only a word for the male moose, Aianbe, and another for the female, Herar, but for the bone which is in the middle of the heart of the moose, and for his left hind leg. End of Part 2, Section 15. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Section 16 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chesuncook, Section 16. There were none of the small deer up there. They are more common about the settlements. One ran into the city of Bangor 2 years before, and jumped through a window of costly plate glass, and then into a mirror, where it thought it recognized one of its kind, and out again, and so on, leaping over the heads of the crowd until it was captured. This the inhabitants speak of as the deer that went a shopping. The last mentioned Indian spoke of the lunxus, or Indian devil, which I take to be the cougar, and not the gululuscus, as the only animal in Maine which man need fear. It would follow a man and did not mind a fire. He also said that beavers were getting to be pretty numerous again where we went, but their skins brought so little now that it was not profitable to hunt them. I had put the ears of our moose, which were 10 inches long, to dry along with the moose meat over the fire, wishing to preserve them, but Sabattis told me that I must skin and cure them, else the hair would all come off. He observed that they made tobacco pouches of the skins of their ears, putting the two together inside to inside. I asked him how he got fire, and he produced a little cylindrical box of friction matches. He also had flints and steel, and some punk, which was not dry. I think it was from the yellow birch. "But suppose you upset, and all these in your powder get wet?" "Then," said he, "we wait till we get to where there is some fire." I produced from my pocket a little vial containing matches, stoppled watertight, and told him that though we were upset, we should still have some dry matches, at which he stared without saying a word. We lay awake thus a long while talking, and they gave us the meaning of many Indian names of lakes and streams in the vicinity, especially Tahmunt. I asked the Indian name of Moosehead Lake. Joe answered Sebamook. Tahmunt pronounced it Sebamook. When I asked what it meant, they answered Moosehead Lake. At length, getting my meaning, they alternately repeated the word over to themselves as a philologist might, Sebamook, Sebamook, now and then comparing notes in Indian, for there was a slight difference in their dialect. And finally Tahmunt said, "Ah, I know," and he rose up partly on the moose hide, "like as here is a place and there is a place," pointing to different parts of the hide, "and you take water from there and fill this, and it stays here. That is Sebamook." I understood him to mean that it was a reservoir of water which did not run away, the river coming in on one side and passing out again near the same place, leaving a permanent bay. Another Indian said that it meant Large Bay Lake, and that Sebago and Sebec, the names of other lakes, were kindred words, meaning large open water. Joe said that Seboyus meant Little River. I observed their inability, often described, to convey an abstract idea. Having got the idea, though indistinctly, they groped about in vain for words with which to express it. Tahmunt thought that the whites called it Moosehead Lake because Mount Kineo, which commands it, is shaped like a moose's head, and that Moose River was so called because the mountain points right across the lake to its mouth. John Josselyn, writing about 1673, says, "12 miles from Casco Bay, and passable for men and horses, is a lake, called by the Indians Sebug. On the brink thereof, at one end, is the famous rock, shaped like a moose deer or helk, diaphanous, and called the Moose Rock." He appears to have confounded Sebamook with Sebago, which is nearer, but has no diaphanous rock on its shore. I give more of their definitions for what they are worth, partly because they differ sometimes from the commonly received ones. They never analyzed these words before. After long deliberation and repeating of the word, for it gave much trouble, Tahmunt said that Chesuncook meant a place where many streams emptied in, and he enumerated them: Penobscot, Umbazookskus, Kusabessex, Red Brook, etc. "Caucomgomoc, what does that mean?" "What are those large white birds?" he asked. "Gulls," said I. "Ah, Gull Lake." Pamadumcook, Joe thought, meant the lake with gravelly bottom, or bed. Kenduskeg, Tahmunt concluded at last, after asking if birches went up it, for he said that he was not much acquainted with it, meant something like this: "You go up Penobscot till you come to Kenduskeg, and you go by, you don't turn up there. That is Kenduskeg." Another Indian, however, who knew the river better, told us afterward that it meant Little Eel River. Mattawamkeag was a place where two rivers meet. Penobscot was Rocky River. One writer says that this was originally the name of only a section of the main channel, from the head of the tide water to a short distance above Oldtown. A very intelligent Indian, whom we afterwards met, son-in-law of Neptune, gave us also these other definitions: Umbazookskus, meadow stream; Millinocket, place of islands; Aboljacarmagus, smooth ledge falls, and dead water; Aboljacarmaguskuk, the stream emptying in. The last was the word he gave when I asked about Aboljacknagesic, which he did not recognize. Mattahumkeag, Sand Creek Pond; Piscataquis, branch of a river. I asked our hosts what Musketaquid, the Indian name of Concord, Massachusetts, meant, but they changed it to Musketacook, and repeated that, and Tahmunt said that it meant dead stream, which is probably true. Cook appears to mean stream, and perhaps quid signifies the place or ground. When I asked the meaning of the names of two of our hills, they answered that they were another language. As Tahmunt said that he traded at Quebec, my companion inquired the meaning of the word Quebec, about which there has been so much question. He did not know, but began to conjecture. He asked what those great ships were called that carried soldiers. Men of war, we answered. Well, he said, when the English ships came up the river, they could not go any farther, it was so narrow there. They must go back, go back. That's Quebec. I mentioned this to show the value of his authority in the other cases. Late at night the other two Indians came home from moose hunting, not having been successful, aroused the fire again, lighted their pipes, smoked a while, took something strong to drink, and ate some moose meat, and, finding what room they could, lay down on the moose hides. And thus we passed the night, 2 white men and 4 Indians side by side. When I awoke in the morning the weather was drizzling. One of the Indians was lying outside, rolled in his blanket, on the opposite side of the fire for want of room. Joe had neglected to awake my companion, and he had done no hunting that night. Tahmunt was making a crossbar for his canoe with a singularly shaped knife, such as I have since seen other Indians using. The blade was thin, about 3/4 of an inch wide, and 8 or 10 inches long, but curved out of its plane into a hook, which he said made it more convenient to shave with. As the Indians very far north and northwest use the same kind of knife, I suspect that it was made according to an aboriginal pattern, though some white artisans may use a similar one. The Indians baked a loaf of flour bread in a spider on its edge before the fire for their breakfast, and while my companion was making tea, I caught a dozen sizable fishes in the Penobscot, 2 kinds of sucker and 1 trout. After we had breakfasted by ourselves, one of our bedfellows, who had also breakfasted, came along, and being invited, took a cup of tea, and finally, taking up the common platter, licked it clean. But he was nothing to a white fellow, a lumberer, who was continually stuffing himself with the Indians' moose meat, and was the butt of his companions accordingly. He seems to have thought that it was a feast to eat all. It is commonly said that the white man finally surpasses the Indian on his own ground, and it was proved true in this case. I cannot swear to his employment during the hours of darkness, but I saw him at it again as soon as it was light, though he came 1/4 of a mile to his work. The rain prevented our continuing any longer in the woods, so, giving some of our provisions and utensils to the Indians, we took leave of them. This being the steamer's day, I set out for the lake at once. I walked over the carry alone, and waited at the head of the lake. An eagle, or some other large bird, flew screaming away from its perch by the shore at my approach. For an hour after I reached the shore there was not a human being to be seen, and I had all that wide prospect to myself. I thought that I heard the sound of the steamer before she came in sight on the open lake. I noticed at the landing, when the steamer came in, one of our bedfellows, who had been a moose hunting the night before, now very sprucely dressed in a clean white shirt and fine black pants, a true Indian dandy, who had evidently come over the carry to show himself to any arrivers on the north shore of Moosehead Lake, just as New York dandies take a turn up Broadway and stand on the steps of a hotel. Midway the lake we took on board 2 manly-looking middle-aged men, with their batteau, who had been exploring for 6 weeks as far as the Canada line, and had let their beards grow. They had the skin of a beaver, which they had recently caught, stretched on an oval hoop, though the fur was not good at that season. I talked with one of them, telling him that I had come all this distance partly to see where the white pine, the eastern stuff of which our houses are built, grew, but that on this and a previous excursion into another part of Maine I had found it a scarce tree, and I asked him where I must look for it. With a smile he answered that he could hardly tell me. However, he said that he had found enough to employ 2 teams the next winter in a place where there was thought to be none left. What was considered a tip-top tree now was not looked at 20 years ago, when he first went into the business, but they succeeded very well now with what was considered quite inferior timber then. The explorer used to cut into a tree higher and higher up to see if it was false-hearted, and if there was a rotten heart as big as his arm he let it alone. But now they cut such a tree and sawed it all around the rot, and it made the very best of boards, for in such a case they were never shaky. One connected with lumbering operations at Bangor told me that the largest pine belonging to his firm, cut the previous winter, scaled in the woods 4,500 feet, and was worth $90 in the log at the Bangor Boom in Oldtown. They cut a road 3½ miles long for this tree alone. He thought that the principal locality for the white pine that came down the Penobscot was now at the head of the East Branch in the Allegash, about Webster Stream and Eagle and Chamberlain Lakes. Much timber has been stolen from the public lands. Pray, what kind of forest warden is the public itself? I heard of one man who, having discovered some particularly fine trees just within the boundaries of the public lands, and not daring to employ an accomplice, cut them down, and by means of block and tackle without cattle tumbled them into a stream, and so succeeded in getting off with them without the least assistance. Surely stealing pine trees in this way is not so mean as robbing hen roosts. We reached Monson that night, and the next day rode to Bangor, all the way in the rain again, varying our route a little. Some of the taverns on this road, which were particularly dirty, were plainly in a transition state from the camp to the house. The next forenoon we went to Oldtown. One slender old Indian on the Oldtown shore, who recognized my companion, was full of mirth and gestures, like a Frenchman. A Catholic priest crossed to the island on the same bateau with us. The Indian houses are framed, mostly of one story, and in rows one behind another, at the south end of the island, with a few scattered ones. I counted about 40, not including the church, and what my companion called the council house. The last, which I suppose is their town house, was regularly framed and shingled like the rest. There were several of 2 stories, quite neat, with front yards enclosed, and one at least had green blinds. Here and there were moose hides stretched and drying about them. There were no cart paths nor tracks of horses, but footpaths, very little land cultivated, but an abundance of weeds, indigenous and naturalized, more introduced weeds than useful vegetables, as the Indian is said to cultivate the vices rather than the virtues of the white man. Yet this village was cleaner than I expected, far cleaner than such Irish villages as I have seen. The children were not particularly ragged nor dirty. The little boys met us, with bow in hand and arrow on string, and cried, "Put up a cent!" Verily, the Indian has but a feeble hold on his bow now, but the curiosity of the white man is insatiable, and from the first he has been eager to witness this forest accomplishment. That elastic piece of wood, with its feathered dart, so sure to be unstrung by contact with civilization, will serve for the type, the coat of arms of the savage. Alas for the hunter race! The white man has driven off their game and substituted a cent in its place. I saw an Indian woman washing at the water's edge. She stood on a rock, and after dipping the clothes in the stream, laid them on the rock and beat them with a short club. In the graveyard, which was crowded with graves and overrun with weeds, I noticed an inscription in Indian painted on a wooden grave board. There was a large wooden cross on the island. Since my companion knew him, we called on Governor Neptune, who lived in a little 10-footer, one of the humblest of them all. Personalities are allowable in speaking of public men, therefore I will give the particulars of our visit. He was abed. When we entered the room, which was one half of the house, he was sitting on the side of the bed. There was a clock hanging in one corner. He had on a black frock coat and black pants, much worn, white cotton shirt, socks, a red silk handkerchief about his neck, and a straw hat. His black hair was only slightly grayed. He had very broad cheeks, and his features were decidedly and refreshingly different from those of any of the upstart Native American party whom I have seen. He was no darker than many old white men. He told me that he was 89, but he was going a moose hunting that fall, as he had been the previous one. Probably his companions did the hunting. We saw various squaws dodging about. One sat on the bed by his side and helped him out with his stories. They were remarkably corpulent, with smooth, round faces, apparently full of good humor. Certainly our much abused climate had not dried up their adipose substance. While we were there, for we stayed a good while, one went over to Oldtown, returned, and cut out a dress which she had bought on another bed in the room. The Governor said that he could remember when the moose were much larger, that they did not used to be in the woods, but came out of the water as all deer did. Moose was whale once. Away down Merrimack way, a whale came ashore in a shallow bay. Sea went out and left him, and he came up on land a moose. What made them know he was a whale was, that at first, before he began to run in bushes, he had no bowels inside, but, and then the squaw who sat on the bed by his side as the Governor's aide, and had been putting in a word now and then and confirming the story, asked me what we called that soft thing we find along the seashore. Jellyfish, I suggested. Yes, he said. No bowels, but jellyfish. End of part 2, section 16, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, section 17 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chesuncook, section 17. There may be some truth in what he said about the moose growing larger formerly. For the quaint John Josselyn, a physician who spent many years in this very district of Maine in the 17th century, says that the tips of their horns are sometimes found to be 2 fathoms asunder, and he is particular to tell us that a fathom is 6 feet, and they are in height, from the toe of the forefoot to the pitch of the shoulder, 12 foot, both which hath been taken by some of my skeptic readers to be monstrous lies. And he adds, there are certain transcendentia in every creature, which are the indelible character of God, and which discover God. This is a greater dilemma to be caught in than is presented by the cranium of the young Bechuana ox, apparently another of the transcendentia, in the collection of Thomas Steele, Upper Brook Street, London, whose entire length of horn from tip to tip along the curve is 13 feet 5 inches, distance straight between the tips of the horns 8 feet 8½ inches. However, the size both of the moose and the cougar, as I have found, is generally rather underrated than overrated, and I should be inclined to add to the popular estimate a part of what I subtracted from Josselyn's. But we talked mostly with the Governor's son-in-law, a very sensible Indian; and the Governor, being so old and deaf, permitted himself to be ignored while we asked questions about him. The former said that there were 2 political parties among them, one in favor of schools and the other opposed to them; or rather, they did not wish to resist the priest, who was opposed to them. The first had just prevailed at the election, and sent their man to the legislature. Neptune and Aitteon and himself were in favor of schools. He said if Indians got learning, they would keep their money. When we asked where Joe's father, Aitteon, was, he knew that he must be at Lincoln, though he was about to go a moose hunting, for a messenger had just gone to him there to get his signature to some papers. I asked Neptune if they had any of the old breed of dogs yet. He answered yes. "But that," said I, pointing to one that had just come in, "is a Yankee dog." He assented. I said that he did not look like a good one. "Oh, yes," he said, and he told with much gusto how the year before he had caught and held by the throat a wolf. A very small black puppy rushed into the room and made at the Governor's feet as he sat in his stockings, with his legs dangling from the bedside. The Governor rubbed his hands and dared him to come on, entering into the sport with spirit. Nothing more that was significant transpired to my knowledge during this interview. This was the first time that I ever called on a governor; but, as I did not ask for an office, I can speak of it with the more freedom. An Indian who was making canoes behind a house, looking up pleasantly from his work, for he knew my companion, said that his name was old John Pennyweight. I had heard of him long before, and I inquired after one of his contemporaries, Joe Fourpence Halfpenny, but alas, he no longer circulates. I made a faithful study of canoe building, and I thought that I should like to serve an apprenticeship at that trade for one season, going into the woods for bark with my boss, making the canoe there, and returning in it at last. While the batteau was coming over to take us off, I picked up some fragments of arrowheads on the shore, and one broken stone chisel, which were greater novelties to the Indians than to me. After this, on Old Fort Hill, at the bend of the Penobscot, 3 miles above Bangor, looking for the site of an Indian town which some think stood thereabouts, I found more arrowheads, and 2 little dark and crumbling fragments of Indian earthenware in the ashes of their fires. The Indians on the island appeared to live quite happily, and to be well treated by the inhabitants of Oldtown. We visited Veazey's Mills, just below the island, where were 16 sets of saws, some gang saws, 16 in a gang, not to mention circular saws. On one side they were hauling the logs up an inclined plane by water power; on the other, passing out the boards, planks, and sawed timber, and forming them into rafts. The trees were literally drawn and quartered there. In forming the rafts, they used the lower 3 feet of hardwood saplings, which have a crooked and knobbed butt end, for bolts, passing them up through holes bored in the corners and sides of the rafts, and keying them. In another apartment they were making fence slats, such as stand all over New England, out of odds and ends. And it may be that I saw where the picket fence behind which I dwell at home came from. I was surprised to find a boy collecting the long edgings of boards as fast as cut off, and thrusting them down a hopper, where they were ground up beneath the mill, that they might be out of the way. Otherwise they accumulate in vast piles by the side of the building, increasing the danger from fire, or, floating off, they obstruct the river. This was not only a sawmill, but a grist mill then. The inhabitants of Oldtown, Stillwater, and Bangor cannot suffer for want of kindling stuff, surely. Some get their living exclusively by picking up the driftwood and selling it by the cord in the winter. In one place I saw where an Irishman, who keeps a team and a man for the purpose, had covered the shore for a long distance with regular piles; and I was told that he had sold $1,200 worth in a year. Another, who lived by the shore, told me that he got all the material of his outbuildings and fences from the river; and in that neighborhood I perceived that this refuse wood was frequently used, instead of sand, to fill hollows with, being apparently cheaper than dirt. I got my first clear view of Ktaadn on this excursion from a hill about 2 miles northwest of Bangor, whither I went for this purpose. After this I was ready to return to Massachusetts. Humboldt has written an interesting chapter on the primitive forest, but no one has yet described for me the difference between that wild forest which once occupied our oldest townships, and the tame one which I find there to day. It is a difference which would be worth attending to. The civilized man not only clears the land permanently to a great extent, and cultivates open fields, but he tames and cultivates to a certain extent the forest itself. By his mere presence almost, he changes the nature of the trees as no other creature does. The sun and air, and perhaps fire, have been introduced and grain raised where it stands. It has lost its wild, damp, and shaggy look; the countless fallen and decaying trees are gone; and consequently that thick coat of moss which lived on them is gone too. The earth is comparatively bare and smooth and dry. The most primitive places left with us are the swamps, where the spruce still grows shaggy with usnea. The surface of the ground in the Maine woods is everywhere spongy and saturated with moisture. I notice that the plants which cover the forest floor there are such as are commonly confined to swamps with us, the Clintonia borealis, orchises, creeping snowberry, and others; and the prevailing aster there is the Aster acuminatus, which with us grows in damp and shady woods. The asters cordifolius and macrophyllus also are common, asters of little or no color, and sometimes without petals. I saw no soft, spreading, second growth white pines, with smooth bark, acknowledging the presence of the woodchopper; but even the young white pines were all tall and slender, rough barked trees. Those Maine woods differ essentially from ours. There you are never reminded that the wilderness which you are threading is, after all, some villager's familiar woodlot, some widow's thirds, from which her ancestors have sledded fuels for generations, minutely described in some old deed which is recorded, of which the owner has got a plan too, and old bound marks may be found every 40 rods if you will search. 'Tis true, the map may inform you that you stand on land granted by the state to some academy, or on Bingham's Purchase; but these names do not impose on you, for you see nothing to remind you of the academy or of Bingham. What were the forests of England to these? One writer relates of the Isle of Wight, that in Charles the Second's time there were woods in the island so complete and extensive that it is said a squirrel might have traveled in several parts many leagues together on the top of the trees. If it were not for the rivers, and he might go round their heads, a squirrel could here travel thus the whole breadth of the country. We have as yet had no adequate account of a primitive pine forest. I have noticed that in a physical atlas lately published in Massachusetts and used in our schools, the woodland of North America is limited almost solely to the valleys of the Ohio and some of the Great Lakes, and the great pine forests of the globe are not represented. In our vicinity, for instance, New Brunswick and Maine are exhibited as bare as Greenland. It may be that the children of Greenville, at the foot of Moosehead Lake, who surely are not likely to be scared by an owl, are referred to the valley of the Ohio to get an idea of a forest; but they would not know what to do with their moose, bear, caribou, beaver, etc., there. Shall we leave it to an Englishman to inform us that in North America, both in the United States and Canada, are the most extensive pine forests in the world? The greater part of New Brunswick, the northern half of Maine, and adjacent parts of Canada, not to mention the northeastern part of New York and other tracts farther off, are still covered with an almost unbroken pine forest. But Maine, perhaps, will soon be where Massachusetts is. A good part of her territory is already as bare and commonplace as much of our neighborhood, and her villages generally are not so well shaded as ours. We seem to think that the earth must go through the ordeal of sheep pasturage before it is habitable by man. Consider Nahant, the resort of all the fashion of Boston, which peninsula I saw but indistinctly in the twilight when I steamed by it, and thought that it was unchanged since the discovery. John Smith described it in 1614 as the Mattahunts, two pleasant isles of groves, gardens, and cornfields; and others tell us that it was once well wooded, and even furnished timber to build the wharves of Boston. Now it is difficult to make a tree grow there, and the visitor comes away with a vision of Mr. Tudor's ugly fences, a rod high, designed to protect a few pear shrubs. And what are we coming to in our Middlesex towns? A bald, staring town house or meeting house, and a bare liberty pole, as leafless as it is fruitless, for all I can see. We shall be obliged to import the timber for the last hereafter, or splice such sticks as we have. And our ideas of liberty are equally mean with these. The very willow rows, lopped every 3 years for fuel or powder, and every sizable pine and oak or other forest tree cut down within the memory of man, as if individual speculators were to be allowed to export the clouds out of the sky, or the stars out of the firmament, one by one. We shall be reduced to gnaw the very crust of the earth for nutriment. They have even descended to smaller game. They have lately, as I hear, invented a machine for chopping up huckleberry bushes fine, and so converting them into fuel; bushes which for fruit alone are worth all the pear trees in the country many times over. I can give you a list of the 3 best kinds, if you want it. At this rate we shall all be obliged to let our beards grow at least, if only to hide the nakedness of the land and make a sylvan appearance. The farmer sometimes talks of brushing up, simply as if bare ground looked better than clothed ground, than that which wears its natural vesture; as if the wild hedges, which, perhaps, are more to his children than his whole farm beside, were dirt. I know of one who deserves to be called the tree hater, and, perhaps, to leave this for a new patronymic to his children. You would think that he had been warned by an oracle that he would be killed by the fall of a tree, and so was resolved to anticipate them. The journalists think that they cannot say too much in favor of such improvements in husbandry. It is a safe theme, like piety; but as for the beauty of one of these model farms, I would as lief see a patent churn, and a man turning it. They are commonly places merely where somebody is making money; it may be counterfeiting. The virtue of making 2 blades of grass grow where only one grew before does not begin to be superhuman. Nevertheless, it was a relief to get back to our smooth but still varied landscape. For a permanent residence, it seemed to me that there could be no comparison between this and the wilderness, necessary as the latter is for a resource and a background, the raw material of all our civilization. The wilderness is simple almost to barrenness. The partially cultivated country it is which chiefly has inspired, and will continue to inspire, the strains of poets, such as compose the mass of any literature. Our woods are sylvan, and their inhabitants woodmen and rustics. That is salvagia, and the inhabitants are salvages. A civilized man, using the word in the ordinary sense, with his ideas and associations, must at length pine there like a cultivated plant which clasps its fibers about a crude and undissolved mass of peat. At the extreme north the voyagers are obliged to dance and act plays for employment. Perhaps our own woods and fields, in the best wooded towns, where we need not quarrel about the huckleberries, with the primitive swamps scattered here and there in their midst, but not prevailing over them, are the perfection of parks and groves, gardens, arbors, paths, vistas, and landscapes. They are the natural consequence of what art and refinement we as a people have. The common which each village possesses, its true paradise, in comparison with which all elaborately and wilfully wealth constructed parks and gardens are paltry imitations. Or I would rather say, such were our groves 20 years ago. The poet's commonly is not a logger's path, but a woodman's. The logger and pioneer have preceded him like John the Baptist, eaten the wild honey it may be, but the locusts also, banished decaying wood and the spongy mosses which feed on it, and built hearths and humanized nature for him. But there are spirits of a yet more liberal culture to whom no simplicity is barren. There are not only stately pines, but fragile flowers, like the orchises, commonly described as too delicate for cultivation, which derive their nutriment from the crudest mass of peat. These remind us that, not only for strength but for beauty, the poet must from time to time travel the logger's path and the Indian's trail, to drink at some new and more bracing fountain of the Muses, far in the recesses of the wilderness. The kings of England formerly had their forests to hold the king's game, for sport or food, sometimes destroying villages to create or extend them; and I think that they were impelled by a true instinct. Why should not we, who have renounced the king's authority, have our national preserves, where no villages need be destroyed, in which the bear and panther, and some even of the hunter race, may still exist, and not be civilized off the face of the earth? Our forests, not to hold the king's game merely, but to hold and preserve the king himself also, the lord of creation; not for idle sport or food, but for inspiration and our own true recreation. Or shall we, like the villains, grub them all up, poaching on our own national domains? End of Part Two. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 18 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, The Allegash and East Branch, Section 18. I started on my third excursion to the Maine woods Monday, July 20th, 1857, with one companion, arriving at Bangor the next day at noon. We had hardly left the steamer when we passed Molly Molasses in the street. As long as she lives, the Penobscots may be considered extant as a tribe. The succeeding morning, a relative of mine, who is well acquainted with the Penobscot Indians, and who had been my companion in my two previous excursions into the Maine woods, took me in his wagon to Oldtown, to assist me in obtaining an Indian for this expedition. We were ferried across to the Indian island in a batteau. The ferryman's boy had got the key to it, but the father, who was a blacksmith, after a little hesitation cut the chain with a cold chisel on the rock. He told me that the Indians were nearly all gone to the seaboard and to Massachusetts, partly on account of the smallpox, of which they are very much afraid, having broken out in Oldtown, and it was doubtful whether we should find a suitable one at home. The old chief Neptune, however, was there still. The first man we saw on the island was an Indian named Joseph Polis, whom my relative had known from a boy, and now addressed familiarly as Joe. He was dressing a deerskin in his yard. The skin was spread over a slanting log, and he was scraping it with a stick held by both hands. He was stoutly built, perhaps a little above the middle height, with a broad face, and, as others said, perfect Indian features and complexion. His house was a two-story white one with blinds, the best looking that I noticed there, and as good as an average one on a New England village street. It was surrounded by a garden and fruit trees, single cornstalks standing thinly amid the beans. We asked him if he knew any good Indian who would like to go into the woods with us, that is, to the Allegash Lakes, by way of Moosehead, and return by the east branch of the Penobscot, or vary from this as we pleased. To which he answered, out of that strange remoteness in which the Indian ever dwells to the white man, "Me like to go myself. Me wants to get some moose," and kept on scraping the skin. His brother had been into the woods with my relative only a year or two before, and the Indian now inquired what the latter had done to him that he did not come back, for he had not seen nor heard from him since. At length we got round to the more interesting topic again. The ferryman had told us that all the best Indians were gone except Polis, who was one of the aristocracy. He, to be sure, would be the best man we could have, but if he went at all would want a great price, so we did not expect to get him. Polis asked at first $2 a day, but agreed to go for $1.50 and 50 cents a week for his canoe. He would come to Bangor with his canoe by the 7 o'clock train that evening. We might depend on him. We thought ourselves lucky to secure the services of this man, who was known to be particularly steady and trustworthy. I spent the afternoon with my companions, who had remained in Bangor, in preparing for our expedition, purchasing provisions, hard bread, pork, coffee, sugar, etc., and some india rubber clothing. We had at first thought of exploring the St. John from its source to its mouth, or else to go up the Penobscot by its east branch to the lakes of the St. John, and return by way of Chesuncook and Moosehead. We had finally inclined to the last route, only reversing the order of it, going by way of Moosehead and returning by the Penobscot. Otherwise it would have been all the way upstream and taken twice as long. At evening the Indian arrived in the cars, and I led the way while he followed me 3/4 of a mile to my friend's house, with the canoe on his head. I did not know the exact route myself, but steered by the lay of the land as I do in Boston, and I tried to enter into conversation with him, but as he was puffing under the weight of his canoe, not having the usual apparatus for carrying it, but above all was an Indian, I might as well have been thumping on the bottom of his birch the while. In answer to the various observations which I made by way of breaking the ice, he only grunted vaguely from beneath his canoe once or twice, so that I knew he was there. Early the next morning, July 23rd, the stage called for us, the Indian having breakfasted with us, and already placed the baggage in the canoe to see how it would go. My companion and I had each a large knapsack, as full as it would hold, and we had 2 large india rubber bags which held our provision and utensils. As for the Indian, all the baggage he had, beside his axe and gun, was a blanket, which he brought loose in his hand. However, he had laid in a store of tobacco and a new pipe for the excursion. The canoe was securely lashed diagonally across the top of the stage, with bits of carpet tucked under the edge to prevent its chafing. The very accommodating driver appeared as much accustomed to carrying canoes in this way as bandboxes. At the Bangor House we took in 4 men bound on a hunting excursion, one of the men going as cook. They had a dog, a middling-sized brindled cur, which ran by the side of the stage, his master showing his head and whistling from time to time. But after we had gone about 3 miles, the dog was suddenly missing, and 2 of the party went back for him, while the stage, which was full of passengers, waited. I suggested that he had taken the back track for the Bangor House. At length one man came back, while the other kept on. This whole party of hunters declared their intention to stop till the dog was found, but the very obliging driver was ready to wait a spell longer. He was evidently unwilling to lose so many passengers, who would have taken a private conveyance, or perhaps the other line of stages, the next day. Such progress did we make, with a journey of over 60 miles to be accomplished that day, and a rainstorm just setting in. We discussed the subject of dogs and their instincts till it was threadbare, while we waited there, and the scenery of the suburbs of Bangor is still distinctly impressed on my memory. After full half an hour, the man returned, leading the dog by a rope. He had overtaken him just as he was entering the Bangor House. He was then tied on the top of the stage, but being wet and cold, several times in the course of the journey he jumped off, and I saw him dangling by his neck. This dog was depended on to stop bears with. He had already stopped one somewhere in New Hampshire, and I can testify that he stopped a stage in Maine. This party of 4 probably paid nothing for the dog's ride, nor for his run, while our party of 3 paid $2, and were charged 4 for the light canoe which lay still on the top. It soon began to rain, and grew more and more stormy as the day advanced. This was the third time that I had passed over this route, and it rained steadily each time all day. We accordingly saw but little of the country. The stage was crowded all the way, and I attended the more to my fellow travelers. If you had looked inside this coach, you would have thought that we were prepared to run the gauntlet of a band of robbers, for there were 4 or 5 guns on the front seat, the Indians included, and 1 or 2 on the back one, each man holding his darling in his arms. One had a gun which carried 12 to a pound. It appeared that this party of hunters was going our way, but much farther, down the Allegash and St. John, and thence up some other stream, and across to the Restigouche and the Bay of Chaleur, to be gone 6 weeks. They had canoes, axes, and supplies deposited some distance along the route. They carried flour, and were to have new bread made every day. Their leader was a handsome man, about 30 years old, of good height, but not apparently robust, of gentlemanly address and faultless toilet, such a one as you might expect to meet on Broadway. In fact, in the popular sense of the word, he was the most gentlemanly appearing man in the stage, or that we saw on the road. He had a fair white complexion, as if he had always lived in the shade, and an intellectual face, and with his quiet manners might have passed for a divinity student who had seen something of the world. I was surprised to find, on talking with him in the course of the day's journey, that he was a hunter at all, for his gun was not much exposed, and yet more to find that he was probably the chief white hunter of Maine, and was known all along the road. He had also hunted in some of the states farther south and west. I afterwards heard him spoken of as one who could endure a great deal of exposure and fatigue without showing the effect of it, and he could not only use guns, but make them, being himself a gunsmith. In the spring he had saved a stage driver and 2 passengers from drowning in the backwater of the Piscataquis in Foxcroft on this road, having swum ashore in the freezing water and made a raft and got them off, though the horses were drowned, at great risk to himself, while the only other man who could swim withdrew to the nearest house to prevent freezing. He could now ride over this road for nothing. He knew our man, and remarked that we had a good Indian there, a good hunter, adding that he was said to be worth $6,000. The Indian also knew him, and said to me, "The great hunter." The former told me that he practiced a kind of still hunting, new or uncommon in those parts, that the caribou, for instance, fed round and round the same meadow, returning on the same path, and he lay in wait for them. The Indian sat on the front seat, saying nothing to anybody, with a stolid expression of face, as if barely awake to what was going on. Again I was struck by the peculiar vagueness of his replies when addressed in the stage or at the taverns. He really never said anything on such occasions. He was merely stirred up like a wild beast, and passively muttered some insignificant response. His answer in such cases was never the consequence of a positive mental energy, but vague as a puff of smoke, suggesting no responsibility, and if you considered it, you would find that you had got nothing out of him. This was instead of the conventional palaver and smartness of the white man, and equally profitable. Most get no more than this out of the Indian, and pronounce him stolid accordingly. I was surprised to see what a foolish and impertinent style a Maine man, a passenger, used in addressing him, as if he were a child, which only made his eyes glisten a little. A tipsy Canadian asked him at a tavern, in a drawling tone, if he smoked, to which he answered with an indefinite "Yes." "Won't you lend me your pipe a little while?" asked the other. He replied, looking straight by the man's head, with a face singularly vacant to all neighboring interests, "Me got no pipe," yet I had seen him put a new one with a supply of tobacco into his pocket that morning. Our little canoe, so neat and strong, drew a favorable criticism from all the wiseacres among the tavern loungers along the road. By the roadside, close to the wheels, I noticed a splendid great purple fringed orchis, with a spike as big as an epilobium, which I would fain have stopped the stage to pluck, but as this had never been known to stop a bear, like the cur on the stage, the driver would probably have thought it a waste of time. When we reached the lake, about 8:30 in the evening, it was still steadily raining, and harder than before, and, in that fresh, cool atmosphere, the hylodes were peeping and the toads ringing about the lake universally, as in the spring with us. It was as if the season had revolved backward 2 or 3 months, or I had arrived at the abode of perpetual spring. We had expected to go upon the lake at once, and, after paddling up 2 or 3 miles, to camp on one of its islands; but on account of the steady and increasing rain, we decided to go to one of the taverns for the night, though for my own part I should have preferred to camp out. About 4 o'clock the next morning, July 24th, though it was quite cloudy, accompanied by the landlord to the water's edge in the twilight, we launched our canoe from a rock on the Moosehead Lake. When I was there 4 years before, we had a rather small canoe for 3 persons, and I had thought that this time I would get a larger one; but the present one was even smaller than that. It was 18¼ feet long, by 2 feet 6½ inches wide in the middle, and 1 feet deep within, so I found by measurement, and I judged that it would weigh not far from 80 pounds. The Indian had recently made it himself, and its smallness was partly compensated for by its newness, as well as its staunchness and solidity, it being made of very thick bark and ribs. Our baggage weighed about 166 pounds, so that the canoe carried about 600 pounds in all, or the weight of 4 men. The principal part of the baggage was, as usual, placed in the middle of the broadest part, while we stowed ourselves in the chinks and crannies that were left before and behind it, where there was no room to extend our legs, the loose articles being tucked into the ends. The canoe was thus as closely packed as a market basket, and might possibly have been upset without spilling any of its contents. The Indian sat on a crossbar in the stern, but we flat on the bottom, with a splint or chip behind our backs to protect them from the crossbar, and one of us commonly paddled with the Indian. He foresaw that we should not want a pole till we got to the Umbazookskus River, it being either dead water or down stream so far, and he was prepared to make a sail of his blanket in the bows if the wind should be fair, but we never used it. It had rained more or less the 4 previous days, so that we thought we might count on some fair weather. The wind was at first southwesterly. Paddling along the eastern side of the lake in the still of the morning, we soon saw a few sheldrakes, which the Indian called shecorways, and some peetweets (Naramekechus) on the rocky shore. We also saw and heard loons (metawisla), which he said was a sign of wind. It was inspiriting to hear the regular dip of the paddles, as if they were our fins or flippers, and to realize that we were at length fairly embarked. We who had felt strangely as stage passengers and tavern lodgers were suddenly naturalized there and presented with the freedom of the lakes and the woods. Having passed the small rocky isles within 2 or 3 miles of the foot of the lake, we had a short consultation respecting our course, and inclined to the western shore for the sake of its lee, for otherwise, if the wind should rise, it would be impossible for us to reach Mount Kineo, which is about midway up the lake on the east side, but at its narrowest part, where probably we could recross if we took the western side. The wind is the chief obstacle to crossing the lakes, especially in so small a canoe. The Indian remarked several times that he did not like to cross the lakes in little canoe, but nevertheless, just as we say, it made no odds to him. He sometimes took a straight course up the middle of the lake between Sugar and Deer Islands, when there was no wind. End of Part 3, Section 18. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 19 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, The Allegash and East Branch, Section 18. Measured on the map, Moosehead Lake is 12 miles wide at the widest place, and 30 miles long in a direct line, but longer as it lies. The captain of the steamer called it 38 miles as he steered. We should probably go about 40. The Indians said that it was called Mspame because large water. Squaw Mountain rose darkly on our left, near the outlet of the Kennebec, and what the Indian called Spencer Bay Mountain on the east, and already we saw Mount Kineo before us in the north. Paddling near the shore, we frequently heard the pee of the olive-sided flycatcher, also the wood pewee and the kingfisher, thus early in the morning. The Indian reminding us that he could not work without eating, we stopped to breakfast on the Maine shore, southwest of Deer Island, at a spot where the Mimulus ringens grew abundantly. We took out our bags, and the Indian made a fire under a very large bleached log, using white pine bark from a stump, though he said that hemlock was better, and kindling with canoe birch bark. Our table was a large piece of freshly peeled birch bark laid wrong side up, and our breakfast consisted of hard bread, fried pork, and strong coffee, well sweetened, in which we did not miss the milk. While we were getting breakfast, a brood of 12 black dippers, half grown, came paddling by within 3 or 4 rods, not at all alarmed, and they loitered about as long as we stayed, now huddled close together within a circle of 18 inches in diameter, now moving off in a long line very cunningly. Yet they bore a certain proportion to the great Moosehead Lake on whose bosom they floated, and I felt as if they were under its protection. Looking northward from this place, it appeared as if we were entering a large bay, and we did not know whether we should be obliged to diverge from our course and keep outside a point which we saw, or should find a passage between this and the mainland. I consulted my map and used my glass, and the Indian did the same, but we could not find our place exactly on the map, nor could we detect any break in the shore. When I asked the Indian the way, he answered, "I don't know," which I thought remarkable, since he had said that he was familiar with the lake, but it appeared that he had never been up this side. It was misty dog day weather, and we had already penetrated a smaller bay of the same kind, and knocked the bottom out of it, though we had been obliged to pass over a small bar between an island and the shore, where there was but just breadth and depth enough to float the canoe, and the Indian had observed, "Very easy make 'em bridge here." But now it seemed that, if we held on, we should be fairly embayed. Presently, however, though we had not stirred, the mist lifted somewhat, and revealed a break in the shore northward, showing that the point was a portion of Deer Island, and that our course lay westward of it. Where it had seemed a continuous shore, even through a glass, one portion was now seen by the naked eye to be much more distant than the other which overlapped it, merely by the greater thickness of the mist which still rested on it, while the nearer or island portion was comparatively bare and green. The line of separation was very distinct, and the Indian immediately remarked, "I guess you and I go there. I guess there's room for my canoe there." This was his common expression instead of saying we. He never addressed us by our names, though curious to know how they were spelled and what they meant, while we called him Polis. He had already guessed very accurately at our ages, and said that he was 48. After breakfast I emptied the melted pork that was left into the lake, making what sailors call a slick, and watching to see how much it spread over and smoothed the agitated surface. The Indian looked at it a moment and said, "That make hard paddlum through, hold'em canoe, so say old times." We hastily reloaded, putting the dishes loose in the bows, that they might be at hand when wanted, and set out again. The western shore, near which we paddled along, rose gently to a considerable height, and was everywhere densely covered with the forest, in which was a large proportion of hard wood to enliven and relieve the fir and spruce. The Indian said that the usnea lichen, which we saw hanging from the trees, was called chorchorque. We asked him the names of several small birds which we heard this morning. The wood thrush, which was quite common, and whose note he imitated, he said was called Adelung quamuctum, but sometimes he could not tell the name of some small bird which I heard and knew, but he said, "I tell all the birds about here, this country. Can't tell littlum noise, but I see 'em, then I can tell." I observed that I should like to go to school to him to learn his language, living on the Indian island the while. Could not that be done? "Oh, yes," he replied, "good many do so." I asked how long he thought it would take. He said 1 week. I told him that in this voyage I would tell him all I knew, and he should tell me all he knew, to which he readily agreed. The birds sang quite as in our woods, the red eye, redstart, veery, wood pewee, etc., but we saw no bluebirds in all our journey, and several told me in Bangor that they had not the bluebird there. Mount Kineo, which was generally visible, though occasionally concealed by islands or the mainland in front, had a level bar of cloud concealing its summit, and all the mountain tops about the lake were cut off at the same height. Ducks of various kinds, sheldrakes, summer ducks, etc., were quite common, and ran over the water before us as fast as a horse trots. Thus they were soon out of sight. The Indian asked the meaning of reality, as near as I could make out the word, which he said one of us had used, also of interrent, that is, intelligent. I observed that he could rarely sound the letter R, but used L, as also R for L sometimes, as load for road, pickalel for pickerel, Sugal Island for Sugar Island, lock for rock, etc. Yet he trilled the R pretty well after me. He generally added the syllable to his words when he could, as paddlum, etc. I have once heard a Chippeway lecture who made his audience laugh unintentionally by putting M after the word to, which word he brought in continually and unnecessarily, accenting and prolonging the sound into ma sonorously, as if it were necessary to bring in so much of his vernacular as a relief to his organs, a compensation for twisting his jaws about and putting his tongue into every corner of his mouth, as he complained that he was obliged to do when he spoke English. There was so much of the Indian accent resounding through his English, so much of the bow arrow tang, as my neighbor calls it, and I have no doubt that word seemed to him the best pronounced. It was a wild and refreshing sound, like that of the wind among the pines, or the booming of the surf on the shore. I asked him the meaning of the word Musketicook, the Indian name of Concord River. He pronounced it Muskeeticook, emphasizing the second syllable with a peculiar guttural sound, and said that it meant dead water, which it is, and in this definition he agreed exactly with the St. Francis Indian with whom I talked in 1853. On a point on the mainland, some miles southwest of Sandbar Island, where we landed to stretch our legs and look at the vegetation, going inland a few steps, I discovered a fire still glowing beneath its ashes, where somebody had breakfasted, and a bed of twigs prepared for the following night. So I knew not only that they had just left, but that they designed to return, and by the breadth of the bed that there was more than one in the party. You might have gone within 6 feet of these signs without seeing them. There grew the beaked hazel, the only hazel which I saw on this journey, the dirvila, rue 7 feet high, which was very abundant on all the lake and river shores, and Cornus stolonifera, or red osier, whose bark, the Indians said, was good to smoke, and was called maquoxagil, tobacco before white people came to this country, Indian tobacco. The Indian was always very careful in approaching the shore, lest he should injure his canoe on the rocks, letting it swing round slowly sidewise, and was still more particular that we should not step into it on shore nor till it floated free, and then should step gently, lest we should open its seams or make a hole in the bottom. He said that he would tell us when to jump. Soon after leaving this point we passed the Kennebec, or outlet of the lake, and heard the falls at the dam there, for even Moosehead Lake is dammed. After passing Deer Island we saw the little steamer from Greenville, far east in the middle of the lake, and she appeared nearly stationary. Sometimes we could hardly tell her from an island which had a few trees on it. Here we were exposed to the wind from over the whole breadth of the lake, and ran a little risk of being swamped. While I had my eye fixed on the spot where a large fish had leaped, we took in a gallon or two of water, which filled my lap, but we soon reached the shore and took the canoe over the bar at Sandbar Island, a few feet wide only, and so saved a considerable distance. One landed first at a more sheltered place, and walking round caught the canoe by the prow to prevent it being injured against the shore. Again we crossed a broad bay opposite the mouth of Moose River, before reaching the narrow strait at Mount Kineo, made what the voyageurs call a traverse, and found the water quite rough. A very little wind on these broad lakes raises a sea which will swamp a canoe. Looking off from the shore, the surface may appear to be very little agitated, almost smooth, a mile distant, or if you see a few white crests they appear nearly level with the rest of the lake. But when you get out so far, you may find quite a sea running, and ere long, before you think of it, a wave will gently creep up the side of the canoe and fill your lap, like a monster deliberately covering you with its slime before it swallows you, or it will strike the canoe violently and break into it. The same thing may happen when the wind rises suddenly, though it were perfectly calm and smooth there a few minutes before, so that nothing can save you unless you can swim ashore, for it is impossible to get into a canoe again when it is upset. Since you sit flat on the bottom, though the danger should not be imminent, a little water is a great inconvenience, not to mention the wetting of your provisions. We rarely crossed even a bay directly from point to point when there was wind, but made a slight curve corresponding somewhat to the shore, that we might the sooner reach it if the wind increased. When the wind is aft and not too strong, the Indian makes a spritsail of his blanket. He thus easily skims over the whole length of this lake in a day. The Indian paddled on one side and one of us on the other, to keep the canoe steady, and when he wanted to change hands he would say, "T'other side." He asserted in answer to our questions that he had never upset a canoe himself, though he may have been upset by others. Think of our little eggshell of a canoe tossing across that great lake, a mere black speck to the eagle soaring above it. My companion trailed for trout as we paddled along, but the Indian warning him that a big fish might upset us, for there are some very large ones there, he agreed to pass the line quickly to him in the stern if he had a bite. Besides trout, I heard of cusk, whitefish, etc., as found in this lake. While we were crossing this bay, where Mount Kineo rose dark before us, within 2 or 3 miles, the Indian repeated the tradition respecting this mountain's having anciently been a cow moose, how a mighty Indian hunter, whose name I forget, succeeded in killing this queen of the moose tribe with great difficulty, while her calf was killed somewhere among the islands in Penobscot Bay, and, to his eyes, this mountain had still the form of the moose in a reclining posture, its precipitous side presenting the outline of her head. He told this at some length, though it did not amount to much, and with apparent good faith, and asked us how we supposed the hunter could have killed such a mighty moose as that, how we could do it, whereupon a man of war to fire broadsides into her was suggested, etc. An Indian tells such a story as if he thought it deserved to have a good deal said about it, only he has not got it to say, and so he makes up for the deficiency by a drawling tone, long-windedness, and a dumb wonder which he hopes will be contagious. We approached the land again through pretty rough water, and then steered directly across the lake at its narrowest part, to the eastern side, and were soon partly under the lee of the mountain, about a mile north of the Kineo house, having paddled about 20 miles. It was now about noon. We designed to stop there that afternoon and night, and spent half an hour looking along the shore northward for a suitable place to camp. We took out all our baggage at one place in vain, it being too rocky and uneven, and while engaged in this search we made our first acquaintance with the moose fly. At length, half a mile farther north, by going half a dozen rods into the dense spruce and fir wood on the side of the mountain, almost as dark as a cellar, we found a place sufficiently clear and level to lie down on, after cutting away a few bushes. We required a space only 7 feet by 6 for our bed, the fire being 4 or 5 feet in front, though it made no odds how rough the hearth was; but it was not always easy to find this in those woods. The Indian first cleared a path to it from the shore with his axe, and we then carried up all our baggage, pitched our tent, and made our bed, in order to be ready for foul weather, which then threatened us, and for the night. He gathered a large armful of fir twigs, breaking them off, which he said were the best for our bed, partly, I thought, because they were the largest and could be most rapidly collected. It had been raining more or less for 4 or 5 days, and the wood was even damper than usual, but he got dry bark for the fire from the underside of a dead-leaning hemlock, which, he said, he could always do. This noon his mind was occupied with a law question, and I referred him to my companion, who was a lawyer. It appeared that he had been buying land lately. I think it was 100 acres, but there was probably an encumbrance to it, somebody else claiming to have bought some grass on it for this year. He wished to know to whom the grass belonged, and was told that if the other man could prove that he bought the grass before he, Polis, bought the land, the former could take it, whether the latter knew it or not. To which he only answered, "Strange." He went over this several times, fairly sat down to it, with his back to a tree, as if he meant to confine us to this topic henceforth, but as he made no headway, only reached the jumping off place of his wonder at white men's institutions after each explanation, we let the subject die. He said that he had 50 acres of grass, potatoes, etc., somewhere above Oldtown, besides some about his house, that he hired a good deal of his work, hoeing, etc., and preferred white men to Indians, because they keep steady and know how. End of Part 3, Section 19, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 20 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, The Allegash and East Branch, Section 20. After dinner we returned southward along the shore, in the canoe, on account of the difficulty of climbing over the rocks and fallen trees, and began to ascend the mountain along the edge of the precipice. But a smart shower coming up just then, the Indian crept under his canoe, while we, being protected by our rubber coats, proceeded to botanize. So we sent him back to the camp for shelter, agreeing that he should come there for us with his canoe toward night. It had rained a little in the forenoon, and we trusted that this would be the clearing up shower, which it proved, but our feet and legs were thoroughly wet by the bushes. The clouds breaking away a little, we had a glorious wild view, as we ascended, of the broad lake with its fluctuating surface and numerous forest-clad islands, extending beyond our sight both north and south, and the boundless forest undulating away from its shores on every side, as densely packed as a rye field, and enveloping nameless mountains in succession. But above all, looking westward over a large island, was visible a very distant part of the lake, though we did not then suspect it to be Moosehead. At first a mere broken white line seen through the tops of the island trees, like hay caps, but spreading to a lake when we got higher. Beyond this we saw what appears to be called Bald Mountain on the map, some 25 miles distant, near the sources of the Penobscot. It was a perfect lake of the woods. But this was only a transient gleam, for the rain was not quite over. Looking southward, the heavens were completely overcast, the mountains capped with clouds, and the lake generally wore a dark and stormy appearance. But from its surface just north of Sugar Island, 6 or 8 miles distant, there was reflected upward to us through the misty air a bright blue tinge from the distant, unseen sky of another latitude beyond. They probably had a clear sky then at Greenville, the south end of the lake. Standing on a mountain in the midst of a lake, where would you look for the first sign of approaching fair weather? Not into the heavens, it seems, but into the lake. Again we mistook a little rocky islet seen through the drisk, with some taller bare trunks or stumps on it, for the steamer with its smoke pipes, but as it had not changed its position after half an hour, we were undeceived. So much do the works of man resemble the works of nature. A moose might mistake a steamer for a floating isle, and not be scared till he heard its puffing or its whistle. If I wished to see a mountain or other scenery, under the most favorable auspices, I would go to it in foul weather, so as to be there when it cleared up. We are then in the most suitable mood, and nature is most fresh and inspiring. There is no serenity so fair as that which is just established in a tearful eye. Jackson, in his report on the geology of Maine in 1838, says of this mountain, "Hornstone, which will answer for flints, occurs in various parts of the State, where trap rocks have acted upon silicious slate. The largest mass of this stone known in the world is Mount Kineo, upon Moosehead Lake, which appears to be entirely composed of it, and rises 700 feet above the lake level. This variety of hornstone I have seen in every part of New England, in the form of Indian arrowheads, hatchets, chisels, etc., which were probably obtained from this mountain by the aboriginal inhabitants of the country. I have myself found hundreds of arrowheads made of the same material. It is generally slate colored, with white specks, becoming a uniform white where exposed to the light and air, and it breaks with a conchoidal fracture, producing a ragged cutting edge. I noticed some conchoidal hollows more than a foot in diameter. I picked up a small thin piece which had so sharp an edge that I used it as a dull knife, and to see what I could do, fairly cut off an aspen 1 inch thick with it, by bending it and making many cuts, though I cut my fingers badly with the back of it in the meanwhile. From the summit of the precipice which forms the southern and eastern sides of this mountain peninsula, and is its most remarkable feature, being described as 500 or 600 feet high, we looked, and probably might have jumped, down to the water, or to the seemingly dwarfish trees on the narrow neck of land which connects it with the Maine. It is a dangerous place to try the steadiness of your nerves. Hodge says that these cliffs descend perpendicularly 90 feet below the surface of the water. The plants which chiefly attracted our attention on this mountain were the mountain cinquefoil (Potentilla tridentata), abundant and in bloom still at the very base, by the waterside, though it is usually confined to the summits of mountains in our latitude; very beautiful harebells overhanging the precipice; bearbelly; the Canada blueberry (Vaccinium canadense), similar to the V. Pennsylvanicum, our earliest one, but entire‐leaved and with a downy stem and leaf. I have not seen it in Massachusetts. Dirvilla trifida, Microstylus ophioglossoides, an orchidaceous plant new to us; wild holly, Nemopanthus canadensis; the great round‐leaved orchis, Platanthera orbiculata, not long in bloom; Spiranthes cernua at the top; bunchberry, reddening as we ascended, green at the base of the mountain, red at the top; and the small fern Woodsia ilvensis, growing in tufts, now in fruit. I have also received Liparis liliifolia, or twayblade, from this spot. Having explored the wonders of the mountain, and the weather being now entirely cleared up, we commenced the descent. We met the Indian, puffing and panting, about one third of the way up, but thinking that he must be near the top, and saying that it took his breath away, I thought that superstition had something to do with his fatigue. Perhaps he believed that he was climbing over the back of a tremendous moose. He said that he had never ascended Kineo. On reaching the canoe we found that he had caught a lake trout weighing about 3 pounds, at the depth of 25 or 30 feet, while we were on the mountain. When we got to the camp, the canoe was taken out and turned over, and a log laid across it to prevent its being blown away. The Indian cut some large logs of damp and rotten hard wood to smolder and keep fire through the night. The trout was fried for supper. Our tent was of thin cotton cloth and quite small, forming with the ground a triangular prism, closed at the rear end, 6 feet long, 7 wide, and 4 high, so that we could barely sit up in the middle. It required 2 forked stakes, a smooth ridge pole, and a dozen or more pins to pitch it. It kept off dew and wind and an ordinary rain, and answered our purpose well enough. We reclined within it till bedtime, each with his baggage at his head, or else sat about the fire, having hung our wet clothes on a pole before the fire for the night. As we sat there, just before night, looking out through the dusky wood, the Indian heard a noise which he said was made by a snake. He imitated it at my request, making a low whistling note, feet, feet, 2 or 3 times repeated, somewhat like the peep of the Hylodes, but not so loud. In answer to my inquiries, he said that he had never seen them while making it, but going to the spot he finds the snake. This, he said on another occasion, was a sign of rain. When I had selected this place for our camp, he had remarked that there were snakes there. He saw them. "But they won't do any hurt," I said. "Oh, no," he answered, "just as you say. It makes no difference to me." He lay on the right side of the tent, because, as he said, he was partly deaf in one ear, and he wanted to lie with his good ear up. As we lay there, he inquired if I ever heard Indians sing. I replied that I had not often, and asked him if he would not favor us with a song. He readily assented, and, lying on his back, with his blanket wrapped around him, he commenced a slow, somewhat nasal, yet musical chant in his own language, which probably was taught his tribe long ago by the Catholic missionaries. He translated it to us sentence by sentence afterward, wishing to see if we could remember it. It proved to be a very simple religious exercise or hymn, the burden of which was that there was only one God who ruled all the world.
This was hammered, or sung, out very thin, so that some stanzas well nigh meant nothing at all, merely keeping up the idea. He then said that he would sing us a Latin song, but we did not detect any Latin, only one or two Greek words in it; the rest may have been Latin with the Indian pronunciation. His singing carried me back to the period of the discovery of America, to San Salvador and the Incas when Europeans first encountered the simple faith of the Indian. There was, indeed, a beautiful simplicity about it, nothing of the dark and savage, only the mild and infantile. The sentiments of humility and reverence chiefly were expressed. It was a dense and damp spruce and fir wood in which we lay, and, except for our fire, perfectly dark; and when I awoke in the night, I either heard an owl from deeper in the forest behind us, or a loon from a distance over the lake. Getting up some time after midnight to collect the scattered brands together, while my companions were sound asleep, I observed, partly in the fire, which had ceased to blaze, a perfectly regular elliptical ring of light, about 5 inches in its shortest diameter, 6 or 7 in its longer, and from 1/8 to 1/4 of an inch wide. It was fully as bright as the fire, but not reddish or scarlet like a coal, but a white and slumbering light, like the glow worms. I could tell it from the fire only by its whiteness. I saw at once that it must be phosphorescent wood, which I had so often heard of, but never chanced to see. Putting my finger on it with a little hesitation, I found that it was a piece of dead moose wood (Acer striatum), which the Indian had cut off in a slanting direction the evening before. Using my knife, I discovered that the light proceeded from that portion of the sapwood immediately under the bark, and thus presented a regular ring at the end, which, indeed, appeared raised above the level of the wood; and when I pared off the bark and cut into the sap, it was all aglow along the log. I was surprised to find the wood quite hard and apparently sound, though probably decay had commenced in the sap, and I cut out some little triangular chips, and, placing them in the hollow of my hand, carried them into the camp, waked my companion, and showed them to him. They lit up the inside of my hand, revealing the lines and wrinkles, and appearing exactly like coals of fire raised to a white heat, and I saw at once how probably the Indian jugglers had imposed on their people and on travelers, pretending to hold coals of fire in their mouths. I also noticed that part of a decayed stump within 4 or 5 feet of the fire, an inch wide and 6 inches long, soft and shaking wood, shone with equal brightness. I neglected to ascertain whether our fire had anything to do with this, but the previous day's rain and long continued wet weather undoubtedly had. I was exceedingly interested by this phenomenon, and already felt paid for my journey. It could hardly have thrilled me more if it had taken the form of letters or of the human face. If I had met with this ring of light while groping in this forest alone, away from any fire, I should have been still more surprised. I little thought that there was such a light shining in the darkness of the wilderness for me. The next day the Indian told me their name for this light, Artoosoqu', and on my inquiring concerning the will-o'-the-wisp and the like phenomena, he said that his folks sometimes saw fires passing along at various heights, even as high as the trees, and making a noise. I was prepared after this to hear of the most startling and unimagined phenomena witnessed by his folks, they are abroad at all hours and seasons, and scenes so unfrequented by white men. Nature must have made 1,000 revelations to them, which are still secrets to us. I did not regret my not having seen this before, since I now saw it under circumstances so favorable. I was in just the frame of mind to see something wonderful, and this was a phenomenon adequate to my circumstances and expectation, and it put me on the alert to see more like it. I exulted like a pagan suckled in a creed that had never been worn at all, but was brand new, and adequate to the occasion. I let science slide, and rejoiced in that light as if it had been a fellow creature. I saw that it was excellent, and was very glad to know that it was so cheap. A scientific explanation, as it is called, would have been altogether out of place there. That is for pale daylight. Science with its retorts would have put me to sleep. It was the opportunity to be ignorant that I improved. It suggested to me that there was something to be seen if one had eyes. It made a believer of me more than before. I believed that the woods were not tenantless, but choke full of honest spirits as good as myself any day; not an empty chamber in which chemistry was left to work alone, but an inhabited house, and for a few moments I enjoyed fellowship with them. Your so called wise man goes trying to persuade himself that there is no entity there but himself and his traps, but it is a great deal easier to believe the truth. It suggested, too, that the same experience always gives birth to the same sort of belief or religion. One revelation has been made to the Indian, another to the white man. I have much to learn of the Indian, nothing of the missionary. I am not sure but all that would tempt me to teach the Indian my religion would be his promise to teach me his. Long enough I had heard of irrelevant things; now at length I was glad to make acquaintance with the light that dwells in rotten wood. Where is all your knowledge gone to? It evaporates completely, for it has no depth. I kept those little chips and wet them again the next night, but they emitted no light. Saturday, July 25th. At breakfast this Saturday morning the Indian, evidently curious to know what would be expected of him the next day, whether we should go along or not, asked me how I spent the Sunday when at home. I told him that I commonly sat in my chamber reading, etc., in the forenoon, and went to walk in the afternoon. At which he shook his head and said, "That is ver bad." "How do you spend it?" I asked. He said that he did no work, that he went to church at Oldtown when he was at home; in short, he did as he had been taught by the whites. This led to a discussion in which I found myself in the minority. He stated that he was a Protestant, and asked me if I was. I did not at first know what to say, but I thought that I could answer with truth that I was. When we were washing the dishes in the lake, many fishes, apparently chivin, came close up to us to get the particles of grease. The weather seemed to be more settled this morning, and we set out early in order to finish our voyage up the lake before the wind arose. Soon after starting, the Indian directed our attention to the northeast carry, which we could plainly see, about 13 miles distant, in that direction as measured on the map, though it is called much farther. This carry is a rude wooden railroad running north and south about 2 miles, perfectly straight, from the lake to the Penobscot, through a low tract, with a clearing 3 or 4 rods wide. But low as it is, it passes over the height of land there. This opening appeared as a clear, bright, or light point in the horizon, resting on the edge of the lake, whose breadth a hair could have covered at a considerable distance from the eye, and of no appreciable height. We should not have suspected it to be visible if the Indian had not drawn our attention to it. It was a remarkable kind of light to steer for, daylight seen through a vista in the forest, but visible as far as an ordinary beacon at night. End of Part 3, Section 20. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 21 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, The Allegash and East Branch, Section 21. We cross a deep and wide bay which makes eastward north of Kineo, leaving an island on our left and keeping up the eastern side of the lake. This way or that led to some Tomhegan or Socatarian stream, up which the Indian had hunted, and whither I longed to go. The last name, however, had a bogus sound, too much like sectarian for me, as if a missionary had tampered with it, but I knew that the Indians were very liberal. I think I should have inclined to the Tomhegan first. We then crossed another broad bay, which, as we could no longer observe the shore particularly, afforded ample time for conversation. The Indian said that he had got his money by hunting, mostly high up the west branch of the Penobscot and toward the head of the St. John. He had hunted there from a boy and knew all about that region. His game had been beaver, otter, blackcat or fisher, sable, moose, etc. Loup cervier, or Canada lynx, were plenty yet in burnt grounds. For food in the woods he uses partridges, ducks, dried moose meat, hedgehog, etc. Loons, too, were good, only boil them good. He told us at some length how he had suffered from starvation when a mere lad, being overtaken by winter when hunting with 2 grown Indians in the northern part of Maine,
and obliged to leave their canoe on account of ice. Pointing into the bay, he said that it was the way to various lakes which he knew. Only solemn, bear‐haunted mountains, with their great wooded slopes, were visible, where, as man is not, we suppose some other power to be. My imagination personified the slopes themselves, as if by their very length they would waylay you, and compel you to camp again on them before night. Some invisible glutton would seem to drop from the trees and gnaw at the heart of the solitary hunter who threaded those woods, and yet I was tempted to walk there. The Indian said that he had been along there several times. I asked him how he guided himself in the woods. "Oh," said he, "I can tell good many ways." When I pressed him further, he answered, "Sometimes I look side hill," and he glanced toward a high hill or mountain on the eastern shore. "Great difference between the north and south. See where the sun has shone most. So trees, the large limbs bend toward south. Sometimes I look locks" (rocks). I asked what he saw on the rocks, but he did not describe anything in particular, answering vaguely, in a mysterious or drawling tone, "Bare locks on lake shore, great difference between north, south, east, west side. Can tell what the sun has shone on." "Suppose," said I, "that I should take you in a dark night, right up here into the middle of the woods, 100 miles, set you down, and turn you round quickly 20 times. Could you steer straight to Oldtown?" "Oh, yes," said he. "Have done pretty much same thing. I will tell you. Some years ago I met an old white hunter at Millinocket, very good hunter. He said he could go anywhere in the woods. He wanted to hunt with me that day, so we start. We chase a moose all the forenoon, round and round, till middle of afternoon, when we kill him. Then I said to him, 'Now you go straight to camp. Don't go round and round where we've been, but go straight.' He said, 'I can't do that. I don't know where I am.' 'Where you think camp?' I asked. He pointed so. Then I laugh at him. I take the lead and go straight off the other way, cross our tracks many times, straight camp. 'How do you do that?' asked I. 'Oh, I can't tell you,' he replied. 'Great difference between me and white man.'" It appeared as if the sources of information were so various that he did not give a distinct, conscious attention to any one, and so could not readily refer to any when questioned about it, but he found his way very much as an animal does. Perhaps what is commonly called instinct in the animal in this case is merely a sharpened and educated sense. Often, when an Indian says, "I don't know," in regard to the route he is to take, he does not mean what a white man would by those words, for his Indian instinct may tell him still as much as the most confident white man knows. He does not carry things in his head, nor remember the route exactly like a white man, but relies on himself at the moment. Not having experienced the need of the other sort of knowledge, all labelled and arranged, he has not acquired it. The white hunter with whom I talked in the stage knew some of the resources of the Indian. He said that he steered by the wind, or by the limbs of the hemlocks, which were largest on the south side; also sometimes, when he knew that there was a lake near, by firing his gun and listening to hear the direction and distance of the echo from over it. The course we took over this lake, and others afterward, was rarely direct, but a succession of curves from point to point, digressing considerably into each of the bays. And this was not merely on account of the wind, for the Indian, looking toward the middle of the lake, said it was hard to go there, easier to keep near the shore, because he thus got over it by successive reaches, and saw by the shore how he got along. The following will suffice for a common experience in crossing lakes in a canoe. As the forenoon advanced, the wind increased. The last bay which we crossed before reaching the desolate pier at the northeast carry was 2 or 3 miles over, and the wind was southwesterly. After going a third of the way, the waves had increased so as occasionally to wash into the canoe, and we saw that it was worse and worse ahead. At first we might have turned about, but were not willing to. It would have been of no use to follow the course of the shore, for not only the distance would have been much greater, but the waves ran still higher there on account of the greater sweep the wind had. At any rate, it would have been dangerous now to alter our course, because the waves would have struck us at an advantage. It will not do to meet them at right angles, for then they will wash in both sides, but you must take them quartering. So the Indian stood up in the canoe,
and exerted all his skill and strength for a mile or two, while I paddled right along in order to give him more steerage way. For more than a mile he did not allow a single wave to strike the canoe as it would, but turned it quickly from this side to that, so that it would always be on or near the crest of a wave when it broke, where all its force was spent, and we merely settled down with it. At length I jumped out on to the end of the pier, against which the waves were dashing violently, in order to lighten the canoe, and catch it at the landing, which was not much sheltered. But just as I jumped we took in 2 or 3 gallons of water. I remarked to the Indian, "You managed that well." To which he replied, "Ver' few men do that. Great many waves. When I look out for one, another come quick." While the Indian went to get cedar bark, etc., to carry his canoe with, we cooked the dinner on the shore, at this end of the carry, in the midst of a sprinkling rain. He prepared his canoe for carrying in this wise. He took a cedar shingle or splint, 18 inches long and 4 or 5 wide, rounded at one end, that the corners might not be in the way, and tied it with cedar bark by 2 holes made midway, near the edge on each side, to the middle crossbar of the canoe. When the canoe was lifted upon his head bottom up, this shingle, with its rounded end uppermost, distributed the weight over his shoulders and head, while a band of cedar bark, tied to the crossbar on each side of the shingle, passed round his breast, and another long one, outside of the last, round his forehead. Also a hand on each side rail served to steer the canoe and keep it from rocking. He thus carried it with his shoulders, head, breast, forehead, and both hands, as if the upper part of his body were all one hand to clasp and hold it. If you know of a better way, I should like to hear of it. A cedar tree furnished all the gear in this case, as it had the woodwork of the canoe. One of the paddles rested on the crossbars in the bows. I took the canoe upon my head and found that I could carry it with ease, though the straps were not fitted to my shoulders. But I let him carry it, not caring to establish a different precedent, though he said that if I would carry the canoe he would take all the rest of the baggage except my companions. This shingle remained tied to the crossbar throughout the voyage, was always ready for the carries, and also served to protect the back of one passenger. We were obliged to go over this carry twice, our load was so great, but the carries were an agreeable variety, and we improved the opportunity to gather the rare plants which we had seen, when we returned empty handed. We reached the Penobscot about 4 o'clock, and found there some St. Francis Indians encamped on the bank, in the same place where I camped with 4 Indians 4 years before. They were making a canoe, and, as then, drying moose meat. The meat looked very suitable to make a black broth at least. Our Indians said it was not good. Their camp was covered with spruce bark. They had got a young moose, taken in the river a fortnight before, confined in a sort of cage of logs piled up cob fashion, 7 or 8 feet high. It was quite tame, about 4 feet high, and covered with moose flies. There was a large quantity of cornel, red maple, and also willow and aspen boughs, stuck through between the logs on all sides, butt ends out, and on their leaves it was browsing. It looked at first as if it were in a bower rather than a pen. Our Indian said that he used black spruce roots to sew canoes with, obtaining it from high lands or mountains. The St. Francis Indian thought that white spruce roots might be best. But the former said, "No good, break, can't split 'em." Also that they were hard to get, deep in ground, but the black were near the surface, on higher land, as well as tougher. He said that the white spruce was Subekoondark, black, skusk. I told him I thought that I could make a canoe, but he expressed great doubt of it. At any rate, he thought that my work would not be neat the first time. An Indian at Greenville had told me that the winter bark, that is, bark taken off before the sap flows in May, was harder and much better than summer bark. Having reloaded, we paddled down the Penobscot, which, as the Indian remarked, and even I detected, remembering how it looked before, was uncommonly full. We soon after saw a splendid yellow lily by the shore, which I plucked. It was 6 feet high, and had 12 flowers in 2 whorls, forming a pyramid, such as I have seen in Concord. We afterwards saw many more thus tall along this stream, and also still more numerous on the East Branch, and, on the latter, one which I thought approached yet nearer to the Lilium superbum. The Indian asked what we called it, and said that the loots, or roots, were good for soup, that is, to cook with meat, to thicken it, taking the place of flour. They get them in the fall. I dug some, and found a mass of bulbs pretty deep in the earth, 2 inches in diameter, looking and even tasting somewhat like raw green corn on the ear. When we had gone about 3 miles down the Penobscot, we saw through the tree tops a thunder shower coming up in the west, and we looked out a camping place in good season, about 5 o'clock, on the west side, not far below the mouth of what Joe Aitteon, in '53, called Lobster Stream, coming from Lobster Pond. Our present Indian, however, did not admit this name, nor even that of Mattahumkeag, which is on the map, but called the lake Beskabekuk. I will describe once for all the routine of camping at this season. We generally told the Indian that we would stop at the first suitable place, so that he might be on the lookout for it. Having observed a clear, hard, and flat beach to land on, free from mud, and from stones which would injure the canoe, one would run up the bank to see if there were open and level space enough for the camp between the trees, or if it could be easily cleared, preferring at the same time a cool place on account of insects. Sometimes we paddled a mile or more before finding one to our minds, for where the shore was suitable the bank would often be too steep, or else too low and grassy, and therefore mosquito-y. We then took out the baggage and drew up the canoe, sometimes turning it over on shore for safety. The Indian cut a path to the spot we had selected, which was usually within 2 or 3 rods of the water, and we carried up our baggage. One, perhaps, takes canoe birch bark always at hand, and dead dry wood or bark, and kindles a fire 5 or 6 feet in front of where we intend to lie. It matters not commonly on which side this is, because there is little or no wind in so dense a wood at that season, and then he gets a kettle of water from the river, and takes out the pork, bread, coffee, etc., from their several packages. Another, meanwhile, having the axe, cuts down the nearest dead rock maple or other dry hardwood, collecting several large logs to last through the night; also a green stake with a notch or fork to it, which is slanted over the fire, perhaps resting on a rock or forked stake to hang the kettle on, and 2 forked stakes and a pole for the tent. The third man pitches the tent, cuts a dozen or more pins with his knife, usually of moose wood, the common underwood, to fasten it down with, and then collects an armful or 2 of fir twigs, arbor vitæ, spruce, or hemlock, whichever is at hand, and makes the bed, beginning at either end, and laying the twigs wrong side up in regular rows, covering the stub ends of the last row; first, however, filling the hollows, if there are any, with coarser material. Wrangel says that his guides in Siberia first strewed a quantity of dry brushwood on the ground, and then cedar twigs on that. Commonly, by the time the bed is made, or within 15 or 20 minutes, the water boils, the pork is fried, and supper is ready. We eat this sitting on the ground, or a stump, if there is any, around a large piece of birch bark for a table, each holding a dipper in one hand and a piece of ship bread or fried pork in the other, frequently making a pass with his hand, or thrusting his head into the smoke to avoid the mosquitoes. Next, pipes are lit by those who smoke, and veils are donned by those who have them, and we hastily examine and dry our plants, anoint our faces and hands, and go to bed. And the mosquitoes. End of section 21. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 22 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, The Allegash and East Branch, Section 22. Though you have nothing to do but see the country, there's rarely any time to spare, hardly enough to examine a plant before the night or drowsiness is upon you. Such was the ordinary experience, but this evening we had camped earlier on account of the rain, and had more time. We found that our camp to night was on an old and now more than usually indistinct supply road, running along the river.
What is called a road there shows no ruts or traces of wheels, for they are not used, nor indeed of runners, since they are used only in the winter, when the snow is several feet deep. It is only an indistinct vista through the wood, which it takes an inexperienced eye to detect. We had no sooner pitched our tent than the thunder shower burst on us, and we hastily crept under it, drawing our bags after us, curious to see how much of a shelter our thin cotton roof was going to be in this excursion. Though the violence of the rain forced a fine shower through the cloth before it was fairly wetted and shrunk, with which we were well bedewed, we managed to keep pretty dry; only a box of matches had been left out and spoiled, and before we were aware of it the shower was over, and only the dripping trees imprisoned us. Wishing to see what fishes there were in the river there, we cast our lines over the wet bushes on the shore, but they were repeatedly swept down the swift stream in vain. So, leaving the Indian, we took the canoe just before dark and dropped down the river a few rods to fish at the mouth of a sluggish brook on the opposite side. We pushed up this a rod or two, where perhaps only a canoe had been before. But soon there were a few small fishes, mostly chivin there. We were soon driven off by the mosquitoes. While there, we heard the Indian fire his gun twice in such rapid succession that we thought it must be double barreled, though we observed afterward that it was single. His object was to clean out and dry it after the rain, and he then loaded it with ball, being now on ground where he expected to meet with large game. This sudden, loud, crashing noise, in the still aisles of the forest, affected me like an insult to nature, or ill manners at any rate, as if you were to fire a gun in a hall or temple. It was not heard far, however, except along the river, the sound being rapidly hushed up or absorbed by the damp trees and mossy ground. The Indian made a little smothered fire of damp leaves close to the back of the camp, that the smoke might drive through and keep out the mosquitoes, but just before we fell asleep this suddenly blazed up, and came near setting fire to the tent. We were considerably molested by mosquitoes at this camp. Sunday, July 26th. The note of the white-throated sparrow, a very inspiriting but almost wiry sound, was the first heard in the morning, and with this all the woods rang. This was the prevailing bird in the northern part of Maine. The forest generally was all alive with them at this season, and they were proportionally numerous and musical about Bangor. They evidently breed in that State. Though commonly unseen, their simple ah tee tee tee, tee tee tee, tee tee tee, so sharp and piercing, was as distinct to the ear as the passage of a spark of fire shot into the darkest of the forest would be to the eye. I thought that they commonly uttered it as they flew. I hear this note for a few days only in the spring, as they go through Concord, and in the fall see them again going southward, but then they are mute. We were commonly aroused by their lively strain very early. What a glorious time they must have in that wilderness, far from mankind and election day. I told the Indian that we would go to church in Chesuncook this Sunday morning, some 15 miles. It was settled weather at last. A few swallows flitted over the water, we heard Maryland yellow-throats along the shore, the phoebe notes of the chickadee, and, I believe, redstarts, and moose flies of large size pursued us in mid-stream. The Indian thought that we should lie by on Sunday. Said he, "We come here lookum things, look all round, but come Sunday, lock up all that, and then Monday look again?" He spoke of an Indian of his acquaintance who had been with some ministers to Ktaadn, and had told him how they conducted. This he described in a low and solemn voice. They make a long prayer every morning and night, and at every meal. Come Sunday, said he, they stop 'em, no go at all that day, keep still, preach all day, first one then another, just like church. Oh, ver good men. One day, said he, going along a river, they came to the body of a man in the water, drowned good while, already fall to pieces. They go right ashore, stop there, go no farther that day. They have meeting there, preach and pray, just like Sunday. Then they get poles and lift up the body, and they go back and carry the body with them. Oh, they ver good men. I judged from this account that their every camp was a camp meeting, and they had mistaken their route. They should have gone to Eastham.
that they wanted an opportunity to preach somewhere more than to see Ktaadn. I read of another similar party that seemed to have spent their time there singing the songs of Zion. I was glad that I did not go to that mountain with such slow coaches. However, the Indian added, plying the paddle all the while, that if we would go along, he must go with us, he our man, and he supposed that if he no takeum pay for what he do Sunday, then there's no harm, but if he takeum pay, then wrong. I told him that he was stricter than white men. Nevertheless, I noticed that he did not forget to reckon in the Sundays at last. He appeared to be a very religious man, and said his prayers in a loud voice in Indian, kneeling before the camp morning and evening, sometimes scrambling up again in haste when he had forgotten this, and saying them with great rapidity. In the course of the day he remarked, not very originally, "Poor man remember God more than rich." We soon passed the island where I had camped 4 years before, and I recognized the very spot. The Deadwater, a mile or two below it, the Indian called Beskabekukskishtuk, from the lake Beskabekuk, which empties in above. This Deadwater, he said, was a great place for moose always. We saw the grass bent where a moose came out the night before, and the Indian said that he could smell one as far as he could see him; but he added that if he should see 5 or 6 to day close by canoe, he no shoot 'em. Accordingly, as he was the only one of the party who had a gun, or had come a hunting, the moose were safe. Just below this a cat owl flew heavily over the stream, and he, asking if I knew what it was, imitated very well the common hoo 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 of our woods, making a hard guttural sound, uh. When we passed the moose horn, he said that it had no name. What Joe Aitteon had called Ragmuff, he called Paytaketequik, and said that it meant Burnt Ground Stream. We stopped there, where I had stopped before, and I bathed in this tributary. It was shallow but cold, apparently too cold for the Indian, who stood looking on. As we were pushing away again, a white-headed eagle sailed over our heads. A reach some miles above Pine Stream, where there were several islands, the Indian said was Nonglangwis, Deadwater. Pine Stream he called Black River, and said that its Indian name was Karsaootuk. He could go to Caribou Lake that way. We carried a part of the baggage about Pine Stream Falls, while the Indian went down in the canoe. A Bangor merchant had told us that 2 men in his employ were drowned some time ago while passing these falls in a batteau, and a third clung to a rock all night and was taken off in the morning. There were magnificent great purple-fringed orchises on this carry and the neighboring shores. I measured the largest canoe birch which I saw on this journey near the end of the carry. It was 14½ feet in circumference at 2 feet from the ground, but at 5 feet divided into 3 parts. The canoe birches thereabouts were commonly marked by conspicuous dark spiral ridges, with a groove between, so that I thought at first that they had been struck by lightning, but, as the Indian said, it was evidently caused by the grain of the tree. He cut a small woody knob as big as a filbert from the trunk of a fir, apparently an old balsam vesicle filled with wood, which he said was good medicine. After we had embarked and gone half a mile, my companion remembered that he had left his knife, and we paddled back to get it against a strong and swift current. This taught us the difference between going up and down the stream, for while we were working our way back 1/4 of a mile, we should have gone down 1.5 miles at least. So we landed, and while he and the Indian were gone back for it, I watched the motions of the foam, a kind of white waterfowl near the shore, 40 or 50 rods below. It alternately appeared and disappeared behind the rock, being carried round by an eddy. Even this semblance of life was interesting on that lonely river. Immediately below these falls was the Chesuncook Deadwater, caused by the flowing back of the lake. As we paddled slowly over this, the Indian told us a story of his hunting thereabouts, and something more interesting about himself. It appeared that he had represented his tribe at Augusta, and also once at Washington, where he had met some Western chiefs. He had been consulted at Augusta, and gave advice, which he said was followed, respecting the eastern boundary of Maine, as determined by highlands and streams, at the time of the difficulties on that side. He was employed with the surveyors on the line. Also, he had called on Daniel Webster in Boston at the time of his Bunker Hill oration. I was surprised to hear him say that he'd like to go to Boston, New York, Philadelphia, etc., etc., that he would like to live there. But then, as if relenting a little, when he thought what a poor figure he would make there, he added, "I suppose I live in New York, I'd be poorest hunter, I expect." He understood very well both his superiority and his inferiority to the whites. He criticized the people of the United States as compared with other nations, but the only distinct idea with which he labored was that they were very strong, but, like some individuals, too fast. He must have the credit of saying this just before the general breaking down of railroads and banks. He had a great idea of education, and would occasionally break out into such expressions as this: "'Cademy, academy, good thing. I suppose they use 'em Fifth Reader there. You been college?" From this deadwater the outlines of the mountains about Ktaadn were visible. The top of Ktaadn was concealed by a cloud, but the Souneunk Mountains were nearer and quite visible. We steered across the northwest end of the lake, from which we looked down south-southeast, the whole length of Joe Merry Mountain, seen over its extremity. It is an agreeable change to cross a lake after you have been shut up in the woods, not only on account of the greater expanse of water, but also of sky. It is one of the surprises which Nature has in store for the traveler in the forest. To look down in this case over 18 miles of water was liberating and civilizing even. No doubt the short distance to which you can see in the woods, and the general twilight, would at length react on the inhabitants and make them salvages. The lakes also reveal the mountains, and give ample scope and range to our thought. The very gulls which we saw sitting on the rocks like white specks, or circling about, reminded me of custom house officers. Already there were half a dozen log huts about this end of the lake, though so far from a road. I perceive that in those woods the earliest settlements are, for various reasons, clustering about the lakes, but partly, I think, for the sake of the neighborhood as the oldest clearings. They are forest schools already established, great centers of light. Water is a pioneer which the settler follows, taking advantage of its improvements. Thus far only I had been before. About noon we turned northward, up a broad kind of estuary, and at its northeast corner found the Caucomgomoc River, and after going about a mile from the lake, reached the Umbazookskus, which comes in on the right at a point where the former river, coming from the west, turns short to the south. Our course was up the Umbazookskus, but as the Indian knew of a good camping place, that is, a cool place where there were few mosquitoes, about half a mile farther up the Caucomgomoc, we went thither. The latter river, judging from the map, is the longer and principal stream, and therefore its name must prevail below the junction. So quickly we changed the civilizing sky of Chesuncook for the dark wood of the Caucomgomoc. On reaching the Indians' camping ground, on the south side, where the bank was about a dozen feet high, I read on the trunk of a fir tree, blazed by an axe, an inscription in charcoal, which had been left by him. It was surmounted by a drawing of a bear paddling a canoe, which he said was the sign which had been used by his family always. The drawing, though rude, could not be mistaken for anything but a bear, and he doubted my ability to copy it. The inscription ran thus, verbatim et literatum. I interlined the English of his Indian as he gave it to me. July 26, 1853. Niasoseb, we alone, Joseph, Polis Elioi, Polis start, Siaolta, for Old Town, Onke ni, right away, Quambi. July 15th, 1855. Niasoseb. He added now below, 1857, July 26th, Joe Polis. This was one of his homes. I saw where he had sometimes stretched his moose hides on the opposite or sunny north side of the river, where there was a narrow meadow. End of Part 3, Section 22. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 23 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, The Allegash and East Branch, Section 23. After we had selected a place for our camp and kindled our fire,
almost exactly on the site of the Indians' last camp here, he, looking up, observed, "That tree Danger." It was a dead part more than a foot in diameter of a large canoe birch which branched at the ground. This branch, rising 30 feet or more, slanted directly over the spot which we had chosen for our bed. I told him to try it with his axe, but he could not shake it perceptibly, and therefore seemed inclined to disregard it, and my companion expressed his willingness to run the risk. But it seemed to me that we should be fools to lie under it, for though the lower part was firm, the top, for aught we knew, might be just ready to fall, and we should at any rate be very uneasy if the wind arose in the night. It is a common accident for men camping in the woods to be killed by a falling tree. So the camp was moved to the other side of the fire. It was, as usual, a damp and shaggy forest, that Caucomgomoc one, and the most you knew about it was that on this side it stretched toward the settlements, and on that to still more unfrequented regions. You carried so much topography in your mind always, and sometimes it seemed to make a considerable difference whether you sat or lay nearer the settlements or farther off than your companions, were the rear or frontier man of the camp. But there is really the same difference between our positions wherever we may be camped, and some are nearer the frontiers on feather beds in the towns than others on fir twigs in the backwoods. The Indians said that the Umbazookskus, being a dead stream with broad meadows, was a good place for moose, and he frequently came a hunting here, being out alone 3 weeks or more from Oldtown. He sometimes also went a hunting to the Seboois Lakes, taking the stage, with his gun and ammunition, axe and blankets, hard bread and pork, perhaps for 100 miles of the way, and jumped off at the wildest place on the road, where he was at once at home, and every rod was a tavern site for him. Then, after a short journey through the woods, he would build a spruce bark canoe in one day, putting but few ribs into it, that it might be light, and after doing his hunting with it on the lakes, would return with his furs the same way he had come. Thus you have an Indian availing himself cunningly of the advantages of civilization, without losing any of his woodcraft, but proving himself the more successful hunter for it. This man was very clever and quick to learn anything in his line. Our tent was of a kind new to him, but when he had once seen it pitched, it was surprising how quickly he would find and prepare the pole and forked stakes to pitch it with, cutting and placing them right the first time, though I am sure that the majority of white men would have blundered several times. This river came from Caucomgomoc Lake, about 10 miles farther up. Though it was sluggish here, there were falls not far above us, and we saw the foam from them go by from time to time. The Indian said that Caucomgomoc meant Big Gull Lake, that is, herring gull, I suppose, gamoc meaning lake. Hence, this was Caucomgomoctook, or the river from that lake. This was the Penobscot Caucomgomoctook. There was another St. John one not far north. He finds the eggs of this gull, sometimes 20 together, as big as hens' eggs, on rocky ledges on the west side of Millinocket River, for instance, and eats them. Now I thought I would observe how he spent his Sunday. While I and my companion were looking about at the trees and river, he went to sleep. Indeed, he improved every opportunity to get a nap, whatever the day. Rambling about the woods at this camp, I noticed that they consisted chiefly of firs, black spruce, and some white, red maple, canoe birch, and, along the river, the hoary alder, Alnus incana. I named them in the order of their abundance. The viburnum nudum was a common shrub, and of smaller plants there were the dwarf cornel, great round-leaved orchis, abundant and in bloom, a greenish-white flower growing in little communities, Uvularia grandiflora, whose stem tasted like a cucumber, Pyrola secunda, apparently the commonest pyrola in those woods, now out of bloom, Pyrola elliptica, and Chiogenes hispidula. The Clintonia borealis, with ripe berries, was very abundant, and perfectly at home there. Its leaves, disposed commonly in triangles about its stem, were just as handsomely formed and green, and its berries as blue and glossy, as if it grew by some botanist's favorite path. I could trace the outlines of large birches that had fallen long ago, collapsed and rotted and turned to soil, by faint yellowish green lines of feather-like moss,
18 inches wide and 20 or 30 feet long, crossed by other similar lines. I heard a night warbler, wood thrush, kingfisher, tweezer bird or party-colored warbler, and a nighthawk. I also heard and saw red squirrels, and heard a bullfrog. The Indian said that he heard a snake. Wild as it was hard for me to get rid of the associations of the settlements. Any steady and monotonous sound, to which I did not distinctly attend, passed for a sound of human industry. The waterfalls which I heard were not without their dams and mills to my imagination, and several times I found that I had been regarding the steady rushing sound of the wind from over the woods, beyond the rivers, as that of a train of cars, the cars at Quebec. Our minds, anywhere, when left to themselves, are always thus busily drawing conclusions from false premises. I asked the Indian to make us a sugar bowl of birch bark, which he did, using the great knife which dangled in a sheath from his belt. But the bark broke at the corners when he bent it up, and he said it was not good, that there was a great difference in this respect between the bark of one canoe birch and that of another; that is, one cracked more easily than another. I used some thin and delicate sheets of this bark, which he split and cut, in my flower book, thinking it would be good to separate the dried specimens from the green. My companion, wishing to distinguish between the black and white spruce, asked Polis to show him a twig of the latter, which he did at once, together with the black. Indeed, he could distinguish them about as far as he could see them. But as the two twigs appeared very much alike, my companion asked the Indian to point out the difference, whereupon the latter, taking the twigs, instantly remarked, as he passed his hand over them successively in a stroking manner, that the white was rough, that is, the needles stood up nearly perpendicular, but the black smooth, that is, as if bent or combed down. This was an obvious difference both to sight and touch. However, if I remember rightly, this would not serve to distinguish the white spruce from the light-colored variety of the black. I asked him to let me see him get some black spruce root, and make some thread; whereupon, without looking up at the trees overhead, he began to grub in the ground, instantly distinguishing the black spruce roots, and cutting off a slender one, 3 or 4 feet long, and as big as a pipe stem. He split the end with his knife, and taking a half between the thumb and forefinger of each hand, rapidly separated its whole length into 2 equal semi-cylindrical halves. Then, giving me another root, he said, "You try." But in my hands it immediately ran off one side, and I got only a very short piece. In short, though it looked very easy, I found that there was a great art in splitting these roots. The split is skillfully humored by bending short with this hand or that, and so kept in the middle. He then took off the bark from each half, pressing a short piece of cedar bark against the convex side with both hands, while he drew the root upward with his teeth. An Indian's teeth are strong, and I noticed that he used his often where we should have used a hand. They amounted to a third hand. He thus obtained in a moment a very neat, tough, and flexible string, which he could tie into a knot or make into a fish line even. It is said that in Norway and Sweden the roots of the Norway spruce (Abies excelsa) are used in the same way for the same purpose. He said that you would be obliged to give half a dollar for spruce root enough for a canoe, thus prepared. He had hired the sewing of his own canoe, though he made all the rest. The root in his canoe was of a pale slate color, probably acquired by exposure to the weather, or perhaps from being boiled in water first. He had discovered the day before that his canoe leaked a little, and said that it was owing to stepping into it violently, which forced the water under the edge of the horizontal seams on the side. I asked him where he would get pitch to mend it with, for they commonly use hard pitch, obtained of the whites at Oldtown. He said that he could make something very similar and equally good, not of spruce gum or the like, but of material which we had with us, and he wished me to guess what. But I could not, and he would not tell me, though he showed me a ball of it when made, as big as a pea, and like black pitch, saying at last that there were some things which a man did not tell even his wife. It may have been his own discovery. In Arnold's expedition the pioneers used for their canoe the turpentine of the pine and the scrapings of the pork bag. Being curious to see what kind of fishes there were in this dark, deep, sluggish river, I cast in my line just before night, and caught several small, somewhat yellowish, sucker-like fish, which the Indian at once rejected, saying that they were Michigan fish, that is, soft and stinking fish, and good for nothing. Also, he would not touch a pout, which I caught, and said that neither Indians nor whites thereabouts ever ate them, which I thought was singular, since they are esteemed in Massachusetts, and he told me that he ate hedgehogs, loons, etc. But he said that some small silvery fishes, which I call white chivin, which were similar in size and form to the first, were the best fish in the Penobscot waters, and if I would toss them up the bank to him, he would cook them for me. After cleaning them, not very carefully, leaving the heads on, he laid them on the coals, and so broiled them. Returning from a short walk, he brought a vine in his hand, and asked me if I knew what it was, saying that it made the best tea of anything in the woods. It was the creeping snowberry, Chiogenes hispidula, which was quite common there, its berries just grown. He called it Kawasne Bagasar, which name implies that it grows where old prostrate trunks have collapsed and rotted. So we determined to have some tea made of this to night. It had a slight checkerberry flavor, and we both agreed that it was really better than the black tea which we had brought. We thought it quite a discovery, and that it might well be dried and sold in the shops. I, for one, however, am not an old tea drinker, and cannot speak with authority to others. It would have been particularly good to carry along for a cold drink during the day, the water thereabouts being invariably warm. The Indian said that they also used for tea a certain herb which grew in low ground, which he did not find there, and ledum, or Labrador tea, which I have since found and tried in Concord; also hemlock leaves, the last especially in the winter when the other plants were covered with snow, and various other things. But he did not approve of arbor vitae, which I said I had drunk in those woods. We could have had a new kind of tea every night. Just before night we saw a musquash. He did not say muskrat. The only one we saw in this voyage, swimming downward on the opposite side of the stream. The Indian, wishing to get one to eat, hushed us, saying, "Stop, me call 'em," and sitting flat on the bank, he began to make a curious squeaking, wiry sound with his lips, exerting himself considerably. I was greatly surprised, thought that I had at last got into the wilderness, and that he was a wild man indeed, to be talking to a musquash. I did not know which of the two was the strangest to me. He seemed suddenly to have quite forsaken humanity and gone over to the musquash side. The musquash, however, as near as I could see, did not turn aside, though he may have hesitated a little, and the Indian said that he saw our fire, but it was evident that he was in the habit of calling the musquash to him, as he said. An acquaintance of mine who was hunting moose in those woods a month after this tells me that his Indian in this way repeatedly called the musquash within reach of his paddle in the moonlight, and struck at them. The Indian said a particularly long prayer this Sunday evening, as if to atone for working in the morning. Monday, July 27th. Having rapidly loaded the canoe, which the Indian always carefully attended to, that it might be well trimmed, and each having taken a look as usual to see that nothing was left, we set out again, descending the Caucomgomoc, and turning northeasterly up the Umbazookskus. This name, the Indian said, meant Much Meadow River. We found it a very meadowy stream, and dead water, and now very wide on account of the rains, though, he said, it was sometimes quite narrow. The space between the woods, chiefly bare meadow, was from 50 to 200 rods in breadth, and is a rare place for moose. It reminded me of the Concord, and what increased the resemblance was one old musquash house almost afloat. In the water on the meadows grew sedges, woolgrass, the common blue flag abundantly, its flower just showing itself above the high water, as if it were a blue water lily, and higher in the meadows a great many clumps of a peculiar narrow-leaved willow, Salix petiolaris, which is common in our river meadows. It was the prevailing one here, and the Indians said that the musquash ate much of it, and here also grew the red osier, Cornus stolonifera, its large fruit now whitish. Though it was still early in the morning, we saw nighthawks circling over the meadow, and as usually heard the pee Muscicapa cooperi, which is one of the prevailing birds in these woods, and the robin. It was unusual for the woods to be so distant from the shore, and there was quite an echo from them, but when I was shouting in order to awake it, the Indian reminded me that I should scare the moose which he was looking out for, and which we all wanted to see. The word for echo was Pockedonquewale. A broad belt of dead larch trees along the distant edge of the meadow, against the forest on each side, increased the usual wildness of the scenery. The Indian called these juniper, and said that they had been killed by the backwater caused by the dam at the outlet of Chesuncook Lake, some 20 miles distant. I plucked at the water's edge the Asclepias incarnata with quite handsome flowers, a brighter red than our variety, the pulchra. It was the only form of it which I saw there. End of Part 3, Section 23. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 24 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, The Allegash and East Branch, Section 24. Having paddled several miles up the Umbazookskus, it suddenly contracted to a mere brook, narrow and swift, the larches and other trees approaching the bank and leaving no open meadow, and we landed to get a black spruce pole for pushing against the stream. This was the first occasion for one. The one selected was quite slender, cut about 10 feet long, merely whittled to a point, and the bark shaved off. The stream, though narrow and swift, was still deep, with a muddy bottom, as I proved by diving to it. Beside the plants which I have mentioned, I observed on the bank here the Salix cordata and rostrata, Ranunculus recurvatus, and Rubus triflorus, with ripe fruit. While we were thus employed, 2 Indians in a canoe hove in sight round the bushes coming down stream. Our Indian knew one of them, an old man, and fell into conversation with him in Indian. He belonged at the foot of Moosehead. The other was of another tribe. They were returning from hunting. I asked the younger if they had seen any moose, to which he said no, but I, seeing the moose hides sticking out from a great bundle made with their blankets in the middle of the canoe, added, "Only their hides." As he was a foreigner, he may have wished to deceive me, for it is against the law for white men and foreigners to kill moose in Maine at this season. But perhaps he need not have been alarmed, for the moose wardens are not very particular. I heard quite directly of one who, being asked by a white man going into the woods what he would say if he killed a moose, answered, "If you bring me a quarter of it, I guess you won't be troubled." His duty being, as he said, only to prevent the indiscriminate slaughter of them for their hides. I suppose that he would consider it an indiscriminate slaughter when a quarter was not reserved for himself. Such are the perquisites of this office. We continued along through the most extensive larch wood which I had seen, tall and slender trees with fantastic branches. But though this was the prevailing tree here, I do not remember that we saw any afterward. You do not find straggling trees of this species here and there throughout the wood, but rather a little forest of them. The same is the case with the white and red pines and some other trees, greatly to the convenience of the lumberer. They are of a social habit, growing in veins, clumps, groups, or communities, as the explorers call them, distinguishing them far away, from the top of a hill or a tree, the white pines towering above the surrounding forest, or else they form extensive forests by themselves. I should have liked to come across a large community of pines which had never been invaded by the lumbering army. We saw some fresh moose tracks along the shore, but the Indian said that the moose were not driven out of the woods by the flies, as usual at this season, on account of the abundance of water everywhere. The stream was only from 1 1/2 to 3 rods wide, quite winding, with occasional small islands, meadows, and some very swift and shallow places. When we came to an island, the Indian never hesitated which side to take, as if the current told him which was the shortest and deepest. It was lucky for us that the water was so high. We had to walk but once on this stream, carrying a part of the load, at a swift and shallow reach, while he got up with the canoe, not being obliged to take out, though he said it was very strong water. Once or twice we passed the red wreck of a batteau which had been stove some spring. While making this portage, I saw many splendid specimens of the great purple-fringed orchis, 3 feet high. It is remarkable that such delicate flowers should here adorn these wilderness paths. Having resumed our seats in the canoe, I felt the Indian wiping my back, which he had accidentally spat upon. He said it was a sign that I was going to be married.
The Umbazookskus River is called 10 miles long. Having poled up the narrowest part some 3 or 4 miles, the next opening in the sky was over Umbazookskus Lake, which we suddenly entered about 11 o'clock in the forenoon. It stretches northwesterly 4 or 5 miles, with what the Indian called the Caucomgomoc Mountains seen far beyond it. It was an agreeable change. This lake was very shallow a long distance from the shore, and I saw stone heaps on the bottom, like those in the Assabet at home. The canoe ran into one. The Indian thought that they were made by an eel. Joe Aitteon, in 1853, thought that they were made by chub. We crossed the southeast end of the lake to the carry into Mud Pond. Umbazookskus Lake is the head of the Penobscot in this direction, and Mud Pond is the nearest head of the Allegash, one of the chief sources of the St. John. Hodge, who went through this way to the St. Lawrence in the service of the state, calls the portage here 1 3/4 miles long, and states that Mud Pond has been found to be 14 feet higher than Umbazookskus Lake. As the west branch of the Penobscot at the Moosehead Carry is considered about 25 feet lower than Moosehead Lake, it appears that the Penobscot in the upper part of its course runs in a broad and shallow valley, between the Kennebec and St. John, and lower than either of them, though, judging from the map, you might expect it to be the highest. Mud Pond is about halfway from Umbazookskus to Chamberlain Lake, into which it empties, and to which we were bound. The Indian said that this was the wettest carry in the State, and as the season was a very wet one, we anticipated an unpleasant walk. As usual, he made one large bundle of the pork keg, cooking utensils, and other loose traps by tying them up in his blanket. We should be obliged to go over the carry twice, and our method was to carry one half part way, and then go back for the rest. Our path ran close by the door of a log hut in a clearing at this end of the carry, which the Indian, who alone entered it, found to be occupied by a Canadian and his family, and that the man had been blind for a year. He seemed peculiarly unfortunate to be taken blind there, where there were so few eyes to see for him. He could not even be led out of that country by a dog, but must be taken down the rapids as passively as a barrel of flour. This was the first house above Chesuncook, and the last on the Penobscot waters, and was built here, no doubt, because it was the route of the lumberers in the winter and spring. After a slight ascent from the lake through the springy soil of the Canadian's clearing, we entered on a level and very wet and rocky path through the universal dense evergreen forest, a loosely paved gutter merely, where we went leaping from rock to rock and from side to side, in the vain attempt to keep out of the water and mud. We concluded that it was yet Penobscot water, though there was no flow to it. It was on this carry that the white hunter whom I met in the stage, as he told me, had shot 2 bears a few months before. They stood directly in the path and did not turn out for him. They might be excused for not turning out there, or only taking the right, as the law directs. He said that at this season bears were found on the mountains and hillsides in search of berries, and were apt to be saucy, that we might come across them up Trout Stream, and he added, what I hardly credited, that many Indians slept in their canoes, not daring to sleep on land on account of them. Here commences what was called 20 years ago the best timberland in the State. This very spot was described as covered with the greatest abundance of pine, but now this appeared to me comparatively an uncommon tree there, and yet you did not see where any more could have stood amid the dense growth of cedar, fir, etc. It was then proposed to cut a canal from lake to lake here, but the outlet was finally made farther east at Telos Lake, as we shall see. The Indian with his canoe soon disappeared before us, but ere long he came back and told us to take a path which turned off westward. It being better walking, and at my suggestion, he agreed to leave a bough in the regular carry at that place, that we might not pass it by mistake. Thereafter, he said, we were to keep the main path, and he added, "You see 'em, my tracks." But I had not much faith that we could distinguish his tracks, since others had passed over the carry within a few days. We turned off at the right place, but were soon confused by numerous logging paths, coming into the one we were on, by which lumberers had been to pick out those pines which I have mentioned. However, we kept what we considered the main path, though it was a winding one, and in this, at long intervals, we distinguished a faint trace of a footstep. This, though comparatively unworn, was at first a better, or at least a drier road than the regular carry which we had left. It led through an arbor vitæ wilderness of the grimmest character. The great fallen and rotting trees had been cut through and rolled aside, and their huge trunks abutted on the path on each side, while others still lay across it 2 or 3 feet high. It was impossible for us to discern the Indian's trail in the elastic moss, which, like a thick carpet, covered every rock and fallen tree, as well as the earth. Nevertheless, I did occasionally detect the track of a man, and I gave myself some credit for it. I carried my whole load at once, a heavy knapsack, and a large India rubber bag, containing our bread and a blanket, swung on a paddle, in all about 60 pounds; but my companion preferred to make 2 journeys by short stages, while I waited for him. We could not be sure that we were not depositing our loads each time farther off from the true path. As I sat waiting for my companion, he would seem to be gone a long time, and I had ample opportunity to make observations on the forest. I now first began to be seriously molested by the black fly, a very small but perfectly formed fly of that color, about 1/10 of an inch long, which I first felt, and then saw, in swarms about me, as I sat by a wider and more than usually doubtful fork in this dark forest path. The hunters tell bloody stories about them, how they settle in a ring about your neck before you know it, and are wiped off in great numbers with your blood. But remembering that I had a wash in my knapsack, prepared by a thoughtful hand in Bangor, I made haste to apply it to my face and hands, and was glad to find it effectual as long as it was fresh, or for 20 minutes, not only against black flies, but all the insects that molested us. They would not alight on the part thus defended. It was composed of sweet oil and oil of turpentine, with a little oil of spearmint and camphor. However, I finally concluded that the remedy was worse than the disease. It was so disagreeable and inconvenient to have your face and hands covered with such a mixture. 3 large slate-colored birds of the jay genus, Garrulus canadensis, the Canada jay, moose bird, meat bird, or what not, came flitting silently and by degrees toward me, and hopped down the limbs inquisitively to within 7 or 8 feet. They were more clumsy and not nearly so handsome as the blue jay. Fish hawks from the lake uttered their sharp whistling notes low over the top of the forest near me, as if they were anxious about a nest there. After I had sat there some time, I noticed at this fork in the path a tree which had been blazed, and the letters "Chamb Lake" written on it with red chalk. This I knew to mean Chamberlain Lake. So I concluded that on the whole we were on the right course, though as we had come nearly 2 miles and saw no signs of Mud Pond, I did harbor the suspicion that we might be on a direct course to Chamberlain Lake, leaving out Mud Pond. This I found by my map would be about 5 miles northeasterly, and I then took the bearing by my compass. My companion having returned with his bag, and also defended his face and hands with the insect wash, we set forward again. The walking rapidly grew worse, and the path more indistinct, and at length, after passing through a patch of calopalustris, still abundantly in bloom, we found ourselves in a more open and regular swamp, made less passable than ordinary by the unusual wetness of the season. We sank a foot deep in water and mud at every step, and sometimes up to our knees, and the trail was almost obliterated, being no more than that a musquash leaves in similar places, when he parts the floating sedge. In fact, it probably was a musquash trail in some places. We concluded that if Mud Pond was as muddy as the approach to it was wet, it certainly deserved its name. It would have been amusing to behold the dogged and deliberate pace at which we entered that swamp, without interchanging a word, as if determined to go through it, though it should come up to our necks. Having penetrated a considerable distance into this, and found a tussock on which we could deposit our loads, though there was no place to sit, my companion went back for the rest of his pack. I had thought to observe on this carry when we crossed the dividing line between the Penobscot and St. John, but as my feet had hardly been out of water the whole distance, and it was all level and stagnant, I began to despair of finding it. I remembered hearing a good deal about the highlands dividing the waters of the Penobscot from those of the St. John, as well as the St. Lawrence, at the time of the northeast boundary dispute, and I observed by my map that the line claimed by Great Britain as the boundary, prior to 1842, passed between Umbazookskus Lake and Mud Pond, so that we had either crossed or were then on it. These, then, according to her interpretation of the Treaty of '83, were the highlands which divide those rivers that empty themselves into the St. Lawrence from those which fall into the Atlantic Ocean. Truly an interesting spot to stand on, if that were it, though you could not sit down there. I thought that if the commissioners themselves, and the King of Holland with them, had spent a few days here, with their packs upon their backs, looking for that highland, they would have had an interesting time, and perhaps it would have modified their views of the question somewhat. The King of Holland would have been in his element. Such were my meditations while my companion was gone back for his bag. It was a cedar swamp through which the peculiar note of the white-throated sparrow rang loud and clear. There grew the side-saddle flower, Labrador tea, Kalmia glauca, and what was new to me, the low birch, Betula pumila, a little round-leafed shrub, 2 or 3 feet high only. We thought to name this swamp after the latter. After a long while my companion came back, and the Indian with him. We had taken the wrong road, and the Indian had lost us. He had very wisely gone back to the Canadian's camp, and asked him which way we had probably gone, since he could better understand the ways of white men, and he told him correctly that we had undoubtedly taken the supply road to Chamberlain Lake, slender supplies they would get over such a road at this season. The Indian was greatly surprised that we should have taken what he called a tow, that is, a tote or toting or supply road, instead of a carry path, that we had not followed his tracks, said it was strange, and evidently thought little of our woodcraft. End of Part 3, Section 24. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 25 of The Maine Woods by Henry David Thoreau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, The Allegash and East Branch, Section 25. Having held a consultation and eaten a mouthful of bread, we concluded that it would perhaps be nearer for us two now to keep on to Chamberlain Lake, omitting Mud Pond, than to go back and start anew for the last place, though the Indian had never been through this way and knew nothing about it. In the meanwhile he would go back and finish carrying over his canoe and bundle to Mud Pond, cross that, and go down its outlet and up Chamberlain Lake, and trust to meet us there before night. It was now a little after noon. He supposed that the water in which we stood had flowed back from Mud Pond, which could not be far off eastward, but was unapproachable through the dense cedar swamp. Keeping on, we were ere long agreeably disappointed by reaching firmer ground, and we crossed a ridge where the path was more distinct, but there never was any outlook over the forest. While descending the last, I saw many specimens of the great round-leaved orchis, of large size. One which I measured had leaves, as usual, flat on the ground, 9½ inches long and 9 wide, and was 2 feet high. The dark, damp wilderness is favorable to some of these orchidaceous plants, though they are too delicate for cultivation. I also saw the swamp gooseberry, Rides lacustre, with green fruit, and in all the low ground where it was not too wet, the Rubus triflorus in fruit. At one place I heard a very clear and piercing note from a small hawk, like a single note from a white-throated sparrow, only very much louder, as he dashed through the tree tops over my head. I wondered that he allowed himself to be disturbed by our presence, since it seemed as if he could not easily find his nest again himself in that wilderness. We also saw and heard several times the red squirrel, and often, as before observed, the bluish scales of the fir cones which it had left on a rock or fallen tree. This, according to the Indian, is the only squirrel found in those woods, except a very few striped ones. It must have a solitary time in that dark evergreen forest, where there is so little life, 75 miles from a road as we had come. I wondered how he could call any particular tree there his home, and yet he would run up the stem of one out of the myriads as if it were an old road to him. How can a hawk ever find him there? I fancy that he must be glad to see us, though he did seem to chide us. One of those somber fir and spruce woods is not complete
unless you hear from out its cavernous, mossy, and twiggy recesses his fine alarum, his spruce voice like the working of the sap through some crack in a tree, the working of the spruce beer. Such an impertinent fellow would occasionally try to alarm the wood about me. "Oh," said I am well acquainted with your family. I know your cousins in Concord very well. Guess the mail's irregular in these parts, and you'd like to hear from 'em." But my overtures were vain, for he would withdraw by his aerial turnpikes into a more distant cedar top, and spring his rattle again. We then entered another swamp at a necessarily slow pace, where the walking was worse than ever, not only on account of the water, but the fallen timber, which often obliterated the indistinct trail entirely. The fallen trees were so numerous that for long distances the route was through a succession of small yards, where we climbed over fences as high as our heads, down into water often up to our knees, and then over another fence into a second yard, and so on. And going back for his bag, my companion once lost his way and came back without it. In many places the canoe would have run if it had not been for the fallen timber. Again it would be more open, but equally wet, too wet for trees to grow, and no place to sit down. It was a mossy swamp which it required the long legs of a moose to traverse, and it is very likely that we scared some of them in our transit, though we saw none. It was ready to echo the growl of a bear, the howl of a wolf, or the scream of a panther; but when you get fairly into the middle of one of these grim forests, you are surprised to find that the larger inhabitants are not at home commonly, but have left only a puny red squirrel to bark at you. Generally speaking, a howling wilderness does not howl. It is the imagination of the traveler that does the howling. I did, however, see one dead porcupine; perhaps he had succumbed to the difficulties of the way. These bristly fellows are a very suitable small fruit of such unkempt wildernesses. Making a logging road in the Maine woods is called swamping it, and they who do the work are called swampers. I now perceive the fitness of the term. This was the most perfectly swamped of all the roads I ever saw. Nature must have cooperated with art here. However, I suppose they would tell you that this name took its origin from the fact that the chief work of road makers in those woods is to make the swamps passable. We came to a stream where the bridge, which had been made of logs tied together with cedar bark, had been broken up, and we got over as we could. This probably emptied into Mud Pond, and perhaps the Indian might have come up it and taken us in there if he had known it. Such as it was, this ruined bridge was the chief evidence that we were on a path of any kind. We then crossed another low rising ground, and I, who wore shoes, had an opportunity to wring out my stockings; but my companion, who used boots, had found that this was not a safe experiment for him, for he might not be able to get his wet boots on again. He went over the whole ground or water 3 times, for which reason our progress was very slow, beside that the water softened our feet and to some extent unfitted them for walking. As I sat waiting for him, it would naturally seem an unaccountable time that he was gone. Therefore, as I could see through the woods that the sun was getting low, and it was uncertain how far the lake might be, even if we were on the right course, and in what part of the world we should find ourselves at nightfall, I proposed that I should push through with what speed I could, leaving boughs to mark my path, and find the lake and the Indian, if possible, before night, and send the latter back to carry my companion's bag. Having gone about a mile and got into low ground again, I heard a noise like the note of an owl, which I soon discovered to be made by the Indian, and, answering him, we soon came together. He had reached the lake after crossing Mud Pond, and running some rapids below it, and had come up about 1.5 miles on our path. If he had not come back to meet us, we probably should not have found him that night, for the path branched once or twice before reaching this particular part of the lake. So he went back for my companion and his bag, while I kept on. Having waded through another stream where the bridge of logs had been broken up and half floated away, and this was not altogether worse than our ordinary walking, since it was less muddy, we continued on through alternate mud and water to the shore of Apmoojenegamook Lake, which we reached in season for a late supper, instead of dining there, as we had expected, having gone without our dinner. It was at least 5 miles by the way we had come, and as my companions had gone over most of it 3 times, he had walked full a dozen miles, bad as it was. In the winter, when the water is frozen and the snow is 4 feet deep, it is no doubt a tolerable path to a footman. As it was, I would not have missed that walk for a good deal. If you want an exact recipe for making such a road, take 1 part mud pond and dilute it with equal parts of umbazookskus and apmoojenegamook, then send a family of musquash through to locate it, look after the grades and culverts, and finish it to their minds, and let a hurricane follow to do the fencing. We had come out on a point extending into Apmoojenegamook, or Chamberlain Lake, west of the outlet of Mud Pond, where there was a broad, gravelly, and rocky shore, encumbered with bleached logs and trees. We were rejoiced to see such dry things in that part of the world. But at first we did not attend to dryness so much as to mud and wetness. We all 3 walked into the lake up to our middle to wash our clothes. This was another noble lake, called 12 miles long east and west, if you add Telos Lake, which, since the dam was built, has been connected with it by dead water, it will be 20, and it is apparently from 1.5 miles to 2 miles wide. We were about midway its length on the south side. We could see the only clearing in these parts, called the Chamberlain Farm, with 2 or 3 log buildings close together on the opposite shore, some 2.5 miles distant. The smoke of our fire on the shore brought over 2 men in a canoe from the farm, that being a common signal agreed on when one wishes to cross. It took them about half an hour to come over, and they had their labor for their pains this time. Even the English name of the lake had a wild, woodland sound, reminding me of that Chamberlain who killed Paugus at Lovewell's fight. After putting on such dry clothes as we had, and hanging the others to dry on the pole which the Indian arranged over the fire, we ate our supper and lay down on the pebbly shore with our feet to the fire, without pitching our tent, making a thin bed of grass to cover the stones. Here first I was molested by the little midge called the no-see-um, Simulium nocivum. The latter word is not the Latin for no-see-um. Especially over the land at the water's edge, for it is a kind of sand-fly. You would not observe them but for their light-colored wings. They are said to get under your clothes and produce a feverish heat, which I suppose was what I felt that night. Our insect foes in this excursion, to sum them up, were, first, mosquitoes, the chief ones, but only troublesome at night, or when we sat still on shore by day; second, black flies, Simulium molestum, which molested us, more or less, on the carries by day, as I have before described, and sometimes in narrower parts of the stream. Harris mistakes when he says that they are not seen after June. Third, moose flies. The big ones, Polis said, were called Bososquasis. It is a stout brown fly, much like a horse fly, about 11/16 of an inch long, commonly rusty-colored beneath, with unspotted wings. They can bite smartly, according to Polis, but are easily avoided or killed. Fourth, the no-see-ums, above mentioned. Of all these, the mosquitoes are the only ones that troubled me seriously, but, as I was provided with a wash and a veil, they have not made any deep impression. The Indian would not use our wash to protect his face and hands, for fear that it would hurt his skin, nor had he any veil. He, therefore, suffered from insects now and throughout this journey more than either of us. I think that he suffered more than I did when neither of us was protected. He regularly tied up his face in his handkerchief and buried it in his blanket, and he now finally lay down on the sand between us and the fire for the sake of the smoke, which he tried to make enter his blanket about his face, and for the same purpose he lit his pipe and breathed the smoke into his blanket. As we lay thus on the shore, with nothing between us and the stars, I inquired what stars he was acquainted with or had names for. There were the Great Bear, which he called by this name, the 7 stars, which he had no English name for, the Morning Star, and the North Star. In the middle of the night, as indeed each time that we lay on the shore of a lake, we heard the voice of the loon, loud and distinct from far over the lake. It is a very wild sound, quite in keeping with the place and the circumstances of the traveler, and very unlike the voice of a bird. I could lie awake for hours listening to it, it is so thrilling. When camping in such a wilderness as this, you are prepared to hear sounds from some of its inhabitants which will give voice to its wildness. Some idea of bears, wolves, or panthers runs in your head naturally, and when this note is first heard very far off at midnight, as you lie with your ear to the ground, the forest being perfectly still about you, you take it for granted that it is the voice of a wolf or some other wild beast, for only the last part is heard when at a distance. You conclude that it is a pack of wolves baying the moon, or perchance cantering after a moose. Strange as it may seem, the mooing of a cow on a mountainside comes nearest to my idea of the voice of a bear, and this bird's note resembled that. It was the unfailing and characteristic sound of those lakes. We were not so lucky as to hear wolves howl, though that is an occasional serenade. Some friends of mine, who 2 years ago went up the Caucomgomoc River, were serenaded by wolves while moose hunting by moonlight. It was a sudden burst, as if 100 demons had broken loose, a startling sound enough, which, if any, would make your hair stand on end, and all was still again. It lasted but a moment, and you'd have thought there were 20 of them, when probably there were only 2 or 3. They heard it twice only, and they said that it gave expression to the wilderness, which it lacked before. I heard of some men who, while skinning a moose lately in those woods, were driven off from the carcass by a pack of wolves, which ate it up. This of the loon, I do not mean its laugh, but its looning, is a long-drawn call, as it were, sometimes singularly human to my ear, hoo hoo, like the hallooing of a man on a very high key, having thrown his voice into his head. I have heard a sound exactly like it when breathing heavily through my own nostrils, half awake at 10 at night, suggesting my affinity to the loon, as if its language were but a dialect of my own, after all. Formerly, when lying awake at midnight in those woods, I had listened to hear some words or syllables of their language, but it chanced that I listened in vain until I heard the cry of the loon. I have heard it occasionally on the ponds of my native town, but there its wildness is not enhanced by the surrounding scenery. I was awakened at midnight by some heavy, low-flying bird, probably a loon, flapping by close over my head along the shore. So, turning the other side of my half-clad body to the fire, I sought slumber again. End of Part 3, Section 25. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.